Chapter 410. The homeroom teacher flew into a rage and almost smashed the table on the podium. All of you go tomorrow? You must snatch that table back for me. Earn back this face for me. Hence, the scene in front of them happened. Year 2, Class 7, everyone moved to meet up with Zhuoxiao Duo again. At this moment, near the window, a middle-aged man was holding a teacup and sipping tea. He looked gentle and refined. He seemed to have a good temper and a kind face. His position was the best place to watch the fight over the table. He didn't even need to stand up. He could see everything clearly just by tilting his head. The man's face was filled with a gentle smile. The first impression he gave was that he had a good temper and was very easy to talk to. However, Zhao Wenxing and his classmates didn't dare to look in his direction. This was because this person was none other than Zhao Wenxing's homeroom teacher. He was also the person who lost his temper and almost beat his student to death yesterday. Today the homeroom teacher gave a strict order. The whole class was to go. They had fought with Zhuoxiao Duo before. If they couldn't win, they would all stand and eat. As for who would go up, you all can discuss among yourselves. I don't care. The outcome of a fight over a table between students was related to the teacher's pride. If Zhuoxiao Duo had snatched a table from someone in the same year, the homeroom teacher wouldn't be angry. Class 1 was originally a class of geniuses, and every student was the cream of the crop. Zhuoxiao Duo himself was the champion of the Longhu leaderboard. Now that he had just entered the high martial school, he hadn't started his systematic teaching yet. With his original foundation, it was normal for him to lose. But now it was Zhuoxiao Duo who had won against a senior. Then the situation would be completely different. Obviously, this teacher felt extremely humiliated. He didn't even dare to go to the canteen where the teachers ate. It was said that when he went to eat last night, a few teachers he was familiar with were gossiping about him. He was so embarrassed that he almost committed suicide on the spot. Aya, old Tian, I heard that your student was beaten up by a freshman? Aha, I thought it was a joke. What? Look at your expression, is it true? Ah. TSK. Old Tian's teaching standard is really good. Sigh, if my student were to be beaten up by a junior, how ashamed would I be? At the very least, I wouldn't be able to face my colleagues. Sigh, how embarrassing. They were all old acquaintances, so they didn't have any qualms about joking around. After being in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School for so many years, their mouths were as sharp as knives, and their tongues were as sharp as blades. Teacher Tian was already lucky that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Why aren't you sitting? Zhuoxiao Duo looked surprised. It's rare to have an empty seat. Why don't you sit down and eat? What are you standing there for? The surrounding students, as well as Meng Zhangjun, who was standing behind Zhuoxiao Duo, could not bear to watch. Don't you have the slightest idea why she didn't want to sit? A pig's nose is stuck in a scallion, what are you pretending for? Opposite. Zhao Wenxing took a deep breath and patted the table. Zhuoxiao Duo, there's an empty table here. Do you dare to sit? This was an official challenge. Zhuoxiao Duo laughed. Thank you, seniors, for reserving seats for us. Come, everyone, let's go and sit. Let's not waste our seniors' good intentions. As he spoke, he took the lead and sat down. Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun, Zhen Piapiao, and the others did not show any signs of weakness. They walked over one by one and sat down on the seats one by one. In just a moment, the table of 16 people was already full. Even the other students in Zhuoxiao's class who did not have a seat also sat next to those who had a seat. 36 people, not a single one was missing. All of them sat steadily and did not say a word. All the spectators looked solemn. Teacher Tian, who was sitting by the window, showed a serious and admiring expression. Not leaving, not abandoning, and going through hardships together. Just this point alone was worthy of a thumbs up. The attitude of the 36 people in the class who advanced and retreated together was undoubtedly expressed in the silence. Many students had looks of envy on their faces as well as sighing. Because this was something that could not be done in their class. This also proved another point. Other than Zhuoxiao Duo, the other 35 people were willing to bet on Zhuoxiao Duo. If Zhuoxiao Duo won, everyone would sit down and eat together. If Zhuoxiao Duo lost, everyone would stand and eat together. If you win, I will accompany you in glory and wealth. If you lose, I will accompany you in your downfall. The moment they sat down together, the 36 people in the class became an inseparable whole. Seeing this scene, a boy in Zhao Wenxing's class stepped out from the crowd. This person had a smile on his face. He was tall and looked about the same height as Zhuoxiao Duo. His eyes were shining, and it was obvious that his cultivation level was higher than his peers. He walked over slowly. Under everyone's gaze, he slammed the table and shouted in a deep voice, This table is ours. Please get up. The snatching of the table entered the process and the curtains were drawn. Zhao Wenxing said, Zuoxiaoduo, this is the class monitor of the second grade, class 5 Wu Qing. Someone said, oh. The second grade class 5 directly sent out their class monitor. It seemed that this battle was very important and they were determined to win. But it was no wonder. The homeroom teacher had personally come to watch. If they lost this battle, it would be very embarrassing. After all, under the basic principle of martial arts and cultivation level, if the class monitor of class 7 lost, it was equivalent to the entire class losing. The grudge with the second grade class 7 would end here, or it would extend to class 4. At the very least, after class 7, class 8, class 9, and all the other classes would have to take a detour when they saw Zuoxiaoduo. If they were unhappy, they could go and beat the class monitor of class 7 first. Then they would have the qualifications to fight for a table with Zuoxiaoduo. This was the rule. The basic principle of snatching a table. Wu Qing? Your surname is Wu? Zuoxiaoduo slowly stood up. That's right, my surname is Wu. Wu Qing said indifferently, the Wu Yuntian you killed, according to seniority, is a cousin of mine. But today's matter has nothing to do with the Wu family. You can call me class monitor of class 7. You don't need to call me by my name. Right now, I am only the class monitor of class 7. I represent class 7. It has nothing to do with anything else. Wu Qing said. Zuoxiaoduo laughed loudly and said, good, then it's settled. Since the agreement has been set, then let's begin. Before he finished speaking, he floated up from his seat. With a flash of starlight, he flew out of the window. Wu Qing's white robe fluttered like a large bird as he flew out. With a loud bang, almost everyone squeezed to the window and took the best seats to watch the battle. The second grade class 7 students were all present. The first grade class 1 students were all in place. The two classes were fighting for a table. Below, the two people had already turned into two whirlwinds, entangling each other and beginning their battle. Two white figures were entangled in a ball, fighting fiercely on the ground downstairs, constantly emitting pitter-patter sounds of fighting and collisions. Those with poor eyesight would not be able to tell which one was which. Peng peng peng. The two people exchanged dozens of punches, and for a moment they were evenly matched. Then they rushed forward and attacked with their fists and feet. From the ground to 5 meters in the air, the battle was getting more and more intense. All that could be seen were still two white figures entangled together. It was getting harder and harder to see their figures clearly. The only feeling that the spectators had was that these two were actually evenly matched. They were evenly matched. Even the head teacher of class 7, Teacher Tian, had a serious expression. Zuoxiaoduo had just entered the school less than half a month ago, and his own student had already trained bitterly in the Hidden Dragon High School for a year. Moreover, he was the top talent in the class, second to none. It was actually a draw? Boom. Another palm met, and the two white figures were separated by the aftershock. They flew out like large birds and almost at the same time. Clang. Clang. Two sword cries rang out at the same time. The two of them simultaneously drew their weapons as they retreated. Following that, they twisted their bodies in the air and rapidly flew back. The dazzling sword chi was dazzling and dazzling. The whistling sound of the wind breaking was breathtaking. Zuoxiaoduo was on the left and Wu Qing was on the right. The two people were moving at almost the same speed, and their long swords were shining with cold light, rushing to the sky. A misty rain suddenly covered the battle outside the window, and a dragon's roar sounded from Wu Qing's side. The dragon-like sword aura shook its head and wagged its tail, and it was really like a swimming dragon, shining with cold light. It forcefully plunged into the misty rain and then came out again. Clang clang clang. The two swords clashed continuously, and neither gave way to the other. Then, there was a loud explosion and the two people kicked each other while their swords were clashing. They were still separated, and only the sword aura lingered and did not dissipate, entangling together. Zuoxiaoduo let out a long howl, feeling that this battle was exceptionally satisfying. A sense of pride grew in his chest and he actually took the lead to counterattack with a loud roar. Although Wu Qing was a member of the Wu clan, his cultivation was really not to be underestimated. Zuoxiaoduo had gone through so many accumulations, but Wu Qing's vital qi was actually above Zuoxiaoduo's. Furthermore, his battle experience was also extremely rich. He was completely different from the opponents that Zuoxiaoduo had encountered before. And this Wu Qing's current cultivation realm was really not very high. He was only at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. However, in the situation where there were primordial elixir realm students in his class, he was still able to suppress everyone and firmly hold the position of class monitor. Obviously he was also a genius. Moreover, this person must be the kind of person who suppressed the agitation of his vital qi in every realm, and limited himself to breaking through. The only thing was, how many times had this person suppressed it? The more Zhou Xiaoduo fought, the more comfortable he felt. It was the kind of joy of meeting a worthy opponent and meeting a talented person. The sword light in his hand flashed and a hazy rain mist was scattered. In a trance, there were already Xiao raindrops falling. This was the little rain sword. He had to admit that his godfather's swordsmanship was really awesome. Other than the name of the swordsmanship, which always made Zhou Xiaoduo blush, everything else was totally awesome. That he was a little tired and he couldn't finish this fight. Now, his mind was filled with the thought that there couldn't be no good people in these few clans, right? So, he was struggling with this question. Chapter 4:11. Zhou Xiaoduo was pleased. Due to his opponent's excellence, his swordsmanship attainments had made a breakthrough. He was becoming more and more adept at wielding his sword. However, Wu Qing, who was opposite him, was not so pleased. He was even inexplicably shocked. Could this brat in front of him actually be a demon? I suppressed my martial arts master realm 6 times and the innate realm thorny path 5 times before breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. Now, in the embryonic breathing realm, I have already climbed to the peak and started to suppress my vital essence for the first time. It can be said that I have accumulated a lot of experience. However, with my foundation, my ability and cultivation are actually only on par with this Zhou Xiaoduo. Didn't he just enter the school? Didn't his information say that he only had innate realm cultivation? Even if he had suppressed his vital essence and limited his realm, even if he had cultivation at the pinnacle of the innate realm, he was still more than a realm away from me. How could he be so difficult to deal with? While he was feeling anxious, his long sword moved even more brilliantly. It was extremely exciting. All the spectators were unable to take their eyes off the battle. This battle simply made them feel relaxed and happy. Regardless of whether they were seniors or juniors, each and every one of them was dazzled and immersed in the battle. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the battle prowess was just so. However, in this battle, the sword will, technique, agility, prediction, battle awareness, and battle experience were all meticulous and exquisite. Not only Wu Qing of the 2nd grade but also Zhou Xiaoduo of the 1st grade, both of them looked like they had been through hundreds of battles. This was something that everyone could see clearly. One was the class monitor of the 1st grade, and the other was the class monitor of the 2nd grade. No matter which one it was after this battle, they were already worthy of the position of class monitor and also worthy of the title of genius. Of course, regardless of victory or defeat, the potential of this 1st grade Zhou Xiaoduo was still slightly greater. After all, he was a junior who had just entered the school. As the battle continued, the sword qi emitted by the two of them became denser and denser. The clanging sounds of collisions became more and more urgent. It was as if the wind was blowing lotus leaves, or the rain was hitting banana leaves. They connected together, and beads of all sizes fell onto the jade plate, one after the other. The misty rain continued to expand, and the raindrops gradually increased. On the other hand, the long dragon of sword qi did not weaken. It dashed left and right, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Sword light would sometimes soar into the sky and bloom in midair, and sometimes it would explode in the misty rain. After an unknown number of explosions, the two men were once again sent flying. Everyone could finally see the two men clearly. They saw that the two men's bodies and faces were covered in dense beads of sweat. It was obvious that this was caused by the fierce battle. Then Zhou Xiaoduo spun his body again, and the sword light surged like the rising tide of the sea. From near to far, from far to near, one after another, the waves rose again and again. Just by looking at the sword light, everyone's ears seemed to have heard the sound of the rolling tide. On the other hand, Wu Qing's sword flew up and down. His entire body was like a tornado as he spun at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he had already formed a dazzling sword energy dragon that was like a cylinder. It's time to decide the victor. It was unknown who it was, but someone said softly. Everyone's expression immediately became unprecedentedly serious. They did not even dare to blink for a moment for fear that they would miss out on something. With a long howl, Zhou Xiaoduo spread out his cat spirit sword. The surging tide of sword qi became more and more turbulent as it soared into the sky. The sword light turned the sky into waves and the waves rolled up into the sky. For a moment, what everyone saw seemed to be an endless sea. The snow-white waves rolled up into the sky, and thousands of horses galloped and wreaked havoc, crashing down on everything. At the same time, there was also a long howl from the opposite side. The huge dragon of sword chi brazenly pierced through the endless void and arrived in the world like lightning. High up in the sky. The sword light was indeterminate and it drove straight in, continuing to attack the tide of sword chi. However, in the tide, countless raindrops fell from the sky with a pitter-patter, increasing the power of the tide that was already raging. The earth-shattering rainstorm and the tide that stretched to the horizon converged into a wave that connected the sky and the earth. The three streams of rain and tide converged and pushed back strongly. It forcefully suppressed the long dragon of sword light that was surging towards the extreme. All the senior students sighed at the same time. Wu Qing had lost. With two puffs, two white figures, one on the left and one on the right, appeared again. Zhou Xiaoduo's body was in mid-air, and he slowly descended. The sword light in his hand flashed, and the cat spirit sword was already in its scabbard. His tall and straight posture returned to the ground. He was still tall and handsome and he was still out of this world. On the opposite side, Wu Qing's white robe had 17 or 18 holes. When the breeze blew, the holes fluttered in all directions. There were also specks of blood on his face and arms. However, it was as if he did not feel it. He only looked at the long sword in his hand with a distressed expression. The long sword in his hand, which was originally shining with cold light and threatening, was now out of shape. The two sides of the blade had completely turned into saw teeth. This sword was already broken. Wu Qing sighed with melancholy, and a heartfelt heartache appeared on his face. He gently put the sword back into the scabbard and raised his head to say, "Junior brothers, whoa, what a beautiful boxing technique, what a sharp sword technique, what a powerful sword technique. I've lost this match." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said with some pride, "Of course I am the king of swords." Hearing this, both the upstairs and downstairs burst into laughter. A girl shouted, "That's the bitch of bitch king?" Following this, the laughter became louder. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud of it. He said loudly, "I don't care if you are the king as long as you are the king. Once the fight is over, let's eat, let's eat." On the opposite side, Wu Qing smiled bitterly and said, "That's right, I don't care if you are the king as long as you are the king. The winner is the king and the loser is a thief. Our second grade class 7 has lost this battle. I am sorry, teacher, I have embarrassed you." He bowed deeply towards the window. Teacher Tian stood up and laughed loudly. "You have shown your full strength. This battle you did not lose unjustly. How is it embarrassing? I'll give you 3 months to do your best to snatch the table back. For this meal I will stand and eat with you." Zhou Xiaoduo and Wu Qing walked up the stairs side by side. Zhou Xiaoduo sat down to eat. The entire class sat down to eat. No matter if they were sitting on the chairs or sitting on the floor, they all ate with big mouthfuls of food. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Behind Zhou Xiaoduo, Teacher Tian stood upright, holding his plate with one hand. His expression was normal as he ate with big mouthfuls of food. Behind him, all the students of the second grade class 7 also stood upright, holding their plates and eating with big mouthfuls. Everyone's eyes were red. A few girls looked at their teacher's back as they ate. When they saw their teacher eating while standing, their tears fell onto their plates. At this time, no one in the dining hall spoke. The entire dining hall was silent. At most, there was the sound of swallowing, chewing, and drinking soup. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't purposely speed up his meal. Instead, he followed his normal pace and finished his meal unhurriedly. He could have left early yesterday to save face for Zhao Wenxing. However, if he had left early today, Teacher Tian would have accompanied the students to be punished. His intention of educating the students by example would have been greatly reduced. That would have been disrespectful to Teacher Tian's efforts. No shame and be brave. He believed that the students of the second grade class 7 would never forget this meal for the rest of their lives. Zhou Xiaoduo wouldn't do something that would harm others without benefiting himself by ruining this special class. After eating at a normal speed, Zhou Xiaoduo put down his chopsticks. All the students of the first grade put down their chopsticks and stood in an orderly manner with solemn expressions. Zhou Xiaoduo turned around and bowed to Teacher Tian. Then the entire class bowed to Teacher Tian once in an orderly manner. Under Zhou Xiaoduo's lead, they walked out of the dining hall in a single file and left quietly. Teacher Tian sighed softly and put down his plate. Without saying a word, he left with his hands behind his back. All the students of the second grade class 7 behind him did not speak for a long time. All of them were breathing heavily. "Go back and cultivate. Cultivate as if your life depends on it. We must snatch this table back." One of them gritted his teeth and said. Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by the student next to him. What are you talking about? What are you shouting about? Incompetent and furious? If you have the time to swear, why don't you go back and cultivate? Go back. Wu Qing silently waved his hand. The students of the second grade class 7 also silently lined up and left. When they left, their backs were straighter and faster than when they came. If one did not practice diligently, the school would be shamed. There was never a moment when they understood this sentence so deeply. There was never a moment when they felt so depressed and guilty in their hearts. Teacher's face was higher than the sky. This table must be snatched back. Wu Qing led the way in front with a heavy expression. There was a sentence in his heart that he did not say out loud. This table, it would be very difficult to snatch it back. With Zhuoxiao's strength and progress, as long as he did not seek death, the gap between them would only grow bigger and bigger. This was not something that could be made up with hard work alone. However, it was still a motivation. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. He worked hard to catch up, hoping that in the future he could catch up to this person's footsteps. Classes started in the afternoon. When Xingtian clearly knew the whole story, so he emphasized on it. Defeating the opponent is something that should be done. This is something that should be done. This is something that must be done. There is nothing worth praising. Wen Xingtian said lightly, but today what I want to praise your class monitor, Zhuoxiao Duo, is his attitude today. First, he did not speed up his meal. Second, he did not say a word. Third, he bowed before leaving. This is the most precious part. The principles behind this, you should understand it yourself. It will be better than me saying it 10 times or 100 times. Many people will be attacked by the crowd after they win. Many people will be admired even if they lose. The biggest difference is whether you know how to conduct yourself. These, you should understand it yourself. Then each of you should write an essay on your understanding. The teacher's teachings were just force-feeding. What the students understood was the principles of conduct and a warning bell in their hearts in the future. When Xingtian would not waste his breath on these aspects. He did not say much and left a lot of empty space. After a few simple sentences, he began to explain the difficulties and things to take note of. Then the class continued to battle. When Xingtian continued to be an observer. After school, when Xingtian gathered the class, he said lightly, "There is something. After monitors was reminder yesterday, I suddenly remembered that there is something that has not been arranged." The class? Zhuoxiao Duo? I reminded you? What did I remind you of? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Monitors were reminded me about the homework after class, when Xingtian said indifferently with his hands behind his back, "Next, I will arrange it. It must be completed. If you can't do it by tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless." 35 pairs of eyes stared at Zhuoxiao's back in unison. They were like 70 alls. The sound of teeth grinding could be heard quietly. Zhuoxiao Duo instantly felt as if he was being dismembered by 70 sharp knives. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Was it necessary? Was it necessary to hold such a huge grudge? He laughed dryly. Under Wen Xingtian's threatening gaze, he did not dare to deny it. He could only turn around and say weakly, I'm doing this for your own good." 35 people gritted their teeth and chuckled. Their gazes were as sharp as knives. He. Then we are really. Thank you so much. Chapter 412. Isn't it just some homework? Look at your attitude. Zhuoxiao Duo was frightened by the stares of the whole class. He could not help but feel a little indignant. If Teacher Wen forgets in the future, I will definitely remind her. That night, when Xingtian went to the villa for the second time, he fought with Zhuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong respectively. Today he obviously had more strength than yesterday, causing Zhuoxiao Duo to scream incessantly, one after another. However, in the dimension-destroying pagoda, there was no need to worry about being seen or heard by anyone. When Xingtian had now completely grasped Zhuoxiao's limits, he directly pushed Zhuoxiao Duo to the limit, tormenting him endlessly, attacking the precarious line of defense. From the beginning, Zhuoxiao Duo was in this extreme state and it lasted for an hour. When the time was up, Wen Xingtian immediately stopped without any delay. In such an extreme state, 1 hour a day is enough. I will give you some time to practice the concealed weapon fist step technique, body movement technique, especially the sword technique. Since you want to be a special type of martial artist who can constantly come up with new trump cards, then you also have to put in a lot of effort to practice and sharpen everything before you. Trump cards can't be forced out easily. It's best to keep secrets to yourself and never reveal them to the world. Wen Xingtian said, "Since you are talented enough, Then do your best to squeeze yourself to the limit. If you turn all the skills you have mastered into your trump cards, then you will be able to deal with any situation, any situation, any situation. He patted Wuxiao's shoulder. Only when you are strong enough, then you are qualified to have trump cards. When you are not strong enough, keeping so-called trump cards will most likely become a dowry for others. You have to understand what I am saying. Wuxiao was lying on the floor of the space exterminating tower, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out. He was so tired that his eyes were cross-eyed. His thighs and arms were spasming as if they were not his own. He looked even more miserable and helpless than if he had been raped. When Xingqian smiled faintly and flashed out, he still had to train Li Qinglong. Dealing with 2 people in one day was not a problem for him. Sprinkle some water. Wuxiao gasped for breath. After 2 minutes he finally managed to get up from the ground. When Xingqian's words kept replaying in his mind, Wuxiao felt that these words were too reasonable. They were words of wisdom. That's right, why do I have to use the hammer as my trump card? All of his methods could be trump cards. Then Wuxiao dragged his body that had not yet recovered and began to set up targets for hidden weapons in the space exterminating tower. He was so tired that he could take advantage of this time to do these logistical tasks. It was just right that he could rest while doing it. When his physical strength was almost recovered, he began high-intensity training again. Only in this way could he not waste any time. Small gourds, small flowers, small throwing knives appeared one by one. Different flow speeds, different trajectories, different directions, and different forces. Wuxiao exhausted all his energy and practiced the use of hidden weapons for half an hour. Then, while he was recovering, he began to flip through the book on hidden weapons left by He Yuanyue. He tried to figure out the essence of it, absorb the parts that he had absorbed and mastered, and integrate them into his own. In a few days he would come into contact with the hidden dragon martial arts. Before he came into contact with the neo martial arts, he would try his best to integrate all of these into his own instincts. This would not hinder the progress of the new martial arts. An hour later he would practice swordsmanship. In the next hour he began to practice the techniques that his father had taught him in Yen Cat. Escape technique, footwork, and body movement. Then he would practice his martial arts during his leisure time. After half an hour, when his physical strength had recovered to 80 to 90%, he would start hammering. This thing could not be done without sufficient physical strength. In his mind, all kinds of techniques were constantly fusing, and new insights were constantly being generated. Then he would practice the hidden weapons again, progressing according to the time, one cycle after another. Especially under Wen Xingtian's extreme pressure, Wuxiao realized that the insights in his heart were like weeds on fertile land that had just been moistened by heavy rain. Just as the weeds began to emerge on this side, another patch of green appeared on the other side. That night he did not sleep at all. He continued until dawn. Until the last bit of insight was practiced by him over and over again. After he had verified it, he left the space of the Tower of Emptiness contentedly. Then to his surprise he realized, my goodness, it's already 5 o'clock. Although he had not slept for the whole night, his spirit was in an extremely excited state. He did not feel sleepy at all. What's more, his own cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he was already at the pinnacle of the innate realm, half a step to the embryonic breathing realm. In his dantian, it was filled with pure, fiery red vital qi. It was densely packed and was already in a state of saturation. This was the sign of having abundant vital qi and being able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm at any time. Wuxiao tried to use the flaming sun scripture. The moment he thought about it, his dantian was like a boiling pot. With a slight circulation, it was like 10,000 horses galloping and the rising tide of the sea, lasting for a long time. Zwa, are you up? Li Qinglong's voice rang out like a broken gong. I'm up. Let's go. Let's go to school? When they reached school, Wuxiao went to look for Wen Xingtian before classes started. Teacher Wen, is there a special technique that can suppress the agitation of vital qi and limit one's own limits? Wuxiao asked tentatively. Wen Xingtian was stunned. You have already reached the stage where you can break through to the embryonic breathing realm? Yes. Wuxiao was depressed. Now, my dantian is already a little bloated. I'm worried that if I get agitated at some point, I won't be able to suppress the breakthrough. If I really break through accidentally, it will have a huge impact on my future progress. I hope to enter the next big realm when my foundation is at its limit. When Xingtian reached out and touched Wuxiao's wrist. After checking, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. He had not reached such a stage last night. How was it that in just one night, this brat seemed to have eaten a treasure of heaven and earth? Tell me what's going on. Wen Xingtian asked. Last night, when you were sparring with me, you were saying those words. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, especially after you left, I calmed down and thought about it bit by bit. In the end, I don't know what happened, but I had a lot of realizations and understandings. I practiced everything that I had learned in the past, and that's how it is now. I really don't have any other encounters. Zhou Xiaoduo spread out his hands with a helpless look on his face that deserved a beating. When Xingtian laughed and scolded, look at how smug you are. Although he was lecturing him, his heart was filled with gratification. In the end, Zhou Xiaoduo was still inexperienced. He only knew the concept but not the reason. But how could Wen Xingtian not know the significance of a sudden epiphany to a cultivator, and the benefits that came with it? Wen Xingtian admired Zhou Xiaoduo's foresight and felt gratified. Young people nowadays were all self-righteous. Few of them really took the words of their teachers and parents to heart. As for those who really practiced it, it was even more rare. Most of them would only have the same realizations when they encountered similar situations. Only then would they really mature and grow up in this aspect. It was the same for ordinary people and martial artists. Although there was a huge difference in strength, in the end they were all human and had the bad habits of human beings. And this was the most troublesome problem for teachers. It was not that they did not understand or did not want to teach, but that they did not want to learn. Or even if they learned it, they would not put it into practice, let alone understand it by analogy and draw inferences from it. This was the most helpless thing. Ordinary people could make mistakes and correct them. But a martial artist's mistake was a different concept from an ordinary person's mistake. This was also the disadvantage of having a strong foundation of strength. Once a martial artist made a mistake, it was rare for him to have another chance to understand in his life. What he lost was his life. In life, how could there be so many chances to start over after making a mistake? These words were even more fitting when applied to martial artists. What was learned on paper was shallow, and what was learned had to be done personally. This sentence was not suitable for martial artists. To martial artists, every powerhouse imparting their experiences to you was a lucky chance. If you were to be respectful and grateful, and if you understood, you would be able to avoid death in the future battlefield. And those who did not know how to respect and fear the strong, did not know how to be grateful, and did not cherish this opportunity. If they died, they died. Even if it was a peerless genius, it was the same. The so-called premature death in the middle of the road was the norm. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo was able to calm his heart and ponder over every word he said. Then, he was able to comprehend them. This was a very gratifying thing. Comprehension and comprehension were actually two different things. Realization was beginning to feel something, but it did not touch on how to put it into action. Understanding, on the other hand, was completely understanding and mastering. A special technique to suppress a breakthrough. There really is no such technique. Suppressing the restlessness of the true essence can only be done by oneself. When Xingtian smiled bitterly and said, this matter can only depend on one's perseverance, endurance, strength, talent, and foundation. Speaking of which, if there really is such a technique, then wouldn't the world be full of geniuses? When Xingtian frowned and pondered, in a while, I will impart to you a mental cultivation method of the Ice Heart Jade Urn. Every time you suppress the restlessness of the true essence, you can try to use this mental cultivation method. Although this mental cultivation method cannot help you completely suppress your own limits, it can calm your heart and let you enter a tranquil state. Diligently practice this technique, you will benefit for life. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Thank you, Teacher Wen. But, in the matter of calming the restlessness of the true essence and restricting a breakthrough, you cannot rely too much on the mental cultivation method of the Ice Heart Jade Urn. Suppressing a breakthrough, in the end, it still depends on your own patience, tenacity, and perseverance. Wen Xingtian said, now look inside your dantian and confirm the current state of your yuan qi. Chapter 413. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little confused. State? When Xingtian sighed, the vital qi in your dantian is vaporized? Or is it vaporized? If it is vaporized, to what extent is it? Is it mist? Or is it a pervasive mist? Or is it a thick mist? Or is it a very thick churning mist? Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and looked inside his dantian. Right now, my primordial qi is in a red state. It is already very, very dense, like a thick fog that is churning like a tide. When Xingtian's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch a little. He just asked casually, but he never expected to get such a result. Generally, when martial arts practitioners practice star vital qi, the vital qi in their dantian was different for every realm. Below the martial arts master level, one could feel the dantian and vital qi, but one couldn't really see it. That feeling was, I have it, I am very strong, I am very powerful, but I can't see it. This was pure vaporization. At the innate realm, the basic state of the vital qi in one's dantian was a kind of mist. This kind of mist was like the wisps of mist floating in the air in the early morning. It was very faint and visible to the naked eye, but that was it. Most of it was vaporized, and only a small part of it was vaporized. This was the normal state of most people in the innate realm. The vital qi that was vaporized was called innate qi. Before the martial arts master broke through to the innate realm, the more times he suppressed his vital qi, the thicker the mist would be when he reached the innate realm. This was different from person to person. For example, Wen Xingtian himself was also a genius. He suppressed his advancement 7 times when he broke through to the innate realm as a martial arts master. When he reached the later stage of the innate realm, the mist in his dantian was already pervasive and was about to become a thick mist. At the embryonic breathing realm, it would form vital qi clouds. Depending on the number of times he suppressed it, the clouds would be different. Basically, most of it was vaporized and a small part of it was vaporized. In the white mist, there was a condensed cloud. It could be called embryonic breathing. As for how much, it all depended on one's talent and hard work. Above that, in the inner core realm, there would be a small amount of liquefaction of yuan qi. 1 drop of yuan qi could be called core formation in martial arts. However, it was actually just a drop of liquefied yuan qi. It could be called core essence. At this time, a small portion of the vital energy vaporized, most of it turned into mist, a small portion turned into clouds, and an extremely small amount turned into liquefaction. The most obvious characteristic of the soul transformation stage was that there would be a small amount of solidification of vital energy. Similarly, if there was a single drop of solidification, it could be called soul transformation. However, there was a qualitative change in the nascent soul realm. As long as the dantian's origin qi still had a trace of vaporization, it was impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm. And these small amounts, as the cultivator continued to break through their limits in their current realm and later realms, the small amounts would continue to grow, increase in quantity, increase in size, increase in density, increase in purity, and so on. It would depend on how hard one worked. Let's not talk about this for now. As for Huayun in the future. I've digressed. The primordial qi in Wuxiao's dantian was in a state of extremely dense fog, and there were even signs of it surging like a tide? And its color? Red. Oh, it was fine if it was red. After all, everyone knew that Wuxiao cultivated the Flaming Sun Sutra. It was reasonable for it to have its own characteristics. But what about the thick fog that was surging like a tide? How dense is the fog in your dantian? How much of it has vaporized? Wen Xingtian asked again. It's probably a foggy day where you can't even see your own fingers. That kind of density. Vaporized? No. It should be gone. Zuo scratched his head and answered hesitantly. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. When Xingtian coughed a few times, turned his head and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Damn it, this kid actually spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. Can't even see your own fingers? Vaporized? When Xingtian didn't want to talk anymore. When I reached the nascent soul stage and started to condense my nascent soul, the primordial qi in my dantian wasn't completely vaporized. There was still a considerable amount of fog surging in the air. At that time, it was just a thick fog, but it wasn't so thick that I couldn't even see my own fingers. That this description was simply horrifying. Is there water down there? When Xingtian rolled his eyes and asked. Zuo hurriedly checked. No, it's very dry. No, that's normal. Your martial arts are still far from there. When Xingtian patted Zuo's shoulder, keep up the good work. Then he turned around and left. A few seconds later, when Xingtian's angry roar could be heard from the other side. Who was so blind to provoke Teacher Wen? And today, Teacher Wen's temper seemed to be particularly explosive. Li Chenglong and the others looked at Wen Xingtian, who was originally fine, but after talking to Zuo, he walked over with a face full of disbelief. They were all anxious. It seemed that Zuo had complained about us in front of Teacher Wen. In the afternoon, after careful consideration, when Xingtian picked 7 people and asked them to fight with Zuo, don't be afraid. Beat him up. The 7 of them had bitter expressions on their faces. Beat him up. Teacher, do you even believe what you said? Zuo immediately understood Wen Xingtian's intention as he battled with the 7 students. These 7 students might not have the highest cultivation level, their family backgrounds weren't the best, and their perception and aptitude weren't the most outstanding. But these 7 people had the least number of flaws in their moves and styles. There was nothing wrong with their actions, manners, habits, and way of attacking. Moreover, their martial arts were exceptionally compatible with their bodies. From head to toe, they were the standard teaching material for embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioners. When these 7 people joined forces, their suppression of Wuxia duo was even sharper than when 10 or 20 people joined forces to attack. However, it was still not enough of a threat to Wuxia duo. In fact, what Wuxia duo was doing was like training with Wen Xingtian. He was suppressing his opponent's limits and attacking fiercely. To use an inappropriate analogy, it was like a steel nail that was already standing straight. He only needed to raise a sledgehammer and smash it straight down. Naturally, they would follow the direction of the source of the power and automatically drill to the deepest place. Wuxia duo naturally would not be stingy with such a task. He launched a crazy attack according to his wishes and beat him up fiercely. However, as he beat him up, Wuxia duo slowly felt. Wasn't he now equivalent to an assistant teaching? This hidden dragon high martial arts school assistant teaching. Did he get a salary? This was time-consuming and energy-consuming. In addition, most of the students in Class 1 were geniuses who had already advanced to the embryonic breathing realm in the secondary martial arts school. There were only 6 people who were still in the innate realm now. These people included Wuxiao duo, Li Chenglong, Zhen Piapiao, Yu Yener, Pai Yibao, and Jia Kuang. In a week's time, the first preliminary test will begin. After school in the afternoon, the 7 students who were picked out by Wen Xingtian had already been drilled to death by Wuxiao duo. Wen Xingtian released this notice at the right time. You have already been in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School for 4 days. Under normal circumstances, the first round of the preliminary test for new students will begin in 10 days. Start recording the credits of the first round and the current results. When Xingtian said, this time the credits and rewards will also be ranked. The reward for the first place will include a bottle of marrow cleansing pills and 1,000 credits. So, all the way to the top 10 will be rewarded with credits. After the top 10 there will be no reward. When Xingtian said, so, you can start preparing now. Normally, the first preliminary test destination is to hunt star beasts. Go to the meteorite plains and hunt star beasts individually. In the end, the winner will be based on quantity and quality. Regardless of any moves or attack patterns, as long as it's an individual's method, you can use it. They hunted star beasts on an individual basis. In the end, the winner will be based on quantity and quality. Regardless of any moves or attack patterns, as long as it's an individual's method, you can use it. When Xingtian put his hands behind his back and walked to and fro in front of the queue, he said calmly, let me tell you, I don't expect you to be able to take the top 10. However, Class 1 is still the first genius class. If even the top 3 get away, I'll skin you when I come back. When the students heard this, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. Why did it sound like Teacher Wen was saying that taking the top 3 was such a simple thing? There's no hurry now. Don't worry. If more than 3 of the top 10 spots are taken by other classes, I'll skin you when I come back. Lastly, it's Wuxiao duo. If you don't get the championship, even if the championship falls to other people in our class, I'll still skin you. When it came to it, he actually added another condition for Wuxiao duo. It was a heavy condition that was very difficult to fulfill. Wuxiao duo couldn't help but look confused. The first 2 conditions were fine. Everyone worked hard together and got punished together. However, why did the last condition become him? And he wanted to directly lock in the championship? Teacher Wen, this is very unfair. However, how could Wen Xingtian talk about fairness and unfairness with him? He waved his hand and said, dismissed. Then he said, Wuxiao duo, follow me. Wuxiao duo followed Wen Xingtian with a look of nostalgia. He pondered as he walked. Missions and trials are just a piece of cake for me, aren't they? The others are fine, but I can use this wave to accumulate supplies for the dragon blood flying dagger. Using the dragon blood flying dagger to help me improve is still the most convenient. The last time so many martial artists fought with him in the snowy night, the dragon blood flying dagger had made a huge profit. It had been a long time since then, and he didn't have much left after scrimping and saving. On the way to Fenghai he didn't recharge much, so he only cared about rushing. And this trial was an opportunity. Also, he didn't have a lot of luck points left. Although he hadn't used them, he only had a total of 70 points. Looking at the new round of suppressing the restlessness of his vital essence and self-limiting breakthrough, he would definitely consume a lot of luck points. How could he feel at ease? that after coming to the Hidden Dragon High School, Duo felt that everything was good. The only flaw was that he was dissatisfied. He had tried every means to recommend his fortune-telling ability regardless of the occasion and place, but until now, no one had come to him for fortune-telling. Well, that time with Grandma sure didn't count. Because he didn't know how long it would take for the injustice to be redressed, the luck points would take a long time to come. How could these guys be so calm? Didn't they know that they had missed a great opportunity that fell from the sky for no reason? For people like Duo, luck points, cultivation progress, and wealth. Naturally, the more these things he had, the better. Duo would feel that he had lost money if he didn't make any progress or increase for a day. Yes, although he didn't lose money after a day, Duo felt that he had lost money. Therefore, he had to continue working hard. Chapter 4:14. He followed Wen Xingtian to the teacher's office absent-mindedly. Wen Xingtian took out a book from the drawer and said, "This is the Ice Heart Jade Earn Mental Cultivation Method. Take it back and read it thoroughly. After understanding it carefully, you can start cultivating. Remember to return it to me tomorrow morning." "Okay. Thank you, teacher." "Okay, get lost. I'll go to the villa to continue in 40 minutes. Hurry up and eat." Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes and waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. 40 minutes. Hearing this, Duo was like a fast horse that had its butt cut by a knife. He immediately rushed out with a whoosh. And so it went on for 3 days. Everything was calm and tranquil. Every day went on as planned. Duo, on the other hand, had completed his first self-limitation breakthrough in these 3 days. When he first felt and suppressed the restless real vitality, Duo truly felt that he had almost made a mistake and his chi meridians had gone astray. The suppression this time was completely different from when he had suppressed the restless real vitality in the martial master realm. One was heaven and one was earth. At the beginning of the suppression of the innate vital chi, there was an extreme negative reaction. It felt as if 10,000 steel needles had pierced into his dantian. Duo widened his eyes and opened his mouth instinctively. He took a few deep breaths and his face contorted. At this moment, he remembered that the process of the innate stage's vital chi compression seemed to be called the thorny road in martial arts. The pain was unimaginable. He also remembered that the compression of the innate stage was rumored to be the most painful part of the cultivation journey. It tested one's endurance and perseverance the most. For someone as strong as Wuxia, suppressing the thorny road 8 times was already the limit of her body and breaking through the embryonic breathing realm. It was actually so painful. Duo took a deep breath. Thinking of this, he actually felt that it wasn't so painful anymore. Nian Cat has only suppressed it 8 times. Wow. Duo trembled and laughed. "I finally have something to surpass you. Come on." His body trembled as he continued the compression process. However, the feeling of the sharp needles stabbing into his meridians became more and more intense with every inch of compression. As time passed, even his meridians began to feel pain. It was as if ants were gnawing at his meridians, biting and tearing at his meridians bit by bit. When it was compressed halfway, the meridians all over his body were in unbearable pain. It was as if millions of red-hot steel needles were piercing through his meridians. Duo bit the corner of his mouth until it bled, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Duo did not expect that he had already wanted to give up several times during the first compression of his true essence. There were only 2 things that kept him going. The first was that he wanted to become stronger. Secondly, even Nian Cat could persist for 8 times. Even a girl could persevere 8 times, but I couldn't even persevere once. How could this be? How could that be? What a joke. Master Zhuo refused to accept this. Master Zhuo would definitely persevere. Duo screamed crazily all the way, but he suppressed it and persevered. Fortunately, he was in the space of the Tower of Emptiness at that time. Otherwise, the children within dozens of miles would not dare to cry because of his screams. That was really miserable to the extreme. Finally, Duo successfully compressed the primordial chi in his dantian. The primordial chi that originally filled his dantian only occupied 1/3 of the space in his dantian. In fact, the main reason why it was so difficult and miserable was that Duo was too careless. He forgot that Qin Fangyang, Xiaoyan, and even Mu Yanyan had mentioned the thorny road to him more than once. In other words, he did not pay attention to it at all. After all, when a martial master broke through to the primordial realm, he only needed to suppress it. Duo did not expect that the thorny road to the primordial realm would be so painful and miserable. As for Wen Xingtian, teacher Wen really did not expect this guy to start his first compression of the vital essence so soon. According to Wen Xingtian's estimation, it would take at least 10 days. Which was the end of this round of trials, for Zhuo Duo to reach the point where he had to suppress it. Of course, this was not because teacher Wen's estimation was too far off, but because he did not know enough about Zhuo Duo's background. After Zhuo Duo obtained the Ice Heart Jade earned divine skill, he no longer had any scruples and crazily absorbed the spiritual qi. With the help of the top-grade Jade of Astral Souls and the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger, Zhuo Duo was promoted to the level of spiritual qi explosion in just 2 days. If Wen Xingtian knew about this, he would have told him in advance that the so-called compression of the vital essence was usually a third of the way down. At most, half of the way down was already the limit of the human body. If the vital essence was further compressed, the person involved would have to endure 10 times more pain than before. It was even more dangerous than dancing on the tip of a knife. Once he lost control, the vital essence in his dantian would be reversed and his body would explode. Without any luck, his divine soul would be destroyed and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. That was how dangerous it was. But it was a pity that Zhuo Duo didn't know anything about it. He only knew that the vital essence in the dantian was compressed. The smaller the volume, the purer the vital essence. He had only compressed it to a third of the way down. It looked like it was far from being fully compressed. How could he surpass Nian Nian at this rate? Since there was still room for improvement, he had to continue. Well, the 1/3 that Wen Xingtian said was different from the 1/3 that Zhuo Duo said. Wen Xingtian's 1/3 meant that he had suppressed 1/3, but Zhuo Duo's 1/3 meant that he had already suppressed 1/3. In other words, he had already exceeded Wen Xingtian's safety standard of half. But how would Zhuo Duo know this standard? Therefore, he continued to compress his vital essence and pressed it down forcefully. Ouch! Zhuo Duo was trembling all over. His eyes were wide open and his eyeballs were bulging out of their sockets. He looked up and howled, "It hurts so much. Ouch, 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 ouch." As he howled, he continued to compress. "Keep it down. Keep it up. Ah. Ouch, ouch, ouch." Zhuo Duo roared. The vital essence was compressed bit by bit under the repeated pressure. Gradually, it surpassed 1/3 and reached about 1/4 of the way down. There was still room for improvement, which meant that it was not enough. Keep compressing. 1/5. 1/7. Zhuo Duo clenched his teeth and continued. He couldn't even scream now. Under the influence of the extreme pain, he stubbornly tried to understand it like this. If he could suppress 1/3 of it, it meant that he could suppress it 3 more times. 1/4 meant that he could suppress it 4 more times. Even if he suppressed it to 1/10, he would only be able to suppress it twice more than Yen Yen Cat. What was this? A mere 2 times? That's not as good as not much. It could not withstand the pain he was enduring. Since it was already so painful, he might as well go all the way and make it much more painful than Yen Yen Cat. So continue. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhuo Duo could vaguely feel that his meridians were cracking, as if they could not withstand the pressure and were about to explode. His heart skipped a beat and he transferred out a drop of luck points. He only used half a drop, and it turned into a cool air that merged into his meridians. Instantly, the feeling disappeared and his meridians returned to normal. Don't use it if you can. Save it. Zhuo Duo's heart ached. Although he had used it, it was still half a drop. And looking at the situation, it seemed that he would need a lot of luck points to suppress it all the way. Forget it, keep compressing. Ow 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 ow. He suppressed it all the way to 1/17. He saved his luck points and used them at 2.5. It seemed that there was no way to suppress it anymore. At this moment, the vital essence in his dantian had completely stopped at the bottom of his dantian, almost like a pancake. Although it was still a dense fog of vital essence, it had been suppressed by Zhuo Duo to the point that it was like a solid object. This time he really could not suppress it anymore. Even if he suffered more pain, he could not suppress it anymore. 1/17. It seemed that it was only twice as strong as Nian Nian Cat. It did not seem to be a big deal, right? Zhuo Duo, who was extremely unwilling, frowned as he tried to think of a way. After a while he suddenly had an idea. With a thought, a hammer made of yuan qi was formed in his dantian. He controlled the hammer with his mind and smashed it down on the vital essence pancake at the bottom of his dantian. It could not be compressed? Then I'll smash it down one by one. This was the method that Zhuo Duo came up with from blacksmith Wu's memory of forging and tempering. He had obtained the 100 tempering iron, and it was nothing more than tempering it 1,000 times. If he could not suppress it with force, he would smash it. He did not believe that he could not continue to compress it. One hammer. Boom. Boom. Zhuoxiaoduo's meridians went against the flow, and a mouthful of blood rushed up and sprayed onto the ceiling. What the fuck? Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly stopped. He used the Ice Heart Jade Earn Mental Cultivation method and luck points to suppress his vital essence and repair his meridians. I'm fine. Another hammer. With the Ice Heart Jade Earn Mental Cultivation method to calm his meridians, luck points to repair his meridians. With every hammer smash, Zhuoxiaoduo's body would convulse in pain. He smashed it again and again. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes were bulging and his mouth was shut. He smashed it down continuously as if he was fighting for his life. In the end, even his meridians were numb. However, the effect was obvious. His vital essence was smashed into a thin pancake. My current volume is about 1/24th of my Dantian's volume? Does this mean that I can compress it to 24 times? Zhuoxiaoduo finally felt that it was enough. Even if it was not enough, he could not smash it anymore. No matter how hard he smashed it, the volume of his vital essence did not change in the slightest. Why don't I do this? Zhuoxiaoduo was actually not satisfied with the current situation. If possible, he wanted to smash it down to 1%. Of course, 1,000th would be more ideal. However, it seemed that there was no such possibility now. Although it's 16 or 17 times more than Yen Mao, it's still not 20 times. Just barely. Zhuoxiaoduo had achieved his goal. He was proud and could not help but feel proud. Chapter 4:15. But when he recalled the description of the thorny path, he still felt a lingering fear. The thorny path was really fucking more painful than the last time. The last few times he reached the limit of his endurance, he ended up wandering around in purgatory. Moreover, there was even a possibility of his body exploding with true essence. He had never heard of such danger before. Wasn't it just pain? Why did it almost explode when it came to him? Something was obviously wrong. After exiting the space of the spatial extermination tower, Zhuoxiaoduo lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, unable to move for a long time. After a long while, he realized that the surrounding spiritual qi was gathering towards him like a tsunami, especially on his back. The huge middle-grade jade of Astral Soul's mattress that he had placed there earlier was filled with spiritual qi. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, flowing into his meridians through the pores on his back. After all, Zhuoxiaoduo's Dantian was now empty. In this place filled with spiritual qi, it was like a vacuum vortex, swallowing the spiritual qi like a whale swallowing the sea and a gobbling up the sea. Good chance. Zhuoxiaoduo maintained his original position and continued to lie down. His hands moved and a pile of jade of Astral Souls appeared on the bed. He grabbed a few pieces in each hand and circulated the Flaming Sun Sutra with all his might, forcefully absorbing the jade of Astral Souls in his hands. This process took less than a minute. The 7 or 8 jade of Astral Souls in his hands had all turned into powder. Even Zhuoxiaoduo himself was shocked by this result. But it didn't matter, he continued. Zhuoxiaoduo frantically absorbed the jade of Astral Souls. It was daybreak. Zhuoxiaoduo sat up on the bed. There was a thick layer of powder all around him. Even his butt had fallen into the hole. The middle-grade jade of Astral Soul's mattress had turned into powder. And his Dantian was still not full. He didn't have enough jade of Astral Souls on hand. Zhuoxiaoduo greeted Li Chenglong and asked him to apply for leave for him. Then he anxiously rushed to the entrance of the Hidden Dragon High School. Yes, there's a lingerie store nearby. Although he didn't know if Fang Yinhua had bought the other shop, it was impossible to transform it into a coffee shop in such a short time. Even if he was willing to spend a lot of money, it was absolutely impossible. However, Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't wait any longer. Left with no other choice, Master Zhuo went to a women's clothing store under the guise of buying clothes for his girlfriend. He bought a set of clothes from the inside out and even bought a bra. She crazily changed her appearance, put on a mask, stuffed 2 mangoes into her mouth, and used her inner power to suck them in. Then she put on a cool spaghetti strap dress, wrapped a soft white scarf around her neck, and used the bone-shrinking skill to shorten her body by more than 20 centimeters. She put on a hat, a veil and sprayed perfume. Then she swayed her hips and walked towards the ladies' lingerie store. She didn't know if it was because her graceful figure was too alluring or something else, but she attracted a lot of attention. He cursed as he walked. Fang Yinhua, that old bastard, had caused him to suffer because of his shop. Looking at the lechers on the side of the road, their eyes were all green. Bah. Pervert. While she despised him in her heart, she twisted even more vigorously. At the same time she was nervous. If someone found out about this, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? However, he forgot that he was the one who couldn't wait to find Fang Yinhua. He didn't have the time or the mood to wait for Fang Yinhua to find him. Along the way, she swayed her hips gracefully. The fragrance lingered in the air. She had sprayed almost half a bottle of perfume all over her body. It would be strange if she didn't smell good. Finally, Master Zhuo arrived at the lingerie store. He walked in gracefully. Welcome. 2 rows of beauties bowed together. Their service was quite good. Master Zhuo naturally waved his hand casually. He pinched his fingers together and twisted his waist. Then he squeezed his throat and said softly, "Is your boss here? Why aren't the goods I ordered with him yet? Ayaya, I'm so anxious." "Madam, please wait a moment. I'll inform my boss immediately. May I know your name?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a sharp voice. "Just tell him, duo will do." "Okay, please wait a moment." When Fang Yinhua heard these 3 words, she immediately realized who had come. She hurriedly rushed downstairs and came to the first floor. Standing on the stairs, she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's new look. For a moment she was dumbstruck and tongue-tied. She was speechless for a long time. He couldn't catch his breath and his legs couldn't help but soften. He actually rolled down the stairs and fell in a very sorry state. He hurriedly got up to greet him and said respectfully, but he couldn't help but want to laugh. Why did you come in person?" Zhuo Xiaoduo pinched his fingers together and twisted his waist in an S shape. Then he said coquettishly, "If I didn't come, you wouldn't go either. Please go upstairs." Fang Yinhua shivered. She was sweating profusely. When she heard Zhuo Xiaoduo speak like this, she felt her anus tighten. Oh my god. Really that she had lived long enough to see this. Seeing this beauty gracefully follow their boss upstairs, the employees below started to talk among themselves. Their gazes were strange. "Why do I feel that she's a little weird?" "Yeah, I feel the same. She's really seductive. She looks like someone in that line of work." "She really looks like someone in that line of work." "How does she look like someone in that line of work? Look at her pinched fingers. She's only missing a handkerchief. Her butt is shaking so much. Her breasts are so big. She must be a mascot, right? Is there such a model? It's not easy for the boss either. It seems like this is a big customer. She's in high demand. The boss has to serve her well. I hope our boss can handle it." Zhuo Xiaoduo followed Fang Yinhua into the boss's office. Then he sat down on the sofa and started to get angry. "Old Fang, look at the trouble you've caused." He returned to his original voice. Fang Yinhua wanted to say, "How can you blame me for this? You're the one who suddenly contacted me. I started this business because I wanted to be safe." However, he didn't dare to say this. He kept apologizing. It's my fault. Young master, you've been wronged." He smiled apologetically and carefully. However, when he saw his appearance, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ah! Cough, ha ha ha." As he laughed, he tried to stop himself by coughing. In the end, he didn't succeed. Instead, he kept burping. Burp. Ha ha burp. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so angry that he took out the dragon blood flying dagger and slammed it on the table. However, he still couldn't stop Fang Yinhua from laughing. After a long time, Fang Yinhua finally stopped laughing. Although he still laughed occasionally, it wasn't as serious as before. "Young master, what are you doing?" "High-grade jade of astral souls. How much do you have?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked straightforwardly. "I have more than 10,000 yuan on hand." Fang Yinhua was puzzled by the supply and demand of the high-grade jade of astral souls. He said, "The supply and demand market in Fenghai City is really strange. I didn't notice anything at first. However, young master mentioned the jade of astral souls before, so I investigated it. I unexpectedly found that other things aren't that hard to find. Only the high-grade jade of astral souls is available. Above the high-grade jade of astral souls, as long as there's a small amount of it, many forces will immediately buy it. I've already offered more than 10 times the market price to buy it. However, after so many days, I've only received so little. If it were in another place, there would be a small amount of the top-grade jade of astral souls in the market. However, in Fenghai City, there's no top-grade astral souls jade of astral souls at all. This is really out of place." "Out of place? It can't be, right? Fenghai City has hidden dragon high martial arts, the holy land of martial arts. It's not strange that there's a higher demand for the high-grade jade of astral souls. It's normal that there's less of it." Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't take it to heart. Fang Yinhua shook his head and said in a deep voice, Young master, you know that I've always been cautious. Every time I go to a place I'll do my best to understand it. Although Fenghai City has a martial arts school like Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, and the high-grade jade of astral souls is a hot commodity in every city, the current market price is too abnormal. I suspect that someone is selling the high-grade jade of astral souls, short-selling and short-selling. However, this has nothing to do with us. There are 17,000 high-grade jade of astral souls in this ring. However, there are only 3,500 red yang jade. It should be enough for you to use for a while. Fang Yinhua handed over a ring. Not bad. I'll take it from you this time. Zhuo Duo didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the ring. When Uncle Nan came, he also left a few thousand high-grade jade of astral souls. However, Zhuo Duo wasn't willing to use them. He had been using the middle-grade jade of astral souls for cultivation. Now that Fang Yinhua had replenished his stock and he had a few thousand middle-grade jade of astral souls, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, taking and not doing anything was not a long-term solution. Fang Yinhua also needed to give him some benefits. Therefore, Master Zhuo sat upright and looked at Fang Yinhua's face for a moment. Old Fang, you've been showing off a lot recently, haven't you? Also, you've been selling the high-grade jade of astral souls. You know too much. I'm afraid that someone has already set their eyes on you. Fang Yinhua nodded. He had to be powerful. In order to get this identity, he had opened 3 shops and spent a lot of money to buy the high-grade jade of astral souls. Fang Yinhua's wealth had already been revealed. It was normal for him to be targeted. However, it's not a big problem. Zhuo Duo reminded, given your cultivation base, you should be able to protect yourself. However, if you don't have to make a move, it's better not to. Just like what you said, problems that can be solved with money are not big problems. However, if you want to make a move, you have to deal with your target quickly and decisively. You must not leave any traces behind. Do you understand? Once you make a mistake, there will be endless trouble in the future. Fang Yinhua said, the best solution is how to completely avoid danger? Spend money to avoid disaster. Zhuo Duo reminded, disguise yourself as a complete coward. If anyone comes to ask for money, as long as you feel that you can't afford to offend them, just give it to them directly. In any case, you're doing business without any capital. As long as you don't reveal your strength, most problems will be easily solved. Brilliant plan. Fang Yinhua slapped his thigh. He liked this method from the bottom of his heart. In terms of acting cowardly, if he said that he was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. Because I'm not acting cowardly. I'm really a coward. Chapter 416. So what if I give them money? It's a piece of cake for me to get money. Fang Yinhua said proudly, if I give them money, I can take advantage of the dark night to do something else and get everything back. Plus I can add 1 and 2. Fang Yinhua was very open-minded and had thought far ahead. That's a good idea. Zhuo Duo didn't care about what Fang Yinhua did. Even if he caused a huge disaster, what did it have to do with him? Fang Yinhua was a member of the Umno Alliance. Even if something happened to him, it was arranged by the Umno Alliance. It had nothing to do with him at all. Alright. Do you have a way to get some new astral beasts? Zhuo Duo lowered his voice. Fang Yinhua was stunned. That's a little difficult. More importantly, I don't have a venue. What do you need those things for? My dragon blood flying dagger needs to be charged. Zhuo Duo winked at him. Why don't I stab you with it? He was still dressed in female clothes. His wink almost made Fang Yinhua's soul fly out of his body. No. I'll think of a way for you. I'll think of a way immediately. He thought for a while and said, how about this? I'll pay and buy a villa outside the city. Then I'll throw all the astral beasts I get into the villa. Don't people from the Hidden Dragon High School go out to train every half a month or 10 days? When the time comes, you can find some time to go there and flush out the astral beast. Isn't that enough? What do you think? That's a good idea. Zhuo Duo's eyes lit up. Once this was done, Fang Yinhua didn't even need to show his face. He only needed to fork out the money and he could get whatever he wanted. In the future, when we have high-grade jade of astral souls, we can throw them there too. Fang Yinhua smiled bitterly. That won't do. We can still think of a way to reduce the astral beast to a half-dead state, but the high-grade jade of astral souls is a high-grade item. It will emit spiritual aura at any moment. If we really leave it there, it will be taken away in just a few minutes. Furthermore, the manor will be exposed as well. Just the storage of astral beasts will bring us many troubles in the future. I was thinking too much. That village is only used to store star beasts. If I have nothing to do, I'll go there for a stroll. That's enough. Zhuo Duo readily agreed. The discussion was completed. Beauties was stood up and walked away gracefully, leaving behind a trail of fragrance. Mr. Fong, who was leaning against the door, seemed reluctant to leave. The employees downstairs couldn't help but talk about more. He's gone. Well, look at how reluctant the boss is. There's a story. There's a situation. But did you guys notice that it didn't take long? Could it be? Hiss. Hiss. For a time, all kinds of voices and guesses rose and fell one after another. The climax rose again, and there was an endless stream of gossip. The prettiest female employee who had the best figure, the highest breasts, and the most perky but pursed her lips. Humph. The boss wouldn't have left so soon. I can guarantee that the boss has nothing to do with this woman. The other female employees said, "Oh." There was a meaningful look in his eyes, and we all understood what he meant. The female employee blushed instantly. No wonder the boss has been asking you to report your work these days. The truth is out. While they were talking, Fang Yinhua walked back from the door and waved her hand. Lily, come up and report your work. When Zhuo Duo arrived at school, he was only an hour late. When Xingtian only glanced at him and turned his head away, not bothering to pay attention to him. With Zhuo Duo's current level, there was nothing that the school could teach him for the time being. If Fang Yinhua forced him to stay in the school, it would be unfair to the other students since they were not on the same level. For the time being, Fang Yinhua could do whatever he wanted. However, just as he turned his head away, he suddenly turned his head back. What's going on? Zhuo Duo, why do you smell so good? When Xingtian was surprised. He had been smelling the stench of this guy's sweat every day. Why did it suddenly smell so good today? I fell in love with the Donkey brand's Ocean Breeze perfume. Xiang Bing knew all these perfume brands like the back of her hand. Cough cough. Zhuo Duo lied casually. After cultivating yesterday, I was really too tired, so I went straight to bed without taking a shower. When I woke up today, the smell of the clothes, the stench. So I took out some perfume and sprayed it. I didn't expect the smell to be so strong. I've never sprayed perfume before, but who would have thought that after a dozen sprays, it would become like this? With a helpless look on his face, he shrugged helplessly. Even so, I changed into another set of clothes, washed my hands and face, and even washed my hair before coming here. In the end, it still smells so good. This perfume is too evil. The female students were laughing so hard that they were in an uproar. Country bumpkin. Xiang Bing scolded disdainfully. If you sprayed the Ocean Breeze perfume in the air and walked over from below, the fragrance would linger for 3 to 5 days. You actually sprayed yourself more than a dozen times. Why don't you die from the fragrance? What a waste of God's gift. That's because I don't know. Come, ice eggs, smell if I smell good. Xiang Bing said angrily, go away. Zhuo Duo nodded. I regretted it the moment I said it. I shouldn't have asked you to smell it. Look at you now, how did you get disfigured by Li Chenglong so quickly? Why did I say, again? Whatever, it's too disgusting. Don't come and smell me, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares at night. Xiang Bing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She rushed forward with a roar. She clawed at Zhuo Duo's face with her 10 fingers. Zhuo Duo fled in panic while Xiang Bing chased after him. She would not give up until she got what she wanted. How dare you call me an ugly freak? See if I don't kill you. As she chased after him, she suddenly saw Li Chenglong watching the show excitedly from the side. He even shouted, come on, come on. Suddenly, she felt suffocated and turned to rush at Li Chenglong. She clawed at his head with her 10 fingers. Immediately, 10 neat bloody marks appeared on his swollen face. His Excellency was gloriously disfigured in an instant. Li Chenglong couldn't react in time. The moment he understood the situation, he was furious. He pounced on Xiang Bing and pressed him to the ground. Then he assumed the Wu Song beating the tiger style. He didn't care about anything and just gave him a good beating. The field was in full swing. Then Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing entered the nourishment chamber at the same time. Oh, of course, they were not in the same nourishment chamber. That night, after when Xingtian finished training Zhuo Duo, he asked, have you started to suppress your realm? When he saw Zhuo Duo in the morning and saw Zhuo Duo's face, when Xingtian knew that his judgment was wrong. This kid had started to try to compress his vital essence earlier than he expected. Yes. Zhuo Duo said weakly, I didn't expect that compressing vital essence would hurt so much. Of course it hurts. It will hurt more and more in the future. If you don't step on the thorny road, how can you call yourself a superior? When Xingtian said lightly, "How's the compression?" "It's okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. "It shouldn't be the limit yet, but I really can't compress it by myself." This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's sincere thought. There was still space below, but he really could not compress it anymore. How distressing. When Xingtian smiled faintly. Limit? Of course it was not the limit yet. How could someone who had just stepped on the thorny road and tried to compress it for the first time compress it to half or even 1/3? Trying once or twice is nothing. If you can't compress it, just keep compressing it. This is also a painstaking effort. When Xingtian reminded him seriously, "Don't be afraid of dragging it out. Don't ever relax. You must compress it to your limit, then accumulate it and compress it again. Don't ever be afraid of pain. You have to understand that the more you do it, the stronger you will be in the future." The opportunity for a martial artist to build a strong foundation is actually to build a solid foundation when you are weak. If you find that your foundation is lacking when you are strong in the future, you will never be able to make up for it. When Xingtian taught him sincerely, this concerns your whole life and the ultimate achievement of your cultivation journey. You can't be careless and you can't be afraid of pain. Whether it hurts or not, just think of yourself as an idiot. Won't it be over in the blink of an eye? Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but hang his head dejectedly. Since Teacher Wen said so, then his self-limiting breakthrough and compressing his real vitality last night was probably a failure. At least it was not a success. But there was no other way. The first compression had been completed. There was definitely no way to do it again. If he wanted to compress it again, he would have to wait for the second time. "I understand, Teacher Wen." Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was very gloomy. "Do your best." When Xingtian patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder and walked out of the Annihilation Tower, he still had to train Li Chenglong. How could he have the time to be poor with Zhuo Xiaoduo? Most people would compress for at least 4 to 5 days because of the unbearable pain. This kid was obviously afraid of pain, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only encourage him not to be afraid. There was nothing else he could do. When he finished compressing it, he would check it again to see how much it had been compressed. He really didn't want to be disappointed too early. If it really didn't work, he would help him suppress it the second time. As for compressing it successfully in one night, when Xingtian chuckled. What kind of fearless desperado could compress it in one night? When Xingtian left, Zhuo Xiaoduo began to cultivate again. Fist and leg movements, footwork, escape technique, hidden weapon, sword, and hammer. He practiced the same thing twice. Then he went out exhausted and lay on the bed filled with top-grade Astral Soul's jade. He grabbed the top-grade jade with both hands and began to absorb it. The vortex appeared again. Huff 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 huff. After exactly half an hour, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally let go. A pile of ashes was thrown on the ground. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. 6 updates. Chapter 417. High grade was indeed high grade. Normally he could absorb several pieces of mid-grade Astral Soul's jade in a minute. He did not expect to only consume 2 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls after half an hour. That was really awesome. He lifted the bed and saw that the top few pieces of high-grade Astral Soul's jade had started to change color. They should have been damaged to a certain extent, but not too much. This absorption can be considered to have consumed 3 pieces of high-grade Astral Soul's jade. After confirming his cultivation speed, Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to lie down and continuously absorbed the celestial essence qi as if he was thirsting for it. He felt that his dantian was like a balloon that was constantly being filled with air, and it was constantly being filled up. The meridians in his body revolved 9 times. Part of it turned into his own strength and entered his dantian, while the other part turned into waste gas and was expelled from his nose. There was a subtle feeling of inhaling and exhaling. The dantian's capacity gradually climbed to 4/5. In another 3 hours his entire dantian would be filled. In the morning it would definitely be filled to the brim. Then he would be able to walk the thorny path for the second time. He might as well ask for a leave of absence today. There was nothing to do at school anyway. Hearing that Li Chenglong had left, Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the void exterminating pagoda and placed it on the table. Then he took a large amount of high-grade Astral Soul's jade and plunged in. Today he must complete the second pressure and succeed. Before dinner. However, if he wanted the second pressure to be a success, he had to at least be more ruthless than the first pressure. Teacher Wen had made it very clear that his pressure was far from enough. I was too careless. I took it too lightly. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought silently. I mistakenly thought that I would be satisfied with more than yen mao. This is wrong. It is too one-sided. Think about it, even if some people's aptitude is not as good as mine, as long as they are resilient enough, it is not difficult to surpass me. Just like what teacher once said, whether it hurts or not, I will treat myself as an idiot. Won't it be over in a blink of an eye? So I need to work harder. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered to himself. His eyes were resolute as he made up his mind. He didn't know that the Zhou Xiaonian had shocked many people when she walked through the thorny road. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who were able to cross the thorny path 8 times. As for those who could reach the final step and walk through the thorny path in the state of 9 suppresses, they were even rarer. This was because the world had always believed that the 9 steps of thorns was the highest limit for humans. It wasn't that no one had ever attempted the 10th pressure, but no one had ever succeeded. There was a senior who had passed the 9th pressure. He continued to work hard and tried the 10th pressure. Then he left a sentence, "It's not that I don't want to, but I really can't." If he continued, he would die. It will explode. This sentence was widely spread. From then on, the 10 pressure brambles road became a forbidden area for Xiuzha. Because 9 was the number of extremes, cultivators naturally believed that this was fate, and also the limit of human beings. However, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know about this. He just kept his head down and pressed. This really proved a saying. Ignorance is really a kind of happiness. However, this sentence was only limited to Zhou Xiaoduo. Who else had the luck points to use? Even a peerless genius like Zhou Xiaonian would have been turned into a pile of fragrant meat if Zhou Xiaoduo's compression method was used. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Xiaoduo adjusted himself to a perfect state and began to walk the thorny path for the 2nd time. This time, the compression had just begun, and the pain he felt soared to the level of the last stage of compression yesterday. Ow 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 ow. Even though he had already experienced it once, Zhou Xiaoduo was still screaming desperately in the space-destroying tower. He was still trying his best to compress his vital essence. The surface of his skin all over his body began to exude drops of faint red sweat. This was a sign that a human's tolerance for pain had reached its limit. However, he just twisted, spasmed, and screamed like this. He persevered step by step. After spending a total of 4 hours, he finally compressed his vital essence to yesterday's position for the 2nd time. It was a slightly higher position. But teacher once said that this is still not enough. Zhou Xiaoduo still used the same method as before, smashing and pounding with the spirit energy hammer. A little lower. A little lower. I'm not afraid of pain. I'll treat myself as an idiot. Ow ow ow. However, there was no change even after smashing thousands of times. Could it be that this was his limit? Zhou Xiaoduo lay on the bed, his face full of disappointment. He was so depressed that he couldn't speak while cultivating and absorbing the top-grade jade of astral souls. It seems that there is a gap between me and a real genius. It's not that I'm afraid of pain, but no matter how much I'm not afraid of pain, this is all I can do. I can't go any further. I'm so pitiful. Zhou Xiaoduo felt sad from the bottom of his heart. Failure. At night, when Xingtian came as usual, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo's mournful face and couldn't help but feel strange. What's wrong with this bitch today? What's wrong with you? Why are you looking so down? Xingtian frowned and asked with a sidelong glance. I've tried my best, but I can't compress it any further. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. You can't compress it even once? Xingtian widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo lowered his head with a sad expression. His mood was extremely low. He really couldn't compress it even once. That won't do. Xingtian frowned and said angrily, no matter what you say, you have to force it even if you can't compress it. If you can't even compress it once, your future achievements will be limited. Can't you try harder? Didn't I tell you whether it hurts or not? Just think of yourself as an idiot. I've tried again and again, but I really can't compress it. I can hold on no matter how painful it is, but I just can't compress it. What should I do? Zhou Xiaoduo said helplessly. Xingtian was also anxious and shouted, the main difficulty of the path of thorns is the unbearable pain. If you're not afraid of pain, how can you not be able to compress it? Excuses, they're all excuses. Come and sit in front of me, try your best to compress it and I'll help you. But there will be side effects. Once you become dependent on it, it will be more difficult to compress the vital essence in the future. Zhou Xiaoduo murmured, but now I've already suppressed it a little, and my dantian is not full to the point of bursting. Xingtian frowned, then hurry up and absorb the vital essence. I'll wait here until you're full and then I'll help you compress it. It won't take much time. When Xingtian was really anxious this time. The peerless genius that he had recognized had no achievements on the path of thorns. This was simply digging his own grave and destroying his own future. If Zhou Xiaoduo really couldn't walk the path of thorns, when Xingtian would only feel that he had failed as a teacher. No, it was failure, an unprecedented failure. I've ruined this genius, I didn't train him well. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo also really believed that he hadn't suppressed it well. Every word that Wen Xingtian had said before made Zhou Xiaoduo feel that he was still far from being qualified. Do you have a high-grade jade of astral souls? Wen Xingtian was a little anxious. At such a critical time, if you rely on low-grade or mid-grade jade, or automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how long will it take? If you don't have it, I have it here. If you use a high-grade jade of astral souls to directly channel your meridians, it'll be easier for you to follow up. I have it, Zhou Xiaoduo said hurriedly. If you have it, then hurry up and do it. Stop talking nonsense and start quickly. When Xingtian really didn't want to wait any longer. If he delayed any longer, Zhou Xiaoduo's failed compression might really take shape, and that would be bad. With the help of the high-grade jade of astral souls, once he started to absorb it, it would be like the ocean pouring into the river. It was extremely fast and abundant. That was why there was the saying that the high-grade jade of astral souls was channeling. Seeing how anxious Wen Xingtian was, Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more anxious. He hurriedly took out the high-grade jade of astral souls, sat down cross-legged, and started to absorb without saying a word. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra also started to circulate vigorously. The place where Zhou Xiaoduo was sitting suddenly turned into a Yuan Qi whirlpool. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi surged and entered Zhou Xiaoduo's meridians like rivers flowing into the sea. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the high-grade jade of astral souls in his hand quickly faded and turned into powder. When Xingtian frowned as he looked at the endless amount of spiritual qi that was surging towards him. He could only feel the astonishing strength of the spiritual qi, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Looking at the way he was cultivating, it was obvious that he had an extremely high innate talent. Furthermore, he had an outstanding body and meridians. Furthermore, he had the blazing sun divine art, which was a top-notch technique. Every aspect was top-notch. How could it be that he was struggling on the thorny path? This was impossible. If even a genius like him couldn't walk the thorny path, then he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Zhou Xiaoduo sat on the chair and cultivated. More and more jade of astral souls powder appeared around him, and he kept changing the astral souls jade in his hand. 4 hours passed and Zhou Xiaoduo was still absorbing. It was obvious that his dantian was still full. When Xingtian's expression changed from a slight astonishment to a thoughtful look. Then he frowned in confusion and finally he became numb. Why was it taking so long? This kid was absorbing high-grade jade of astral souls. How many pieces had he absorbed so far? You're just a Xiao Tian Xian Tian. No matter what, wouldn't one piece be enough? Even if your aptitude was better and you compressed it more when you were a martial master, your dantian should not be full yet. There were so many pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls, and the spiritual qi that was automatically gathered from the heavens and earth. How many pieces were there? Chapter 418. When Xingtian looked at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Xiaoduo was still absorbing the top-grade jade of astral souls into powder. When Xingtian snorted. He tilted his head and squinted his eyes. Let's see how much you can absorb. Finally. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Xiaoduo had finished absorbing. His dantian was once again filled to the brim. At this moment, when Xingtian was already speechless. What the hell, Zhou Xiaoduo, how big is your dantian? So many top-grade jade of astral souls were absorbed into your dantian. My feet are covered in powder. If you can't compress such a dantian, you'll be angered by everyone. Is it almost done? When Xingtian asked. It's done. Zhou Xiaoduo sat down cross-legged and felt the spiritual qi in his dantian moving restlessly. He said, more or less it's still a bit lacking. Right now it's just rolling and churning. It hasn't reached the level of a mountain flood or a sea hurricane. Brat, other things are debatable but your bragging is really unique. When Xingtian snorted. You're just a mere innate stage Xiao with a dantian. How dare you say such things? Flash, flood, hurricane. Ah, I believe you. But you're just bragging. Hatue. Start? When Xingtian asked. Do you want another piece? Zhou Xiaoduo felt his dantian and said, I think it'll be full before the last piece is used up. As he spoke, he took out 2 more pieces and held them in his hands. When Xingqian rolled his eyes. Didn't you say that 1 piece would be enough? Why did you take out 2 more pieces? Are you trying to show off your wealth and that you have more goods than me? Yes, when Xingqian sincerely offered to give Zhou Xiaoduo a piece of top-grade stone of astral souls. After all, in his opinion, a piece of top-grade stone of astral souls could instantly fill up Zhou Xiaoduo's dantian. But the reality was, that much. Under Wen Xingqian's gaze, the 2 pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls in Zhou Xiaoduo's hands quickly disintegrated. The color faded and the outer layer became powder. Layer by layer. It's really good this time. Teacher Wen, shall we enter the Tower of Annihilation? The compression process was really painful. I screamed very loudly. It's not good to be outside. It's a little embarrassing. Zhou Xiaoduo said. No need, it's just outside. When Xingqian snorted and came to a conclusion. You little brat, what are you pretending for? This is only your first time compressing your cultivation base's true essence. How could it hurt? What's more, I'm protecting you. You must be afraid of pain. You can't withstand a little pain, so you can't continue on the thorny path. You're actually afraid of embarrassing yourself? I'll let you embarrass yourself big time this time. Alright then. Zhou Xiaoduo's face turned bitter. He told himself in his heart, don't scream. Don't scream. Don't scream. It'll be embarrassing if I scream. Let's start. Wen Xingqian said lightly, call me when you can't compress it anymore. Got it. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath. He started to compress while running the ice heart jade urn. The initial stage was the same as before. There was no difficulty at all. However, in the 3rd round of suppression, the moment he compressed half of his true yuan, a piercing pain assaulted him. Zhou Xiaoduo's entire body trembled. However, he was mentally prepared and endured the pain. I'll endure it. I won't make a sound. If I cry out at this time, it'll be too embarrassing. No matter what, I have to wait a little longer. Teacher Wen is right beside me. He continued to compress it bit by bit. The process felt a little familiar, but after a while, all the meridians in his body began to hurt. And it was getting more and more painful. It didn't increase, but it increased by multiple times. Finally, when it was close to 1/3, Zhou Xiaoduo finally couldn't help but start to groan. He forced himself to endure, but he still groaned. The groaning continued. When Xingqian's face immediately revealed a look of dissatisfaction. According to the calculation of time, the current point in the process of compressing vital essence for an average person would only be compressed by 1/10. Zhou Xiaoduo had actually started to grumble. It seemed that this kid was good at everything except his perseverance. Sure enough, there was no perfect genius. A cultivator with insufficient perseverance would have a worrying future. When the compression of the vital essence reached 1/3 again, Zhou Xiaoduo only felt that his internal organs were burning, and his whole body was exploding with pain. Even his brain felt as if there were thousands of red-hot steel needles stabbing fiercely. He couldn't bear it anymore. Ow 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 ow. After this shout, Zhou Xiaoduo's whole body was sweating profusely. His eyes bulged and he couldn't stop groaning. It was as if he was being tortured, and he was using the sound of his voice to reduce the pain his body was enduring. His voice was shockingly loud, and it immediately caused the surrounding hundreds of miles to fall into an ear-piercing atmosphere. The cadence pierced the clouds and split the sky. When Xingqian's face was distorted, and he shook his hand to create a soundproof barrier. This evil creature, do you have to scream so hard? If you have the strength to scream, don't you know that you should use it to compress your vital essence? When you're done compressing, see how I'll deal with you. The people outside couldn't hear it, but when Xingqian, who was close to him, could still hear it clearly. The sound was like a demon's voice pouring into one's brain. It was incessant, sharp, ear-piercing, and extremely miserable. When Xingqian was speechless, he operated his vital energy, and his 2 ears suddenly stuck to his ear holes. He stuck to them tightly, blocking out the demon's voice as much as possible. It was so embarrassing. The first compression was already so earth-shattering and he couldn't suppress it. What was he going to do in the future? When Xingqian's heart was full of melancholy, he also felt a little disappointed. You're a person who has seen the wind and the waves. Why can't you even endure this little pain? However, Zhou Xiaoduo's voice became more and more miserable, and it sounded more and more like he was on the verge of death. It lasted for a full hour. Zhou Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. His face was as pale as a corpse, and the sweat on his hair flowed down. Finally he said weakly, I can only suppress it to this extent. I can't suppress it anymore, not even once. When Xingtian stretched out his hand and said lightly, then don't move. You just need to maintain the current level of suppression. I'll help you suppress it further in the future. Also, try to endure it as much as possible. It'll be more painful later. Zuoxiao Duo gritted his teeth and said, understood. When Xingtian closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, a tide of vital energy rushed out from his fingers, like mercury flowing to the ground, and poured into Zuoxiao's meridians. However, to Wen Xingtian's surprise, Zuoxiao's meridians were empty, and there wasn't the slightest bit of spiritual energy left. His control over his meridians is still very good. Wen Xingtian felt a little satisfied in his heart. He acutely felt the spaciousness, smoothness and flexibility of Zuoxiao's meridians. Wen Xingtian felt more and more that this student must be taught a strict lesson. With such good conditions he couldn't suppress it. Obviously he didn't have enough willpower. He couldn't endure even a little bit of pain, but he didn't get beaten up enough. All excuses. I made you afraid of pain. From now on, I'll beat you 18 times a day. Because he was helping Zuoxiao Duo suppress it, Wen Xingtian continued to inject his own yuan qi into Zuoxiao's meridians, but the flow was very slow. When his yuan qi had completely filled Zuoxiao's meridians, there were no gaps. Then, dense vital energy entered his dantian, and then the vital energy turned into an iron tower to suppress it. Teacher Wen's plan was to suppress his dantian to 1/3 of its capacity in one go. In this way the vital energy slowly moved forward, circled around his body, and gradually approached his dantian. When Xingtian stopped, and tried to let more vital energy enter to ensure that nothing went wrong. It had to be said that when Xingtian's control of his vital energy was really high. It was like he was very familiar with it, and it flowed like he was using his own arm. It should be known that his vital energy was overflowing from the outside into another person's meridians, and the other person's meridians were only at the innate stage. With Wen Xingtian's real cultivation level, any mistake in breathing could cause Zuoxiao's body to explode and turn into powder. In fact, this was another main reason why 99% of high-level practitioners didn't dare to help low-level practitioners suppress their vital energy. Once there was a slight mistake in the control, it would directly kill the person. When Xingtian confirmed that his vital energy was full and overflowing Zuoxiao's meridians, and there were no gaps, and then suddenly he rushed into his dantian, and wanted to finish it in one go. But, the situation of his dantian was not right. Why did it look empty? There was no movement from Zuoxiao's side. Obviously, he had handed himself over to Teacher Wen, and let Teacher Wen do whatever he wanted with him. Do whatever you want, it's just a little more than 50 kilograms. When Xingtian didn't dare to be negligent. He continued to control his vital energy all the way down, and in the process of falling, it turned into a huge flat surface. However, his dantian was more than half full, and he still didn't feel the expected obstruction. This kid's self-completion rate is more than half? This result is comparable to the ordinary practitioners who set foot on the thorny road. His shouting was not in vain. Not bad, not bad. When Xingtian was a little relieved. However, it was one thing to be relieved, and he had to continue. After a while, when Xingtian's vital energy had spread to 2/3 of his dantian. According to the knowledge of practitioners, or at least when Xingtian's knowledge, this was already the limit. Why did he still feel empty? Where was Zuoxiao's vital energy? When Xingtian was inexplicably surprised. Did this kid suppress more than 1/3 of his vital energy? Why did he say that he didn't succeed? Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be lying at all. When Xingtian, who wanted to find out, urged his vital energy to continue to suppress. The current level of compression had already exceeded the limit of a genius martial artist. Why didn't he reach it? Or did he feel nothing? If when Xingtian opened his eyes at this moment, he would definitely see two words in his eyes. His left eye was a capital word, stupid, and his right eye was a capital word, stupid. What was going on? He didn't feel anything even after exceeding the limit? Such a wide dantian. How could it reach 1/4? No, it was only 1/5 and he still didn't feel any obstruction? Continue. He finally felt it. He finally touched it. Chapter 419. He finally reached the bottom. He came into contact with the bottom layer of Zuoxiao's meridians. However, when Xingtian was completely dumbfounded. He was completely stunned. Was it directly pressed down to 1/20th? Or how much? To think that there was only a thin layer at the bottom left? How could it be pressed down to this point? And this kid actually did not explode? He was actually complaining about the failure of the suppression. For a moment, when Xingtian actually felt that he had no emotions in his heart. Yes, he did not know what emotions he should have. He was completely at a loss. And what the fuck is this, still fog? However, it did not seem to have reached the point of turning into clouds. It was still fog, but how could it be suppressed to this extent? When Xingtian maintained his vitality in Zhuxiaoduo's dantian and asked, "You told me that you can't press down to this point. Is this what you mean?" As he spoke, he used his own vitality to press down. Yes, it really could not be pressed down. Even he could not move it. This was because Zhuxiaoduo did not feel anything at all. It did not hurt at all. Of course, there was no compression wave. Yes, it's pressed down to this point. It can't be pressed any further. Teacher Wen, why don't you use more strength? It's so itchy that I want to fart. Zhuxiaoduo could not help but laugh. When Xingtian was still in a daze as he withdrew his vitality, he looked at Zhuxiaoduo, his cheeks trembling slightly. You want to fart? Fucking fart. When Xingtian sat cross-legged and meditated, circulating his energy, he forcefully closed his eyeballs, which were almost popping out, and controlled them in his eye sockets. He tried hard to calm down the turbulent waves in his heart. Probing a student's meridians almost made him lose his mind and go crazy. You can't fucking suppress it? Can't suppress it? Yes, it really can't be suppressed. It can't be suppressed. You're depressed. Because of this? When Xingtian widened his eyes and looked at Zhuxiaoduo. You mean, you can't press down to this point? Yeah, Zhuxiaoduo said dejectedly. Tell me, how did you do it? When Xingtian was still in disbelief. You fucking squashed it into a pancake, and it's the kind of pancake that has been sitting there for a few days. How can you squash it? If he placed one bet, would it be equivalent to others placing 8 bets? When Xingtian's tone actually carried a hint of asking for advice. It was simply unimaginable. How else could I suppress my Jinyuan? I just suppressed it as hard as I could. However, at the final stage the pain was one thing. But I really couldn't suppress it. So I came up with an idea. I made a hammer in my dantian with spiritual qi. Then, starting from the side, I hammered it down one by one. What's that saying again? Well, after 1,000 hammers, 100 hammers, a single piece of steel. Zhuxiaoduo explained his method and then asked nervously, Teacher Wen, the next suppression. How should I suppress it? When Xingtian touched his chin and lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. However, he was thinking that he must not let Zhuxiaoduo see the expression in his eyes. Then he took out a cup of water from his space ring, unscrewed it and drank a mouthful of water. Suddenly, cough cough cough. When Xingtian coughed violently, an impulse to kill someone rose in his heart. He had never seen such a pretentious person. I really want to beat him to death. But I also want to kiss him to death. When Xingtian clearly knew that Zhuxiaoduo really thought that he couldn't suppress it anymore. It was because he hadn't reached the standard. There was no doubt about that. Zhuxiaoduo really wasn't showing off in front of him. But who set this guy's standard so high? Who was it? Do you dare to stand out? I'll definitely beat you to death. When he raised his head again, when Xingtian's eyes had regained their calmness and depth, he looked at Zhuxiaoduo and asked, Who told you to suppress it this way? Zhuxiaoduo looked confused. Teacher Qin Fangyang told me that. Back then, when the martial arts masters were suppressing their realms. Teacher Qin also said that. I was advancing at a faster speed and didn't know the key point. Originally, I was about to break through. Fortunately, Teacher Qin interrupted me in time and asked me to suppress it as much as possible. He told me to do my best and use all means to suppress it. When Xingtian thought to himself, this Teacher Qin is indeed a legendary figure. Awesome. Zhuxiaoduo said, My sister also said that. At that time, I was suppressing the martial arts master to break through to the innate realm, and she was suppressing the embryonic breathing realm. She also said that. Back then, Zhuxiaoyan had said, Use all your strength to suppress it. The lower the suppression, the better. The more times, the better. When Xingtian frowned and said, That's it? But, smash it with a hammer? What do you think? When Xingtian thought about it and broke out in a cold sweat. Such an extreme method, if it wasn't for Zhuxiaoduo's deep foundation, the tenacity of his meridians, and the spaciousness of his superhuman. No. Even so, it should have exploded a few times already. Since ancient times, who dared to use a hammer in their own dantian? Bullshit about being tempered and tempered into steel. That was simply thinking that one was dying too slowly. There was a good comparison. practicing the saber in one's own brain. But this guy just waved a big hammer and smashed it wildly in his dantian, creating such a miracle. When Xingtian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Because a person's meridians and dantian definitely couldn't withstand it. No matter what, it couldn't withstand it. But there was a living example in front of him that could withstand it. This made the experienced and knowledgeable Wen Xingtian a little confused. He felt that his worldview was slowly collapsing. The idea of using a hammer to smash it was my own idea. But I couldn't suppress it in the end. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a little wronged. He said, when it was about 1/10 of the way down it couldn't be pressed anymore. But its essence is still in the form of mist. How could it not be pressed down? Previously by chance I once saw a senior craftsman who was extremely skilled in forging. He forged steel and refined gold. I really couldn't do anything so I made a hammer myself and smashed it randomly. But after smashing for so long this is the only effect. So, mist is still mist. It didn't turn into clouds, nor did it turn into liquid. Zhou Xiaoduo was quite dissatisfied with his current progress. Why can't you climb to the top? If you could smash it into a solid state now, how good would that be? This is the only effect. When Xingtian murmured, the word only is used very well. Just by looking at this, Wen Xingtian was already sure that this kid was suppressing to this extent. In the whole continent. Well, perhaps since the beginning of the world there had never been such a thing. Unprecedented, the first in the world. Perhaps, there might not be anyone who could surpass it in the future. This is the first time I set foot on the thorny road, and I'm already suppressed to this extent. When Xingtian murmured to himself. He was already absent-minded. In fact, when Xingtian's thoughts were still floating in the air, constantly exploding. The first time? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. When Xingtian frowned. What's wrong? This isn't the first time. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Teacher Wen, I've told you before that I can't suppress it and I can't move forward. Today this is already the third time. Cough cough cough. When Xingtian's soul was directly shaken back into his body. His eyes suddenly bulged. The third time? When Xingtian felt that today was the most unstable day of his life. It was destroyed one after another. Yes, this is the third time. Zhou Xiaoduo was uneasy. He said, at this rate I'm afraid I can only suppress it 20 times at most. Isn't this a little too little? Isn't this a little too little? When Xingtian murmured this sentence, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Can only suppress it 20 times? Can only? These two words were really well used. Isn't this a little too little? This sentence was really fucking well said. Do you know that your 1 time is equivalent to 7 or 8 times of others, dear? Your 20 times is equivalent to 200 times of others, dear. Actually, it can already be considered passable. I guess. After holding it in for a long time, when Xingtian finally squeezed out this sentence, he felt that the 3 words passable were also very well said. It had to be said that the master and disciple were both good at Chinese. Passable? Really? Zhou Xiaoduo said humbly, Teacher Wen, can you explain it to me in detail? Seeing that this kid's expression suddenly eased and he seemed to be relieved. When Xingtian only felt powerless to complain. He lowered his eyebrows and said lightly, well, with your current level of true origin compression, you can still be considered as a genius. Well, it's not good enough but it's good enough. I know you've done your best. Basically this is still okay. Just do it like this in the future. I won't interfere. After all, my help is external. Using external help to help the seedlings grow is not good for your future. This principle. You understand, right? When Xingtian coughed and said, Yes, I understand. Zhou Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. Previously when he couldn't suppress it he was really scared. It seems that my potential is just like this. At this moment, when he heard Wen Xingtian's words, he finally felt relieved. How many times did you suppress it when you were breaking through from the martial master realm to the innate realm? When Xingtian was suddenly very curious about this question. It's definitely more than this. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed, I don't remember very clearly at that time. It should be about 30 times. But at that time I was just in a state where I couldn't control it. Although I felt pain, it was not as painful as now. It was really painful. About 30 times. When Xingtian stood up shakily. He only felt that his brain was swaying like a pool of water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His brain was filled with the sound of the tide. If possible, continue this state of suppression. When Xingtian stood with his hands behind his back. He tried to maintain a calm expression on his face and said in a casual tone, "When I heard you say that you couldn't suppress it, I thought something was wrong. Now it seems that you're asking too much of yourself. Basically, this is okay. You should know that there is a limit to a person's strength. When you reach your limit, you've reached your limit." Chapter 420. For the next few days you can practice on your own in the villa and suppress it yourself. If you don't have enough practice materials, I can provide you with some. That's all for today. You don't have to go to school for now. Now, the people from the second grade class 6 are going to fight with you for a table. If you go, you'll just be fighting. It's meaningless. Why don't you stay in the villa to strengthen your foundation and make your future more stable? I'll let Li Chenglong tell you the day before the trial. When Xingtian looked up, it was past 3 in the morning. In a while the sky would be bright. Teacher Wen walked out calmly. "Take a rest. You must be tired today. Remember to take care of your throat." Zhuoxiaoduo's previous miserable howls were so loud that his throat almost cracked from shouting. Thank you for your concern, teacher." Zhuoxiaoduo was a little worried. Teacher Wen's condition looked very calm, but why did it seem like something wasn't right? What was going on? At this moment, a dull thud came from downstairs. It was like the sound of Xiang Qianfei hitting the door frame that day. Then there was silence. Only the door frame was still buzzing. No one knew who had hit it. Zhuoxiaoduo threw himself onto the bed and stretched his body. He was a little excited. Sometimes a person's strength is limited. When you reach your limit, you will reach your limit. It seems like this is my limit. Even Teacher Wen said it's okay. It's a pity that if I want to catch up with Nian Nian Cat, it's definitely not enough. Then I'll work hard a few more times. Nian Nian Cat is someone who has suppressed dozens of times in the embryonic breathing realm. My level is far from it. Zhuoxiaoduo was excited, but also a little melancholy. It's really quite difficult. Now she should be in the suppression period of the inner elixir realm. After thinking about it, he couldn't relax. He still had to work hard. This matter involved the major problem of his future husband's authority. This was a matter of principle. Who would be willing to be beaten up by his wife? If he could win, he would be giving in to her and pampering her. But if he couldn't win, he would be living off a woman, right? Master Zhuo was a great husband. How could he live off a woman? Although it was good to live off a woman. Thus he took out another pile of Astral Soul's jade and began absorbing them. Although the effect of the upper grade was the best, the middle grade couldn't be wasted. It was still quite effective. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhuoxiaoduo opened his eyes. The whole bed was covered in powder again. He used his primordial qi to wrap up the powder. With a wave of his hand, a large ball of powder flew out of the window. It flew straight for more than 100 meters and accurately landed in a pool that Li Chenglong had painstakingly built. It was called the Dregs Pool. At that time, Swollen was in high spirits. He dug several meters into the ground and created a large pit with a radius of several zhang. In the next few years, this pool will be filled with the dregs of the astral souls. Zhuoxiaoduo muttered to himself, looking at this speed, it shouldn't take more than a few years. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. He pulled out a large piece of mutton from his spatial ring and chewed on it. I inherited this skill from Nian Nian Cat. I stored a lot of beef and mutton, roasted lamb legs and so on in the space in case of an emergency. It was the perfect time to eat. The amount of Astral Soul's jade is still insufficient. I need to find another way to obtain it. Zhuoxiaoduo felt that it wasn't a good idea to keep taking from Fang Yinhua. The main reason was that his needs would only increase. Even if Fang Yinhua was willing to help, he would still meet a ghost if he walked in the dark too often. Although Fang Yinua's cultivation was extremely high and had already reached the half-step divine reigning realm, in Phoenix City, he might be invincible. However, in Fenghai it was not enough to show disdain for everyone. It was far from enough. Once something happened to him, the spies that he had arranged would be useless. Also, Fang Yinhua had said that it was extremely difficult to obtain the upper grade jade of Astral Soul's jade in Fenghai. If possible, it was better to find another way. As he thought about it, he sent a message to Fang Yinhua. What are you doing? I'm running around for young master. Come over. Location sent. In less than 10 minutes, Fang Yinhua arrived at the villa. Young master, I've prepared another 10,000 upper grade jade of Astral Souls for you. It's all here. And thank you for your trouble. The matter of exchanging the astral beasts has already taken shape. I've already bought the manor outside the city. All that's left is to wait for the astral beasts to arrive. I'll make the manor's perimeter more secure and keep it a secret to the greatest extent. And thank you for your concern. Also, young master has always asked me to pay attention to the Wu family and the Gao family. During this period of time, there hasn't been any movement. It seems that they really don't intend to seek revenge. Although it's against common sense, it's true based on the situation of the two families. There must be something wrong if there's an abnormality. We still can't relax. Be careful and nothing will happen. Yes, I understand. It's better to be safe than sorry. Oh right, what's the name of the teacher who led Feng Hai's 13th high school to participate in the Dragon and Tiger list? Li Qingqiu, right? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. The road of the martial world is long. I don't know where my old friend is. You can help me ask around. I still miss him very much. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I really want to. Go and see him. This is easy. I'll go and ask around later. Everything has to be done quickly. Gather all the materials you can as soon as possible. Then write them down and give them to me. Zhou Xiaoduo reminded him, your physiognomy hasn't been good these few days. There's a malefic star in the west. Try not to go to the west. Try to avoid it as much as possible. Yes. Thank you for your advice, young master. Fang Yinhua was overjoyed. His face was full of gratitude. In the past few days, Fang Yinhua also felt that his mind was unstable. It was as if something bad was about to happen. This strange feeling had saved him several times. He was already suspicious of everything, but he couldn't pinpoint the cause. Especially when he went out to do business in the early morning, he had a vague feeling that someone was spying on him. Now that he heard Zhou Xiaoduo's words, he suddenly felt enlightened. In an instant, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. His mind became clear again. A sense of reliance arose spontaneously. It was still good to have a backer. Although this backer's cultivation level wasn't very high, his ability to give advice on life and death was more suitable for his needs. A casual sentence could avert a disaster. Fang Yinhua was very satisfied. Zhou Xiaoduo practiced for a while and hammered the hammer twice. Seeing that it was almost 11:30, he went out to buy some necessities and prepared some food. With a stretch of his body, he disappeared without a trace. He was heading towards Grandma Shi's courtyard. In the school, it was also lunchtime. When Xingqian looked at the food in front of him, he didn't eat for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. What's wrong with you? Xiang Quangren walked to Wen Xingtian's side and sat down. He patted Wen Xingtian's shoulder casually. However, he didn't expect that this action would give teacher Wen a shock. The yuan qi in his body was restless. He was almost about to attack. What? Why do you look like you're lovesick? What's wrong? Could it be that you really like her? Xiang Quangren was very interested in a certain someone. It has nothing to do with you, right? How could Wen Xingtian tell this guy that he really liked her? This guy had a straightforward temper but also a big mouth. Although he was a good person and could make people feel at ease, sometimes his mouth really couldn't be relied on. A big mouth could ruin things. When Xingtian didn't even want to tell Yi Changqing about Zhou Xiaoduo, how could he tell Xiang Quangren? You really like her? Tell me. Xiang Quangren was getting more and more excited. It was probably because he had been a passive otaku for more than 20 years. It was rare for him to have such shocking gossip in front of him. Bullshit. Hey, my bad temper. Xiang Quangren glared. I'm the vice principal. You're just a martial arts department head. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? How can you talk to the principal like that? Get lost. Who cares about being the principal? You're just a vice principal. What's there to talk about? If you have the guts, you can be the principal. If that day really comes, I'll tell you everything you ask me. That won't do. Boss Yi isn't dead yet. I can't be the principal. Xiang Quangren shook his head. Even if Boss Yi is dead, it still won't be your turn. I'm not afraid to tell you that Boss Yi specifically came to me a few days ago, hoping that I could replace him. I told him that I didn't care. Wen Xingtian snorted. Keep bragging. It won't be your turn no matter what. Xiang Quangren expressed his dissatisfaction. Then it won't be your turn? Just tell me if you're leaving or not. Wen Xingtian finally said impatiently, you better think it through. Your great-grandson and great-granddaughter are in my class now. Old man, if you have nothing to do, then get lost. Otherwise, I'll train them to death and feel sorry for you. Train as you wish. Xiang Quangren said indifferently. My Xiang family has a lot of seeds. I'm not afraid of training. I'm not afraid of training. I'm afraid of not training. When Xingtian rolled his eyes speechlessly. What did you do to Vice Principal Wei? I've noticed that he hasn't appeared in school recently. It's nothing. I just asked him to discuss it with Wu Lugao and the others. Everyone collectively took a step back. It's clearly a legitimate request, but this guy actually refused to go. Xiang Quangren expressed his dissatisfaction. That guy didn't listen. Did he think that he would be fine if he hid? What? I advise you to be more careful. Wen Xingtian said with a sullen face, Vice Principal Wei's true cultivation and combat strength might not be weaker than yours. Be careful not to fail miserably. If you fail again, you might not be so lucky to make a comeback. You fought with him before? Humph. Wen Xingtian grunted and didn't say anything else. No matter how Xiang Quangren asked, he didn't say a word. Can I tell you that when Wei was first transferred here, I didn't like him and went to beat him up at night with a mask on my face? It damaged my image. In the end, while Xiang Quangren was still blabbering on and on, when Xingtian picked up his bowl of rice and walked away impatiently. Xiang Quangren was dumbfounded. Do you really not want to see me talking here? Hehe, I beg for monthly votes, recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 421. Xiang Quangren watched as Wen Xingtian left. He could not help but curse, fuck. After so many years, their bad tempers had not changed at all. They all followed the rules to outsiders, but when they were alone with him, they were all so rude. I'm the first vice principal. Fuck. All this time, wasn't it just to remind me that the Wei guy was quite impressive? I appreciate your kindness. Xiang Quangren sat in his seat. The Wei guy was not simple? The Wu guy, the Lu guy, the Gao guy, which one of them was simple? Every one of them was so scheming. After a few days of provocation and showing his existence, Xiang Quangren felt that he was sitting on the mouth of a volcano. His strong return and his reappointment as the first vice principal had undoubtedly touched the fundamental interests of these families. Therefore, it should not be long before they made a move on him. I'm waiting for that day. Xiang Quangren's eyes flickered. This bunch of despicable people, don't be afraid at the crucial moment. I've been waiting for that day for more than a day or two. Zhou Xiaoduo came to the shabby little courtyard again. At this time, Grandma Sher was cooking. Smoke rose slowly from the kitchen. Grandma Sher sat withered in the kitchen, silent. He didn't know how many years it had been, but he had spent it so desolately. The door opened, but Grandma Sher did not get up. Perhaps it was a messenger sending something. Over the years, these people were the ones who came the most. However, at most, it was a routine verification of names. There was nothing else. Grandma Sher. I'm here to see you. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice came from outside at the right time. Grandma Sher's expression finally changed. She opened her eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo? She turned around and saw Zhou Xiaoduo standing in the living room with a smile on his face. He was holding a lunchbox in one hand and 2 bottles of wine in the other. He was busy placing them on the coffee table. Teacher Wen gave me a day off today. I was bored, so I came over to accompany Grandma Sher and have a meal together. You don't mind my sudden visit, do you? Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and acted very familiar. He quickly placed the food on the table and took out a plate of astral beast meat from his ring. Including the plate of star beast meat, it was still a home-cooked meal that ordinary people could afford. Zhou Xiaoduo did not deliberately make anything fancy. You child. Grandma Sher finally walked out of the kitchen. Why did you come here alone? I'm really free today. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. The chopsticks and wine glasses are in the kitchen, right? I'll go get it. He ran into the kitchen and took out the tableware and wine utensils. He helped Grandma Sher to sit at the side while he sat at the head of the table, emptying the seat of honor. Then he placed a wine cup and chopsticks on the table and opened the wine bottle. The aroma of the wine wafted out as he poured 3 full cups of wine. He rubbed his hands and said, "It smells so good." Grandma Sher looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, who was busy and filled the room with youthful vitality. Her eyes, which had withered for God knows how many years, slowly shone with warmth. My talent was not good, and I was so focused on cultivation that I became stupid. I don't know how to do anything, so I bought ready-made food. It definitely doesn't smell as good as the ones I made myself. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. Grandma Sher, you must be lonely eating alone. Even if Grandpa Sher is with you, there will be one less person to talk to. Why don't I buy more and put it here? If there's nothing to eat in the future, I'll come over and freeload. Grandma Sher picked up the wine cup and focused for a moment. She raised her hand to the portrait and paused for a second. Then she closed her eyes and drank it. She sat quietly and felt the wine flowing in her body. After a long time she said lightly, I don't entertain guests here. How can I be a guest? I'm your student, your dear student. Zhuoxiaoduo eagerly filled Grandma Shi's cup with wine and gently poured the wine from the head of the table from left to right on the ground. Suddenly, the fragrance of the wine filled the air. Then he picked up his own wine cup and raised it to the portrait. Principal Shi, I'm Zhuoxiaoduo. I'm new to the Hidden Dragon High School. In the future, please take care of me. I'll give you a toast. After he finished speaking, he raised his cup and drank it. The eyes in the portrait looked at him quietly without saying a word or moving. After this meal, they ate and drank in silence. Zhuoxiaoduo also did not speak much. Other than persuading Grandma Shi to eat, he also drank. When the wine arrived, he downed the cup and drank in an exceptionally honest manner. The two of them emptied the 2 bottles of wine in 3 cups. Zhuoxiaoduo helped to clean up the trash and smiled. Grandma Shi, I'll leave you to it. I'll go back now. Grandma Shi did not say anything. Zhuoxiaoduo did not stay any longer. He stood up and left. During the entire meal, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't say anything, nor did he ask any questions. What was the matter with Principal Shi's grievance back then? Why was Grandma Shi the only one in the house? Where did the others go? How did she survive all these years? He did not say or ask any of these questions. He just had a peaceful meal. After Zhuoxiaoduo left, Grandma Shi did not move for a long time. Her gaze was fixed on the sofa where Zhuoxiaoduo had sat. There was still a small dent that was slowly recovering. Grandma Shi's eyes flashed. She raised her hand and pressed down in the air. The dent caved in again. It seemed that the young man was still sitting there. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these few days, Zhuoxiaoduo would bring wine and dishes to Grandma Shi's place to eat. Twice he even met a messenger. Many letters were brought into the room. There were also a few parcels containing military medals. Every time he would leave after eating. He would not stay for long. It was as if he really came to eat with her. Grandma Shi did not refuse or say anything. She watched him come and go calmly. However, Zhuoxiaoduo's arrival always added some vitality to this desolate little courtyard. Every time he went, Zhuoxiaoduo would change his appearance. He would only return to his original appearance when he entered the small courtyard. Every time he left, he would also change his appearance when he went out. Before anything was clear, Zhuoxiaoduo would not cause trouble for himself. He did not want to cause trouble for Grandma Shi. Even if he was not afraid of trouble, there was no need to cause more trouble and add more variables. After lunch, Zhuoxiaoduo said as he tidied up, Grandma Shi, I might not be able to come tomorrow or the day after. The school is organizing a new student trial. I have to go out of the city. Grandma Shi raised her head and looked at him. After a long time she said, okay. That was all she said. She did not say anything else. However, Zhuoxiaoduo did not care. After tidying up, he left. Turning out of the alley, he saw 2 people painting slogans on the main street. Zhuoxiaoduo did not pay them any attention and walked past them. However, he suddenly stopped. This was because there were 16 big red words painted on the originally snow-white wall. Scum of the human world, scum of the cultured, a beast in human clothing. You are not worthy of being a teacher. There was a big red arrow behind the words, pointing to the alley of Grandma Shi's small courtyard. Zhuoxiaoduo's face darkened. Those 2 were ordinary people. They did not have any cultivation. However, the anger in Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was boiling. Why would ordinary people persist in scolding others for more than 20 years? Why would they still paint slogans after more than 20 years? What kind of deep hatred did they have? No, how could there be deep hatred? Zhuoxiaoduo ruled out the suspicion of these 2 people. However, this matter must have been instructed by someone. There was only one purpose in doing this, and that was to force this lonely old woman to death. Zhuoxiaoduo strode forward. He raised his sword and peeled off the entire wall. The sword flashed and there was a crash. The 2 people screamed. The tools in their hands fell to the ground. You. Who are you? What do you want? One of them was holding a pen in his hand. His handwriting was quite good. He also appeared to be gentle and refined. Zhuoxiaoduo approached him fiercely. Tell me who asked you to write? No one. Slap. Zhuoxiaoduo slapped him. Although he didn't use a lot of strength, it was already a strength that 2 ordinary people couldn't withstand. His entire body was sent flying by this slap. He spun a few rounds in the air before falling down. When they opened their mouths, 7 or 8 teeth fell out. Their mouths were full of blood. They covered their mouths and said incoherently, You are a martial artist. The country has regulations that martial artists cannot attack ordinary people. You will be punished by the law. While they were stubborn, they stepped back with their legs on the ground. Their eyes were full of fear and panic. A martial artist? How could a martial artist attack ordinary people? Was he not afraid? You want to talk about the law with me? I am the law. I have killed so many ordinary people. Why would I care about the two of you? Zhuoxiaoduo's face was fierce. His eyes were ferocious. I guess your house is not far from here, right? Let's go to your house and talk. You must have brought your ID, right? I'm not used to being tainted by karma. I might as well solve it all at once. As he spoke, he searched. These two people did not bring their ID. It seemed that they lived nearby and were not far from each other. What are you doing? The two people were so scared that they almost peed. We are ordinary people. Let me tell you, don't be stupid. In the eyes of the law, we are the weak. Slap. Another 2 slaps were given. Damn it, ordinary people have become your amulet? Fuck your mother. Don't you understand human language? I am the law. Zhuoxiaoduo scolded. If we go to your house now and then to his house, I will kill your whole family. If you don't talk, I will kill your whole family in front of you. Who ordered you to do this? Are you going to talk? Zhuoxiaoduo asked again. The two people hesitated for a moment. Zhuoxiaoduo had already picked them up with each hand. It seems that you are stubborn. Then let's go to your house. This place is not big. I don't believe that I can't find out. Please spare our lives. Who ordered you to do this? It was the director. It was Director Sunday. Director? What director? Then where is Director Sun? The 2 slaps knocked out the other side of the two people's teeth. Since you have revealed the mastermind, I will be merciful and let you go today. But let me tell you, if you come out to write nonsense, destroy the sanitation, and affect the city's image again, I will kill your whole family. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Do you understand? Zhuoxiaoduo had received the director's news. Naturally, he would not kill these 2 people. They were just 2 ordinary people who were instructed by the director to do work. This was their job. Work, how ironic. Zhuoxiaoduo was extremely unhappy. His murderous intent was bursting out of his body. This method was extremely vicious. It was a true method to kill. The streets were full of such slogans. People coming and going were talking about what happened in the past and how shameless it was. After a long time, Grandmaster might really be forced to death by them. Being blamed by thousands and dying without a cause was not just a saying. Grandmaster's current eccentricity and autism were probably forced out by such methods after so many years. Can't beat you. Can't meet you face to face. But, in reality and on the internet, you are disgusted everywhere. The world is surging, turning into a vast sea of evil. Let's see how long a disheartened sampan like you can survive in this boundless sea. Chapter 422. Therefore, even though Zhuoxiaoduo knew that these 2 were just ordinary people who were sent out to do some work, he could not help but lose his temper. In fact, the killing intent in that split second wasn't an illusion. It was an action that he wanted to take. But in the end he held it back. He could hide his tracks, but Grandmaster would inevitably be implicated. That was not something he wanted to see. Public opinion killed people like a knife. Slogans were posted all over the street, trying to force a person who did not have much attachment to this world to death. It was definitely a huge push on the road of life and death. The effect was immediate and obvious. Zhuoxiaoduo walked around a few more times and found a few slogans that had been written, but they were all destroyed. Then he went all the way to the director's house. In front of the whole family, he kicked the door open and grabbed the fat middle-aged man. He grinned and said, "Director Sun, right? Last year you played with a girl at Brilliant Sky and you haven't paid yet. How long do you want to owe me? Pay up." The middle-aged man was shocked and angry. "I didn't." "Who are you? It's illegal to trespass on private property." Zhuoxiaoduo slapped him in the face and said fiercely, "If you pay me, do you think I'll break into your house? Pay up now." Now the interest had compounded and it was already 3 million star yuan. "If you don't pay up today, I'll take your whole family's lives." "What 3 million? I don't know. You've got the wrong person." Director Sun was angry and scared. He tried his best to defend himself. On the other hand, his wife's face was filled with suspicion as if she was deep in thought. His son, on the other hand, was dumbstruck and at a loss for what to do. "It's fine if you don't pay up. I'll ask you one thing. If you tell me the truth, I'll let you go. Zhuoxiaoduo leaned close to Director Sun's face and said softly, word by word, those slogans outside. Who asked you to do it? What did you get in return? 10 minutes later, Zhuoxiaoduo walked out of Director Sun's house. His face was full of anger and his heart was full of resentment. The matter was simple. More than 10 years ago, Director Sun was found by someone who asked him to post slogans like that every year. At least 50 slogans a year. The corresponding price was 10,000 star dollars a year. Just by painting 50 slogans he could earn 10,000 star dollars. This amount of money was simply too easy to come by. Director Sun didn't even think about it and directly agreed. He had been doing this for 13 years. Do you know why? Yes, to disgust that old lady. Who is that old lady? The wife of Vice Principal Shi of Hidden Dragon High School. Vice Principal Shi has been dead for so many years. Why are you still playing? 10,000 a year. It was that simple. Do you know that doing this will force people to their deaths? I know. Do you have a grudge against him? No. Then why? 10,000 a year. Who is that person? I don't know. What does he look like? He's tall and skinny. I've only seen him once and he never came again. It's been more than 10 years, but he gives me money every year. Why are you still spamming if you don't come? Sometimes if I don't pay enough, the other party will call me to ask. What's his phone number? It's here. These are all his numbers, but I can't get through when I call him back. He should have thrown it away after using it. Just for 10,000 a year? Yes. Take a guess. Is it this person who dares to kill your entire family or me? You. Tell me honestly, do you know that this old lady is innocent? This. Do you know? Yes. Then why did you still do it? 10,000 a year. Hero, my family is poor. A sudden surge of anger rushed up. Zhuoxiaoduo only felt a buzzing in his head, and he almost couldn't control himself and killed him on the spot. However, this was actually the only clue in this vast and desolate place. Zhuoxiaoduo suppressed his murderous intent. Do you still want to do it in the future? I don't dare to do it anymore. With Zhuoxiaoduo's means, Director Sun was soon terrified, completely terrified. Especially when Zhuoxiaoduo was choking his son until he was out of breath. Department Director Sun answered all of his questions without hesitation. Zhuoxiaoduo only felt an indescribable sadness rising from the bottom of his heart as he walked. Sadness. 10,000 a year. He could use such means to cruelly increase the pressure on this lonely and pitiful old lady until she was crushed to death. 10,000 a year could force a Yunduan master to death. Force the death of the widow of a principal who had students all over the world, a teacher who had devoted his life to teaching students. Martial artists couldn't attack ordinary people, but could ordinary people be unscrupulous? This world that claimed to respect martial artists was ridiculous. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was gloomy as he shook the spatial ring. All the valuable things in Director Sun's house were stored in this ring, including all the electrical appliances, furniture, and life savings. How could Zhuoxiaoduo let Director Sun's family off so easily? If you take everything away, how will my family survive? I still have a wife and children. My children still have to go to school. Director Sun was in tears. Snot and tears flowed down his face as he knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. However, Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was as hard as iron. He was not moved at all. How you raise your wife and children has nothing to do with me. I'm just a robber. Do you want me to help you out? Zhuoxiaoduo swaggered off. There were already clues. A few mobile phone numbers were of course one-time use. They would be abandoned after being used once. However, as long as they were used, there would still be clues to follow, and there would be a direction to continue the investigation. A total of 5 mobile phone numbers were called 5 times. Among the 4 numbers, only one was from Fenghai City. The other 4 were all from Shangjing. Shangjing. Zhuoxiaoduo pursed his lips. Was there really a clue in this matter? Or was the other party deliberately misleading him? Was he deliberately leading the investigation to Shangjing? Forget it. After the trial was over, he would look at the follow-up. If Grandma Shi's side continued to encounter trouble, he might as well simply make this director disappear from the face of the earth. It was not a big deal. Grandma Shi's cultivation was so high. She had not made a move all this time because she was too honest and was too restrained by her identity. And what others were bullying was her honesty and her self-respect. Zhuoxiaoduo had always scoffed at this. Honesty? What's the use? Who dares to mess with me like this? Do you really think I don't dare to kill your whole family? Standing at the corner of the street, looking at the wall that he had just flattened and the large amount of paint scattered on the ground. The bright red dye was a pool on the ground, bright and dazzling. It was like the blood that Principal Sher had spilled on the battlefield back then. Looking at the small alley that led to Grandma Sher's house. Looking at the surrounding houses, he spread out his divine consciousness and listened to the conversations of all the nearby residents in his own house. Wuxia Duo, the young man who had a heterodox demon heart on his first test, felt a little lost for the first time. He even felt a little powerless. He seemed to see Principal Sher's calm gaze looking at the surging turbid world. Behind the calm gaze was a heart that gradually turned cold. He also saw Grandma Sher's skinny body tossing and turning in the torrential waves of the boundless sea, rising up and down. That she was a powerhouse. She had the ability to completely flatten the waves around her with a raise of her hand. She could evaporate everything with a raise of her hand. But so what? How could she sweep the endless sea clean? How could she bear to sweep it clean? Wasn't the reason why she cultivated desperately and worked hard to become stronger to protect the peace and happiness of this world? It was not easy for her to stand in the clouds with her cultivation. Was she going to do something evil to her original intention? For thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of students had been under her. How could she do something like destroying the world? How could she avoid it? Back then, the heaven-supporting pillar was no match for the mortal world. A lifetime of helplessness and 3 lifetimes of tears, a lifetime of heroes and bitterly disappointed. The power of public opinion was so powerless. Public opinion. Zhuxiao's eyes flashed. It's just a knife. If others can use it, so can I. He took out his phone and called Fang Yinhua. On the other side of the phone, Fang Yinhua was a little confused. I don't know about this, young master. If you have such an organization, let me threaten the management and make them obedient. I can do it. But if you want me to do it, I really can't. Then you pay for it. When I'm done with the trial, I'll start it. Okay. After returning to the villa, he practiced his hammer for a while in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. He had absorbed more than 30 pieces of high-grade Astral Soul's jade. He felt that he was about to reach the point where he could suppress it. He was only short of 1 piece. He continued to practice his hammer. After about an hour, Li Chenglong came back. Zong, do you have any ideas about setting up a company to control the public opinion on the internet and guide the direction? Zhuxiao Duo asked. Li Chenglong said, Boss, we don't need a company. As long as we have the money and find the people, we can do it. Oh? You know? A little. Zong was a little smug. Then, I'll leave this matter to you. Zhuxiao Duo said solemnly, no matter what, you have to have the right to speak in this aspect. When the trial is over, we'll work on it. Li Chenglong's expression became serious. Zhua, think about it carefully. This is a taboo. Zhuxiao Duo looked at him from the corner of his eyes. We'll talk about it after the trial. Li Chenglong was instantly terrified. The trial is starting tomorrow. I've brought your trial token. Li Chenglong said. There are 2 buttons on this token. When you start, you have to press the bottom button. Every time you hit a star beast, you have to press the top button. When you come out, the number recorded here has to match the number of star beasts you have. This is to prevent cheating. Finally, the ranking will be based on the number and quality of the star beast's cores. It's still very simple. Zhuxiao Duo did not think much of it. That's all? This time, it's based on individual counts. Li Chenglong said, in other words, each person can only record the result of 1 person. The luck factor involved will increase a lot. Some people will encounter more star beasts while others will encounter less. Li Chenglong said, if you want to take the top 3 this time. It's still quite difficult, Zhua. Zhuxiao Duo blinked and said, can you snatch others' results? Snatch? Li Chenglong's voice changed. Chapter 423. Li Chenglong immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. It definitely won't work. This task tracker will be transmitted back to the school's central computer as long as you press it. Even if you steal someone else's star beast, as long as the number doesn't match, wouldn't it be meaningless? Can't I just grab it and press mine? Won't it be fine if mine matches? Zhuxiao Duo asked curiously, why do you care if others match? Li Chenglong's head suddenly felt a little dizzy. He inexplicably felt that what Zhuxiao Duo said seemed to make some sense. I still don't think it's possible. The consequences of robbing others are very serious. Although it's nominally for us to go out and train ourselves. There will definitely be teachers following us in the sky or in other hidden places. If we're caught red-handed. Li Chenglong's heart wavered for a moment before he regained his clarity of mind. Swollen, you're really evil. You can even think of such a method. Zhou Xiaoduo said disdainfully, you actually want to rob others. Why don't you go to heaven? Let me tell you, you have to be righteous. Li Chenglong was dumbfounded. Then he saw Wen Xingtian walk in from the door and hit Zhou Xiaoduo's head angrily. Do you think your form teacher is deaf? You saw me coming and immediately tried to frame Li Chenglong? If Li Chenglong had such crooked thoughts, I would be relieved. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his head with a painful expression. How many times have you done it now? Wen Xingtian asked. I'll start the 9th time soon, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Then he said in distress, it's almost halfway. The 9th time soon? Wen Xingtian suddenly felt that his ears were damaged. He coughed and said, you still need to work harder. Li Chenglong said, I also started my first compression. The process was really painful. During this period of time, Swollen had been practicing martial arts with Zhou Xiaoduo, and his progress was also very fast. As the two of them were in close contact for a long time, he increasingly felt that the cold qi in his body was about to be completely dissolved. However, it was also because of this that he was slightly dissatisfied with Zhou Xiaoduo's elusive behavior in the past 2 days. He couldn't even lean on his back when he was training. You guys can't relax, the others are fighting with their lives on the line. When Xingtian warned, it's not just the people in our class who are working hard. The people in the other classes are also working hard. Both of you have the same starting point. With your current level, the help that I can give you can also be given by other teachers. Some are even more attentive than I am. Don't make me lose face in the freshman competition that's a month old. Zhou Xiaoduo promised confidently, Teacher Wen, don't worry. No matter what, we have to make you go up the wall naked and show your face. Ta! Li Chenglong couldn't help but burst out laughing while holding his stomach. When Xingtian's face turned from sunny to gloomy. That night he gave Zhou Xiaoduo a fierce training session. When Xingtian left at 9 o'clock. Tonight, he still had to visit the other students to confirm everyone's condition. Gather at school early tomorrow and we'll set off together. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong lay on the ground and panted. They were exhausted. After a long while, Zhou Xiaoduo got up and murmured, Teacher Wen has been suppressing my critical point all this time. Teacher Wen's control is really strong. When Xingtian forced Zhou Xiaoduo to use all his trump cards with only 3 moves. Then he continued to exert pressure on his critical point and bombarded it for an hour. Zhou Xiaoduo's legs were weak and his waist was sore. He felt that something was wrong everywhere, but he was sweating to his heart's content. Li Chenglong naturally knew more about Zhou Xiaoduo's movements than the others. You deliberately waited for me instead of practicing in the afternoon. Is there something else? Yes. And it's a very important matter. Zhou Xiaoduo took out a piece of paper. There are 5 phone numbers on this. They're all abandoned long ago, but that's not important. I know you have a photographic memory and you're very good at this. Check these 5 numbers. Find out which segment they belong to and which city they belong to. You just have to determine which segment of the city they were in when they were used. Also, this is the account where the money was transferred. Check it too. Although there's not much hope. Li Chenglong pondered and took it. I'll try. It shouldn't be difficult. Okay. These are. They're related to the murder of Principal Shi. They're the only clues we have now. Or maybe they can't be considered clues. Understood. Li Chenglong was suddenly energized. I'll go up and compress my current realm. Zhou Xiaoduo reminded him, Swollen, you're starting to compress your realm too. It's best if you use the high-grade jade of astral souls to channel your meridians. It'll help you get twice the result with half the effort. I only have a few pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. Li Chenglong's face immediately turned bitter. I'll give you 1,000 first, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Thank you, boss. Li Chenglong was instantly excited. 1,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls was enough. You're welcome, you're welcome. When we go on a mission together, I'll deduct it from your harvest. I heard that high-grade jade of astral souls is relatively expensive in Fenghai. It's almost as expensive as high-grade jade of astral souls in other places. Just give me the change according to the market price and I won't charge you any interest. Is that good enough? Zhou Xiaoduo said and disappeared. Li Chenglong's jaw dropped. He knew that this guy was up to something. As expected. Li Chenglong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had a premonition that he would have to repay this debt. If a certain someone kept repeating his words and added interest, he might not be able to repay it in this lifetime. The market price of 1,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. It was not just a sky-high price, it was a price that cost his life. However, Swollen was also an open-minded person. He quickly calmed down. If he couldn't repay it, why did he have to? The more he owed, the more he felt at ease. Hang on. Zhuo, if you have the ability, come and collect the debt. I don't have money, but I do have a life. Li Chenglong turned on his computer and immersed himself in the internet. He continued to issue orders and began to investigate the numbers that had long been abandoned. As long as they existed, there must be traces to follow. Zhuo went upstairs and continued to absorb the jade of astral souls. Then he began the 9th compression. Almost. I've reached 4/10 of the place. After the intense pain, Zhuo felt weak all over. He only hoped that he could quickly complete the compression until he couldn't compress anymore. When he couldn't control the breakthrough, he would quickly break through the embryonic breathing realm and end this damn thorny path. Each compression was more painful than the last. Even if he was really stupid, he still couldn't bear it. It was only the 9th time, but Zhuo already felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. Everything is to suppress Nian Cat. I have to work hard. I have to risk my life. I want it. I want it. Now this was the only thought that supported him. The next morning, Li Chenglong was still in his dream when Zhuo pulled him up. At this moment, the sky was still dark. So early? Li Chenglong had been busy until late yesterday. He was exhausted and wanted to sleep more. Don't sleep. Let's go now. Zhuo wouldn't say that he had been tormented by Xiaolong for the whole night. It was strange. These days, Xiaolong would come punctually every night, or more accurately, as soon as Zhuo fell asleep and pester Zhuo. Play with me. Zhuo was annoyed beyond words. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been in contact with Li Zhangming for a long time and had a considerable resistance to dreams, Zhuo wouldn't have been able to deal with it. But now the situation was different. After Xiaolong arrived, Zhuo began to mutter, "This is a dream, this is a dream." Then he successfully dispelled it. Xiaolong didn't have any other desire, but it pestered Zhuo for luck points. However, Zhuo regarded luck points as important as his life. How could he give it away so easily? "Oh, I worked hard to read people's fortune and earn some points. Then I gave them to you in my dreams at night? What benefits did you give me? You didn't give me anything. It was like this every time. Give me that." "Then what did you give me? I'm so poor. I'm dreaming. Xiaolong was also extremely miserable now. Zhuo didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Every time he spoke, Zhuo began to say, I'm dreaming. I haven't finished speaking. Every time I just say the opening line, I'm so poor, and you expel me. You don't even listen to me. How do you know that I can't give you any benefits?" This good brother of his was a huge disappointment to the dragon. Those numbers 4 are in Shangjing and 1 is in Fenghai. Fenghai is the number assigned to North City. As for the 4 numbers in Shangjing, 3 are in the East City District, and 1 is in the Central City District. Is there anything else? These 5 numbers have only been used once. They're new, so they'll be thrown away after 1 use. The IDs found are useless. They're all ordinary people's. They're fake. Anything else? The call in the Central City District of Shangjing was longer, but it didn't exceed a minute. Anything else? I can't find anything else. Then why don't you estimate if you were the one doing this, where would you be from? Zhuo asked. I'm from Shangjing. Zhuo nodded. Putting himself in Xiaolong's shoes, if he was the one doing it, it would be more likely that he was from Shangjing. Anything else? This time there's really nothing else. In other words, the person who framed Vice President Shi Yunfeng was from Shangjing? Zhuo's eyes flashed. Not completely, but more than 60% sure, Li Chenglong said cautiously. This is Director Sun's phone number and his home phone number. Find a way to secretly monitor it and see if you can capture it. Okay. Li Chenglong said, you can also find out if President Shi had any enemies in Shangjing back then. This possibility is too small. Moreover, it will lead to the wrong direction. Zhuo shook his head. He had thought of this possibility countless times. However, President Shi's incident back then was too tragic and despicable. If the big families in Shangjing were his enemies, doing this would expose them. Investigating from this side might not yield much. Moreover, if the direction was off, it would really be like a stone sinking into the sea. These few days have been really tiring. I have to complete the grocery shopping mission today. Chapter 424. Take it slow. We can't rush this. Yes, it's been so many years. We've just made contact and we want to find out something? That's too whimsical. Yes, but now that we have these numbers, it's still a small gain. I just hope that they'll call as soon as possible. Not necessarily. Yes. What about the accounts to transfer the money? Private accounts. They're all ordinary people's accounts and they change every time. It's meaningless. The other party has a tight grasp on these aspects. Sigh. 5 o'clock in the morning. All the students had gathered. Is everyone ready? Everything is ready. Weapons, food, and drinks. Everything is ready. Let's go. When Xingtian waved his hand. Wait. Zhou Xiaoduo took a step forward with a smile on his face. Teacher Wen, give me 2 minutes. I have a few words to say. When Xingtian narrowed his eyes. Do you want to be a homeroom teacher? Speak. Zhou Xiaoduo stepped out of the line and stood in front of the class, his back ramrod straight. Let's go. I'll also say a few words from the bottom of my heart. Due to Zhou Xiaoduo's rare serious expression, the faces of the students also became serious. Thank you for your praise. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, will take on the great and honorable position of Class 1's class monitor. Although this trial is nominally to give everyone contribution points at the end of the day, it's actually related to the issue of ranking. We're the first grade's Class 1, the so-called seed class. We're the focus of the entire school. Therefore, in this trial, everyone must give it your all. If anyone drags us down, don't blame me for not helping you fight back if someone else steals your table in the cafeteria. Was this a blatant threat? Other than Li Chenglong, the 34 students were speechless. This class monitor was really well. Li Chenglong wasn't speechless because he knew that this wasn't a threat. This was reality. Zhou Xiaoduo would really take action. Next, I'll make a few requests. First, the overall score must be from Class 1. Second, the top 3 must also be from Class 1. Zhou Xiaoduo paused and said, Is there a problem? No problem. All the students shouted together. Good. How ambitious. Third, Teacher Wen is very lenient about the top 10. It's enough to keep 7 spots. But my request is that the top 10 must also be from our class. Since Class 1, Class 1, Class 1's Class 1, Class 1's Class 1, Class 1, if we win, we'll win, no flaws. Everyone aims to washes us for a full month, as dirty socks for a full month. No one is allowed to hold back. Do you understand? This time he had to bring Li Chenglong along. The 35 students in Class 1 were silent. It wasn't enough to take the top 10 places, but the top 36 as well? Even Teacher Wen didn't dare to think this way. What did he mean by a perfect win? Was there such a thing as a perfect win? When Xingtian kept nodding. He was very pleased. It was the right choice to let Zhou Xiaoduo be the class monitor. Although this condition was a little harsh, it was bound to greatly improve everyone's morale. After all, no one was willing to wash someone else's socks for a full month. I know that all of you are not confident. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, Don't worry. I dare to propose this because I'm quite confident and have thought of a feasible way for everyone. Next, I'll call the roll. Everyone come to me to receive the strongest support for this trip. As he said that, he began to call the roll. Li Chenglong. Here. Swollen didn't have any doubts. He took a thin envelope from Zhou Xiaoduo and returned to his original position. Xiang Chong. Here. Meng Zhangjun. Here. Hao Han. Here. Bing Dan. Xiang Bing's eyes were spitting fire. He drew his saber with a whoosh. Xiang Bing. Here. All 35 envelopes were distributed. However, this time, even when Xingtian was curious, what was in the envelopes? How could it be the strongest support? The things in the envelopes are very simple. It's the plan I'm giving you. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and his body suddenly became less straight. He used a sincere tone and said, We're all classmates, how can I just watch you guys get surpassed? So I thought of a way in advance for everyone. Last night, I thought of a brilliant plan all night. Everyone in the class was confused, including the class teacher, Wen Xingtian. As you all know, I introduced myself at the beginning of the semester. I'm the most skilled in divination, second in wealth, and last in cultivation. Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly, Just for this experience, I've helped each of you with a divination. The plan in the envelopes is from me. It's the most suitable location for your face and fate. As long as you follow the directions in the envelopes, you'll definitely return with a full load. You'll be rich. Hearing this, the students in the class were speechless again. Looking at the envelopes in their hands, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's it? The strongest support. When Xingtian almost couldn't catch his breath. You wanted to say a few words, but your real purpose was this. If you have any doubts, you can ask Li Chenglong. When have I been wrong? I've been wrong. Zuo said loudly. However, divination can't be taught easily, and divination can't be seen for free. Last night, I peeked into the secrets of heaven and lost a lot of energy. Now I can't prove it with words. Based on the profits of this operation, if my divination is accurate and you don't fall out of the 36th place, and the profits are satisfactory, the person involved will have to give me 10,000 yuan. How about it? There was silence. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. You want to charge 350,000 yuan just for this? Do you think we're fools? I can consider 5,000 yuan. Zuo laughed dryly. More and more people were silent. If there were people who believed a little just now that they heard the person involved take the initiative to lower the price, they wouldn't believe it. 2,000. With a muffled sound, Zuo was kicked back by Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian's face was ashen. He said sternly, "Let's go." He took the lead and left. Zuo was still chattering behind him. It's really accurate. Li Chenglong covered Zuo's mouth from behind. Boss, true knowledge comes from practice. If it's effective, we'll pay for it. Why are you devaluing yourself? You're really not cut out for business. The students were in an uproar. Li Chenglong was indeed Zuo's sidekick. The two of them were the same kind of people. When Xingtian quickened his pace, Zuo and Li Chenglong hurried to catch up. The group of people broke through the morning fog like sharp arrows. From afar, in another direction, there were also long dragons. One after another, they soared into the sky and broke through the fog, flying out of the city. The Hidden Dragon High School's 24 new classes had all set off for the training ground. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing walked side by side with Li Chenglong, who had caught up. When they saw Li Chenglong carefully put away the envelope, they couldn't help but ask, "Swollen, the class monitor is playing tricks. Why are you following him?" Everyone saw it. There's no point in pretending. Li Chenglong snorted and said, "If you don't believe me, you don't have to do it. Anyway, you're the ones who will lose. Boss is just kind and wants to pull you guys along. If I had his ability, I would definitely hide. He actually called me swollen." Li Chenglong missed Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio, Li Changming, Yu Moyan and the others. Although he was getting closer to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, he still felt uncomfortable being called swollen. As long as he recalled the scene of Zuo, Long Yuxing and the others calling him swollen, he would feel happy. Perhaps this was the difference? Seeing that Xiang Chong was still half believing and half doubting, Li Chenglong snorted and said, "You guys are just short-sighted. When class monitor Zuo was in Phoenix City, the average price he charged for fortune-telling was 200,000. It was nothing. Some rich people who went to get their fortunes told would spend at least $1 million just to ask him for a few words." "Really?" Xiang Bing asked in shock. "I don't want to argue with you guys now. Real knowledge comes from practice. Let the facts speak for themselves." Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. "How dare you say that I'm flattering you? We've been classmates for a while now. Have you and your sister ever seen me say a single lie or exaggeration?" The brother and sister were a little dumbfounded. For a moment they didn't know how to react. "What should I say? Let's talk about a few days ago. Our principal Yi also asked class monitor Zuo for fortune-telling." Li Chenglong looked around sneakily and lowered his voice. "Also, why did Grandma Sher grab Zuo and leave after snatching the table that time? She must have asked him for fortune-telling." Li Chenglong expected better from them. "You guys obviously took advantage of him and thought that he did something to you. Really? You don't know how lucky you are." At this point, Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han and a few others suddenly left the group like arrows and ran back the way they came. They only left one sentence: "Why didn't you say so earlier when you threw it away?" Before they finished speaking, they were already gone. It turned out that these people didn't believe Zuo's words at all and had already thrown the envelope away. Li Chenglong tilted his head and looked proud. "Why should I tell you? I just like to see you guys run back to get it when you're tired like dogs." There were another 4 or 5 people who ran back together with him. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong immediately tightened their grip on the envelope in their hands. They still felt unsafe and quickly put it into their space rings. Then the rest of the way turned into Li Chenglong's science talk show. It was a talk show that talked about Master Zhuo's great achievements. Zhuo was known as Master Zhuo back in Phoenix City. Blah blah. Li Chenglong's saliva flew everywhere. Like that person. Or that person. Chapter 425. Li Chenglong knew quite a lot. He told them one by one and they were all legendary stories. Between the lines, it was as if he was a heavenly fortune teller. He was like a living immortal in the mortal world. I'll tell you one thing. If there's anything you don't understand, if there's something you don't like, if there's trouble in your family, if your ancestral graves don't match, if you're always unlucky. Marriage, future, fate. Life and death situations being framed by others. Etc. everything. Li Chenglong said resolutely, you can look for Zhuo for guidance. We're all classmates so I don't think Zhuo will take you in too much. It's fine as long as you're okay with it. But you have to seize the opportunity. Zhuo is very busy. After graduation you won't be together anymore. At that time it'll be difficult to find Zhuo again. A person's identity, position and social status all change with time, place and environment. Once the wind and clouds turn into a dragon, the past is the present and the present is not. Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong and the others all agreed. When Xingtian, who was at the front, heard every word. For a moment he only felt a stomach full of complaints. This Wuxiao duo. He actually brought a hairdryer with him when he went to school. There's no limit to how much he can blow. Li Chenglong kept blowing, and it was as if he was in the clouds. Wuxiao duo, who was afraid that no one would believe him at first, became calm and relaxed. With his hands behind his back, he followed beside Wen Xingtian. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and the demeanor of an expert, that he was like a celestial drop from the sky, floating in the wind. There was an indescribable elegance and an endless free and easy feeling. He looked very elegant and his temperament was even better. Of course, the main thing was that he looked really good, so the image was naturally very good. Thick fog rolled in front of them. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, the morning fog was even more like the tide in the sea. It was a magnificent sight. When Xingtian led his men into the thick fog, Wuxiao duo, who was beside him, suddenly burst into laughter. With his hands behind his back, Wuxiao duo flew in after him, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He recited, I was originally an immortal banished from the 9 heavens, dancing in the clouds above the clouds. Today I stepped into the mundane world and my hands touched the mortal world. With a glance I saw through the 3 lives of people, and with a word I understood all the people in the world. If you want to know where the mysteries of heaven are, you must look for Master Zhuo. Cough, cough, cough. When Xingtian coughed for a while, his breathing was muddy, he fell down 300 jiangs from the sky before he flew back up. With a dark face he scolded, shut up. Wuxiao duo was startled, so he kept his hands behind his back without saying a word and continued to fly. They did not encounter a single person along the way. Not even a single divine sense was detected. The students of the Hidden Dragon High School were training, and a large number of teachers were accompanying them. The atmosphere was earth-shattering, and no one in the city dared to breathe loudly. It was said that there was a martial artist in the past who muttered, what's there to be proud of? The vice principal went out to whore. Is it glorious? In the end, the teacher in charge of the Hidden Dragon High School team flew down and caught him. After asking about the power he belonged to, he went straight to the door. For ordinary people we can let them go and we can't. But for martial artists we need to come up with an explanation. In the end, all the members of this gang were caught and interrogated. And the people who led the team that year were Wen Xingtian and Zhang Xiaofei. After finding out that there were other crimes, these 2 people directly took action and slaughtered the entire gang. From then on, any martial artist who wanted to badmouth the Hidden Dragon High School first had to find a secret place to do so. The anger of the entire Hidden Dragon High School had already reached the sky, and there was nowhere to vent it. Whoever dared to show their face would be unlucky. No one was stupid. That year, Vice Principal Sure had a student who was drinking with his colleagues at the Sun Moon Pass. A senior officer was drunk and treated the matter of the Hidden Dragon High School as a joke. In the end, all the students at the front line of the Hidden Dragon High School boycotted him. Regardless of their superiors or subordinates, they were beaten up dozens of times a day. After that, Commander Dongfang directly gave the order to dismiss him and expel him from the army. Commander Dongfang only said one sentence. Even if you went to whore with your cloud transformation realm cultivation, What prostitute in this world could resist you? Even if you were at the inner core realm, you could no longer find ordinary people to vent your desires. It's fine if people who don't know the truth say it, but you, a high-level martial artist, actually said it. That means you did it intentionally. You don't respect heroes and you don't deserve to serve in our army. If not for the military rules and regulations, I would have killed you with my own hands. That was what Marshal Dongfang had said. He hadn't changed a single word. That everyone went out of the city. A boundary separated the two sides. The inner side was calm and peaceful, and that was Fenghai City. Outside, meteors fell from the sky and pits were everywhere. It was like the battlefield of the technological era a long time ago, when thousands of cannons were fired at the same time, and the earth was filled with smoke. From the moment we leave the city, the curtains of this trial will be drawn. When Xingtian waited for everyone to finish lining up, he said, "Now turn on all the trial communicators and check if they are normal." All of them were turned on. Immediately, the red dots on their wrists kept flashing. I have already told you the relevant rules more than once. When you successfully hunt prey, this communicator will automatically record and take a picture. Then press the button on it and the school will receive your message. When the time comes, take your harvest back to the school to count it. When the numbers are correct, the final result will be calculated. When Xingtian said this, he deliberately glanced at Zhuo Duo. There is no possibility of robbery. Master Zhuo's expression did not change. He stood with his hands behind his back, tall and slender, and continued to maintain his calm and sage-like temperament. He was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. When the prey is found, it is naturally possible for two or more people to find it together. When Xingtian sighed heavily and said, "At that time, you have to pay attention to your actions. You can compete with each other, but you can't harm your own people. Everyone's communicators will be recording and taking pictures together. Once you are found to have violated the rules, you will be immediately expelled from the Hidden Dragon Academy." Zhuo's eyes shone brightly and said, "We can still compete? Put away your bad ideas." When Xingtian scolded loudly, "Oh!" Zhuo Duo lowered his head in shame. Suddenly there was laughter from the group. There is no such thing as a designated area. You can go through the entire outskirts. As long as you are strong enough, you will naturally be able to get more rewards. Why limit your vision to the rewards of others? But you have to be careful. You have to have at least a star beast in the embryonic breathing realm to get points. After the ranking, the prey that you have obtained will be handed over to the school. It will become the source of your first credits in the school. When Xingtian looked at his watch and said, "The duration of this practical experience is 3 days. The rewards of these 3 days will at least be enough credits for the next half a month. After this, the new students are not allowed to come out for practical experience until the end of the month. At the beginning of next month, the freshman competition will begin. The second practical experience will only be held 10 days after the competition. For the remaining half a month of the freshman period, you will consume resources but not credits. However, from the first of next month onwards, all related resources including food and drinks, will have to be exchanged with credits. Do you remember?" When Xingtian emphasized, "You have to save at least half a month's worth of living and practicing necessities. Otherwise, you will have to consume the storage in your space ring. However, that will be a very embarrassing thing in the Hidden Dragon High School. Do you remember everything?" The overall commander in charge of this practical experience was the vice president of the Hidden Dragon High School, Xiang Quangren. In the morning fog, an extremely burly figure could be seen crossing the morning fog and appearing in midair. Everyone gather. The other classes, including Zhuo's class, all gathered in that direction. However, at this moment, Zhuo Duo saw the facial features of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. His expression suddenly changed. Black chi rushed to the sky. A great calamity of life and death. Zhuo's heart thumped. It wasn't there when they set off just now. Why was it there now? He moved closer to Li Chenglong and said, "What did Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing say?" Li Chenglong said, "They said that they will act according to the instructions in the brocade pouch." Zhuo Duo frowned. "Something is wrong." "Li Chenglong? I just bragged to you. How is it wrong?" "Don't slap me in the face so soon." Zhuo Duo didn't say anything. He just caught up with the team with a sullen face. He chased after Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing and said in a low voice, "Now listen to me. Don't say a word." Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were both stunned, but they cooperated and listened quietly. "When you get out of the city, You two will temporarily split up and immediately go to the 11 o'clock direction. You must do as I say. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was very urgent. Why? Xiang Bing's face was full of confusion. This time we are acting alone. We can't act together. Xiang Chong, however, looked thoughtful. Now listen to me. Zhou Xiaoduo growled and then whispered, think about Vice President Cheng's family affairs. If you two want to follow in his footsteps, then do it. Their faces changed color and they were stunned on the spot. Your great-grandfather's reappearance this time is too forceful, and has already greatly affected the other party's interests. Just now in the morning I saw that there was nothing wrong with your faces, but now your faces are filled with a dark aura. An unforeseen event in an instant, and the aura has changed greatly, mainly due to the interference of a powerful external factor, which is the so-called sudden change. In other words, the other party decided to act at the last moment. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I think it's very likely that because the theme of this training is based on individuals, the other party wants to make a move when you two are alone and use you two to attack your great-grandfather. I have to say this is really a heaven-sent opportunity for them. Think about it. Your great-grandfather is the person in charge of this experiential learning. But his great-grandchildren have an accident. Who should be responsible for this? How is this going to end? Once it happens, the Xiang family will not only have to die before their children, but also have to bear the joint responsibility. Xiang Bing's pretty face turned pale. That year, Vice President Cheng's family affairs were so nasty that everyone who knew about it cursed. Now, someone wanted to use such a method to deal with her. Chapter 426. But it's okay. This time, the teacher of Hidden Dragon High School has sealed the whole area with a chain of qi. All cultivators above the nascent soul stage cannot enter the chain of qi. Once they enter, they will be discovered. Then, the cultivation of those who want to do this is at most below the nascent soul stage. Zhou Xiaoduo said, as long as you remember what I said after leaving the city, split up first, and then immediately go to the 11 o'clock direction and meet with me, you will be safe. Understood. Remember not to make a fuss first so as not to alert the enemy. I will go and report to Teacher Wen first. The so-called God-given opportunity may not be their only opportunity. Zhou Xiaoduo whispered, keep your face natural. Don't let the enemy give up this operation. Both of them smiled dryly. Back then, Vice Principal Cheng's granddaughter was raped and killed, and his grandson was killed. Such a tragic fate was vivid in his mind. Now, there was someone who had such a bad idea about him and was about to take action. How could he relax? Zhou Xiaoduo did not have a better idea at this time. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were not the kind of people who could be easily manipulated. On the contrary, they were the kind of people who had their own ideas. If he didn't say that he had broken through the middle gate, the two of them would definitely not listen. Zhou Xiaoduo was confident about this. Xiang Quangren was speaking from above. Zhou Xiaoduo quietly came to Wen Xingtian and pulled Wen Xingtian's sleeve. Wen Xingtian turned his head. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo's face was unprecedentedly serious and even had a look of vigilance, Wen Xingtian's heart suddenly jumped. What's the matter? Wen Xingtian asked in a low voice as he followed Zhou Xiaoduo out a few steps. Teacher Wen, if you trust me, please shield the surroundings. I am not in the nascent soul stage, so I can't transmit my voice, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Without thinking, Wen Xingtian immediately set up a barrier and said, speak. I just saw the change in Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's faces. A great disaster is coming. Teacher Wen, do you believe that I can read people's faces? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Wen Xingtian's eyes were deep as he said, I do. Firstly, Yi Changqing had once asked Zhou Xiaoduo to look at his fortune and give him pointers. This was something that Yi Changqing had told Wen Xingtian before. Secondly, Grandma Shi had kidnapped Zhou Xiaoduo right in front of Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian was naturally well aware of the truth behind it. For Wen Xingtian, even if he did not fully believe in Zhou Xiaoduo's ability, he was at least 70 to 80% convinced. And there was Zhou Xiaoduo's expression was unprecedentedly serious. What he was about to say was not something that could be easily dealt with. He would rather believe it than not. The Hidden Dragon High School could not afford to have such a thing happen again. The situation is actually very simple. It's just that Vice Principal Xiang's sudden recovery this time has affected the fundamental interests of some people. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I just saw Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's faces. It's very ominous. A great disaster is coming. So I was thinking, could it be those people? They want to use the method that they used to deal with Vice Principal Cheng. As soon as he said this, Wen Xingqian's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He said coldly, "What did you say?" "Calm down." Zhou Xiaoduo immediately reminded him. Damn it. Wen Xingqian's emotions slowly recovered, but his eyes were still shining. The tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family could be said to be the biggest pain in the entire Hidden Dragon High School. An obedient girl in her prime was raped and killed, and her body was left naked on the street. A promising young man was seriously injured and died in the mouth of a star beast. Such a despicable method, was it going to appear again today? Because of the convenience of insightful insight, we were on guard. Coupled with the chi ceiling of many teachers in the Hidden Dragon High School, cultivators above nascent soul can't come in silently. Those who can come in are below nascent soul. I've already told Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to meet me at 11 o'clock after they enter. As long as the person's strength is not above nascent soul, I think I can still resist a wave of attacks. But Teacher Wen, you can't show off now. If you act now, it will only make the other party give up on the established plan. Wen Xingqian nodded silently. The sentence was not wrong at all. Actually, I hope that this time we can catch them alive. Zhou Xiaoduo said, if I'm not wrong, it should be related to the tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family. At the very least, it should be related to one of the 5 principals. This is inevitable. In fact, the other party chose the perfect time. If it wasn't for my accidental intervention, this tragedy would have been inevitable. I understand. Wen Xingqian took a deep breath. In other words, you can't act rashly. Zhou Xiaoduo said, give me a way to contact you immediately. Immediately. Wen Xingqian frowned and took out a piece of low-grade jade of astral souls. He said, can you crush this? It's a piece of cake. That's good. Wen Xingqian was still a little worried. He first crushed a few cracks on the low-grade jade of astral souls and then used his power to bind a trace of divine soul power on it. Crush this. I'll be there as soon as possible. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo carefully put it away. He thought about it and still felt uneasy. He said, Teacher Wen, I can't expose this matter. If people find out about this ability of mine. Sai, I shouldn't have sent the letter this morning. This isn't Phoenix City after all. I shouldn't be so high profile. You're just a bastard who can't even hold 2 tails of sesame oil in your stomach. Who do you think I did that for in the morning? Wen Xingqian said angrily. If you don't show off your ability, you'll be itchy all day. Get lost. Leave this to me. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo said, one last thing. Don't let Vice Principal Xiang know about this before we return to school. I think this Vice Principal has a bad temper. This kind of person can do things, but also, it's fine as long as you understand. Wen Xingqian smiled faintly and kicked Zhou Xiaoduo's butt. Get lost. Vice Principal Xiang is much more shrewd than you. Do you really think a boorish man can be the Vice Principal of Hidden Dragon University? Hee hee. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed dryly and hurriedly returned to the team. He slapped himself in the face for saying that last sentence. Teacher Wen was right. I was too one-sided in thinking about things. Sai, Zhou Xiaoduo, why do you always look down on the heroes of the world? On the other side, Xiang Quangren had finished his speech. However, when he saw that Wen Xingqian had set up a barrier to speak, he did not immediately give the order. He pretended to be silent for a minute. Seeing that the two of them had separated, Xiang Quangren ordered, let's go. The barrier suddenly opened up. Zhou Xiaoduo's Class 1 was at the front. Wen Xingqian was the first to fly out, followed by the 36 people of Class 1, one after another. Then Class 2 and Class 3. As soon as the class teachers of the 24 classes went out, they immediately moved in different directions. They all turned into streams of light and went to their assigned areas to guard. Xiang Quangren stayed at the back. Wen Xingqian's voice was still in his ears. Stay here and don't go in. Xiang Quangren scratched his head and thought, what the hell? However, since Wen Xingqian said so, there must be a reason, and it was very likely to be a major reason. Xiang Quangren was guessing in his heart, but the expression on his face did not change. He stood at the boundary with his hands behind his back, turned around and shouted, go get me some wine and some dishes. I'm going to be bored to death waiting like this for a day. The people around him laughed and someone immediately went to do it. Xiang Quangren sat cross-legged with his head lowered as if he was taking a nap. However, no one saw that his eyes were full of murderous intent. Wen Xingqian must have found something. Since he specifically reminded me, then the subsequent changes are most likely related to me. I just came out of seclusion and made a scene in Hidden Dragon University. Yes. One of my great-grandsons and one of my great-granddaughters went out for the trial today. When Xiang Quangren thought of this, a little realization came to his mind, and he almost could not suppress the surging murderous intent in his heart. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy and calmed himself down. Then he took deep breaths of air. No, I have to stay calm. I have to believe in Wen Xingtian, believe in Wen Xingtian. Xiang Quangren kept suppressing his emotions. However, how could he really be at ease when he had already thought of the trial? He could not help but feel a little anxious. He raised his head and said, "Why aren't the dishes here yet?" On the other side, Zhuo was the first to fly out like a meteor. He laughed loudly and kicked away a stone of astral souls that fell from the sky. Then his body was like a ray of light, rushing forward like lightning. Li Chenglong and the others also followed the directions given by Zhuo and scattered in all directions. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing looked at each other and rushed forward from the left and right respectively. Zhuo's speed was like lightning. Along the way, as long as he found a star beast, he would throw a hidden weapon at it. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he had already shot out 17 small bottle gourds. At the same time, his hand also pressed 17 buttons on the communication device. His body flew past, and the 17 embryonic breathing realm star beasts were all caught by him and thrown into the space ring. In the ring, the dragon blood flying dagger was already erected on the other side. The star beasts that were thrown in were basically in a half-dead state and only had one breath left. When the dragon blood flying dagger slashed across their stomachs, that the injury was not serious. The slash only took away 1/3 of the energy of the star beast's body. It did not destroy the integrity of the star beast's body, but its appearance was greatly reduced. With the increase of his cultivation, the power of the hidden weapons that Zhuo released had also increased. The star beasts that did not have a strong outer layer of leather armor were basically dealt with by a small bottle gourd. They were seriously injured without exception. Zhuo rushed out more than 20 miles in one breath like a hurricane. Yes, these 20 miles referred to the fact that he jumped back and forth in the form of the word spread. None of the embryonic breathing realm star beasts within the attack range escaped. These were all credits, and at the same time, they were also the nutrients of the dragon blood flying dagger. Regarding this, Zhuo would never complain about having too many credits. The more the better. He went back and forth in front of them like lightning. In the 20 miles that he walked, none of the embryonic breathing realm star beasts within a 700-meter wide range were spared. They were all captured. For a moment, the ranking screen on the school's mainframe was like a waterfall that was crazily refreshed. Zhuo instantly occupied the first place in the rankings. When Xiang Chong, who was in second place, only had 18 credits, Zhuo, who was in first place, had already accumulated more than 700 credits. Chapter 427. The teacher who was looking at the computer was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but curse. Is this guy cheating? Could it be that his finger has been pressing on the trial communicator all this time? He harvested more than 700 points in less than 5 minutes. Even picking up trash and stones wouldn't be this fast, right? How could it be like this? The unlucky ones were the students who were following behind Zhuo, or those who happened to coincide with his route. They didn't know that someone was sweeping in front of them. They searched carefully but didn't even see a single bird feather. They were all dumbfounded. Why is it so fucking clean here? This can't be right? How can one earn credits in such a place? Isn't this cheating? Maybe it'll be better if we go further. It's a coincidence, a coincidence. It said that it's very easy in the past. Why is it this year? Let's go forward and see. Everyone else also felt strange, so they all sped up and rushed forward. However, their journey was so clean. In the end, they simply stopped searching and rushed forward with all their might. After chasing for more than 90 kilometers, he finally saw a fellow in front of him who was leaping back and forth in a strange zigzag pattern. Everywhere he passed, the star beasts seemed to be waiting in place or jumping into his spatial ring on their own accord. How could it be so easy to harvest? However, wherever this guy passed, not even a blade of grass was left behind. The dozen or so students who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Fuck, what a waste of time. So there's a sweeper in front. I was wondering why there was nothing. His movements are too fast. We can't afford to offend him. Hurry up and change direction. Fuck, we wasted an hour of effort. We were so unlucky from the start. If we had said earlier, this guy wouldn't have come even if we were beaten to death. If we had changed our route earlier, we might have harvested earlier. Alright, who is this guy? Who else could it be? This guy is the champion of the Longhu list competition, Zuoxiao Duo. Don't think that he's harvesting star beasts like a harvester. Actually, let me tell you. He hasn't used his true abilities yet. That's the Sword King? The Sword King is indeed mighty. You've already been shaved bald, yet you're still in the mood to shout 666 here. You're too careless. Let's go, let's change our route quickly. Whether we eat or drink for the next half a month will depend on this harvest. The dozen or so students were extremely depressed. We searched for 100 miles, but we didn't even find a single strand of hair. The route is here. What a fucking loss. Sure enough, there were some gains after changing the route. However, all of them were scared. If they fell behind by an hour, wouldn't they be at the bottom of the school? Fucking Sword King. Fucking Sword King. You've caused me so much trouble. Zuoxiao Duo charged all the way. Wherever he passed, all the embryonic breathing realm star beasts within a 300-mile radius were all killed. Zuoxiao's massacre was like a bulldozer moving forward. Correspondingly, the astral beast corpses in his spatial ring had already piled up into a small mountain. The red light emitted by the dragon blood flying dagger became brighter and brighter. However, how could Zuoxiao Duo be satisfied with the gains before his eyes? The range of his activities gradually expanded. Occasionally, when he sensed a small astral beast settlement, he would directly traverse a few dozen miles horizontally to other people's areas to clean up the large number of astral beasts before returning. In the monitoring room of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. On the screen, Xiang Chong, who was in second place, had already gained more than 300 astral beasts. It had soared to 327 in one breath. It was the best consumable in the first grade of the heavens. They had been purchasing it, but the supply still couldn't meet the demand. Also, the patterns on the python's skin were extremely beautiful. It was the favorite of the ladies in Fenghai City. If one had a piece of clothing made from the python's skin, not only would it add to the beauty, it would also be a symbol of status. However, because there was a python king in this area, it was extremely dangerous for those who didn't have enough cultivation to come here. They could easily lose their lives. However, those with higher cultivation didn't care about this little benefit. It was because of this that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Furthermore, this was the training area of the Hidden Dragon realm. Outsiders couldn't come in. These can't be recorded in the results. These are all the ways for me to make a fortune. Zuoxiao Duo took out the cat spirit sword and used the drizzle sword art. Casually, silently, yet meticulously, he stabbed the python 7 inches and kept it in his spatial ring. Extremely meticulous. This was all money. Sword light flashed. At this moment, Zuoxiao Duo was like a hard-working farmer who was tirelessly harvesting crops. They even started to sing. We, the common people, are so happy today. More than 500 pythons were collected by Zuoxiao Duo without leaving a single one behind. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. 2 gigantic snow-white snakes escaped into the depths of the cloud of dust as if they were risking their lives. They were the 2 python kings of this settlement. Seeing how ferocious Zuoxiao Duo was, the Snake King, whose body was as thick as 3 water tanks, didn't even have the desire to fight. The first thought that came to its mind was to run away in a panic. How could it still care about whether it could afford to provoke the star beast inside? Zuoxiao Duo shouted, "Hey! My money, where do you think you're going?" He quickly chased after them. The cat spirit sword pierced through the air and pierced the python 7 inches, nailing it to the ground. The python continued to struggle, but the cat spirit sword was so sharp that the more it struggled, the more serious its injury would be. Zuoxiao Duo didn't even look at the result after throwing the sword. He chased after the python king, who didn't care about its mate's life and death. With a leap, he blocked the python's path. He said disdainfully, "Is that your wife or your husband? You don't have the code of brotherhood in Jianghu. You only care about running away. You're really hateful." He casually gave the python king a crime and then punched it in the face. When the Snake King saw that the god of death was at its door, it risked its life to counterattack. It swung its tail madly, but Zuoxiao's fist landed on its tail. Due to the impact, the tail was knocked back. Zuoxiao's first move was successful. He rushed forward and punched the snake's head 7 or 8 times in succession until the snake was dizzy. Only then did he lightly shatter the snake's brain. He couldn't destroy the integrity of its skin. He looked back at the other python and couldn't help but feel heartache. Stop fighting. Fuck, I cut the skin. My money. He quickly put away the two python kings and took out the cat spirit sword from the python's 7 inches. He shook it in his hand and it became spotless again. Following which, he continued to search the area vertically and horizontally in search of valuable items. An hour later, Wuxia Duo left the area and rushed to the 11 o'clock direction. Although he was rushing to his destination, he still killed all the star beasts along the way. In the area that Wuxia Duo had wreaked havoc, no star beasts dared to live in it for half a year. They were really slaughtered too cleanly. At the 11 o'clock direction, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing had already met up. The two of them followed the basic rules. They were separated by a few hundred meters and sprinted to search. They seemed to be doing their own thing, but in fact they were watching each other closely. The two of them were twins after all. Even if they walked together, no one would say anything. This kind of concern was only natural in the eyes of outsiders. However, along the way the two of them didn't find anything noteworthy. Similarly, there were no signs of danger. With their current cultivation, they could basically fight a normal inner elixir realm practitioner. Dealing with these embryonic breathing realm star beasts was really not difficult. Xiang Bing finally took out her exclusive weapon. It was the same as Xiang Chong's, the Overlord's halberd. However, it was no wonder that Xiang Bing didn't usually take it out. As a girl holding the Overlord's halberd in battle, the visual impact alone was already subversive. Compared to the long sword that Li Chenglong was used to, the Overlord's halberd was like an embroidery needle. The brother and sister duo rushed forward. The two of them rushed to the top of a hill and faced each other from a distance. They stood still with the Overlord's halberd in their hands, planning to rest for a while. With such a powerful Overlord's halberd as a weapon, its power was unparalleled. However, it also consumed a lot of energy. The two of them had to catch their breath. At this moment, in the forest on one side. Wow, what a coincidence. Wuxia Duo laughed loudly and rushed out. What a coincidence. You guys have also killed your way here? How was it? How was your harvest? Chapter 428. On the other side of the dense forest, there was a pile of shrubbery that had been smashed into pieces. There was also a hole in the ground. The 5 people who were about to get up immediately lay down again. They looked at each other. Why is there another person here? Where did this guy come from? With this guy, wouldn't there be a change in this round? Not bad. Xiang Chong laughed. How about you? My harvest is average, but it's not a problem for me to get into the top 3. Wuxia Duo smiled heroically and rushed up the mountain in one breath. He greeted Xiang Bing. Bing Dan, come take a rest. I have food and drinks here, I have everything. As long as you want it, I will give it to you. Xiang Bing's face was red as she rushed over with the Overlord halberd. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you to death. Wuxia Duo laughed. Then the 3 of them spread out an oilcloth on the top of the mountain. They took a variety of dishes and ate heartily. Wuxia Duo even opened 2 bottles of wine. Come. Let's drink to relieve our fatigue. For a moment, the aroma of wine filled the air. The 5 people in the pit in the bushes almost broke their teeth. Damn, they thought this was a cushy job. After killing Xiang Chong, the 5 of them would enjoy Xiang Bing, and then leave her corpse in the wilderness. But now, the script was not going in the right direction. They were eating and drinking there, and they were at the top of the mountain looking down from above, in full view of everyone. They couldn't do anything. The 5 of them could only eat dirt in the pit. Their mentality was seriously unbalanced. After a while, he heard the 3 people's unscrupulous and boisterous conversation coming one after another. How much exactly? Xiang Chong asked. Me. I have at least 5,000 to 6,000 heads in my account. Wuxia Duo laughed heartily. He actually hid the number. Amazing. I'm not even close to 3,000. I'm only a little over 2,700, Xiang Bing said. Come on. There's always a gap between people. Wahahaha. Wuxia Duo laughed smugly. But don't be careless. Xiang Bing was unconvinced and said, the number of star beasts that you have harvested is definitely the number of embryonic breathing realm star beasts. I estimate that by nighttime at most, the embryonic breathing realm spiritual beasts will be wiped out. After that, it will be the real time to compete. No matter how many there are, they can't overcome the advantage of quality. Xiang Bing said, as long as the others catch more primal core astral beasts, your score will not be higher than theirs. Wuxia Duo waved his hand. If they can do it, why can't I continue to do it? It can't be that they're the only ones doing it while we sleep leisurely, right? That's true. What do we do next? Xiang Chong asked. Bing Dan, I was right about something just now. If we continue to hunt star beasts in the embryonic breathing realm now, there is indeed not much meaning. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his wine cup and toasted her. He downed it in one gulp and said, let's rest here for a while and replenish our energy. When it's cooler in the afternoon, we will enter the Primal Core Realm area and specifically target the Primal Core Realm star beasts. Xiang Bing frowned and said, the places where the Primal Core Realm star beasts live are mostly areas with complicated terrains and dense fog. Usually the fog is poisonous. Won't it be dangerous to go in rashly? Zhou Xiaoduo said, what are you afraid of? Xiang Chong and I are both here. When the time comes, you will be in the middle. Xiang Chong will be 300 meters to the left, and I will be 300 meters to the right. The three of us will take care of each other. What can happen? Even if there is an unforeseen event, we will shout a warning. The three of us will quickly rush out together. What danger can we not handle? Zhou Xiaoduo took on the responsibility. Listen to me. It will definitely be correct. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's eyes lit up. They said, that would be the best. The 5 people in the hole heard this strategy clearly. They could not help but look at each other. If that was the case, then it would be great. It would be best to drag it out until nighttime. It would be easier to move. Although Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were discussing loudly, there was nothing suspicious. This was because the students of the Hidden Dragon High School all discussed like this. There was nothing shameful about it. Individual actions did not completely separate them from the group. Discussion was one thing. As long as you fought the star beasts alone, you could record your own results. Even if there were many people watching from the side, as long as you fought alone, it was your own gain. This was not a conflict. A few hundred meters away there were a few pairs of students discussing as well. Their voices were also very loud. They could also hear it clearly here. This was the training ground. When the meteors in the sky were constantly smashing down, it was simply too normal. Because if your voice was too soft, your companions would not be able to hear it. As for when there was danger and unforeseen events, it was only right and reasonable for them to work together to deal with it. Under the gaze of the 5 people who looked like they were about to spit fire, the 3 of them actually started resting from 10 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A full 7 hours passed just like that. The 5 of them could only lie down in the hole. They did not dare to move at all. They also had to guard against the falling meteors from the sky and whether they would hit their heads or bodies. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others could casually slap the meteors away while drinking wine. However, they could not. Even if they did not take it head-on, their movements could not be too big. After 7 hours of hiding, their waists were already stiff from lying on the ground. On the hillside, the 3 people's gazes were focused on them as they drank and chatted. It was as if they were admiring the scenery. This was so fucking infuriating. Finally, the sun set in the west. The weather gradually became cooler and the night breeze blew gently. The 3 men who were drinking on the hillside also stood up one by one. Let's go. Let's go. Xiang Bing, you'll be in the middle later. If anything happens, you must shout. Zhou Xiaoduo commanded on the spot. Okay. The 5 people below were so angry that their stomachs swelled. This brat is here to make things more difficult for us, isn't he? But it doesn't matter. Since you insist on coming, we'll take care of you as well. Even if you're the champion of the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, how talented are you? After all, you've only entered the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy for a few days. How much cultivation can you have? In front of an absolute difference in cultivation level, you're still a little brother. Straight ahead. Don't go astray, Zhou Xiaoduo reminded again as if he was worried. I understand, Xiang Bing nodded. Roar. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a strange cry and took the lead to rush down the hillside. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing also jumped up and left the hilltop. After a long while, the other side finally moved. What should we do? Should we move immediately? Let's wait a little longer. We'll move around and rest for a while. We'll move around 10 p.m. The 5 people were all wearing the uniform of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. It's too early. There might be an accident. 10 p.m. is still too early. I think so too. Then let's do it at midnight or after midnight. Let's do it at 2 a.m. This is the time when normal people are the most tired and their willpower is the weakest. We have the highest chance of success. We must finish it on the first day and retreat quickly. Otherwise, when they gather on the third day and start searching, we won't be able to hide at all. There'll be endless trouble. Understood. Number 2 and 3, you guys go and deal with number 1. He said, crush him directly. I'll confirm again. That bastard is called Zhuxiaoduo. He's the champion of the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament. His strength is far above Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. You two go all out and kill him in the shortest time possible. Understand? Understood. Number 4 and 5, you two go and deal with Xiang Chong. The same way you dealt with Zhuxiaoduo. Don't give them a chance to call for help. The 4 of them were silent for a moment. What did the boss mean? Did this mean that he was going to deal with Xiang Bing by himself? Did he plan to take it all for himself? Do it by himself? There's no share for us? The boss looked at the 4 people's faces and immediately understood what they were thinking. He said angrily, what are you thinking? Are you afraid that I'll take it all for myself? The way I'm doing it now is the most effective and fastest way to kill the target. If the 5 of us were to move together, wouldn't I be the one to go first? Do you have any objections? Or are you unhappy? What are you talking about? Boss, you should be the first. The other 4 laughed lasciviously. As long as the boss didn't take it all for himself. What they were afraid of was that the boss would kill them with a slap after having his fun. That would be boring. Don't keep thinking about this. This matter is very important. I'm telling you, if we mess it up, none of us will be able to escape. Dying without a burial ground is considered a light punishment. Of course. Boss, have you planned the retreat route? Of course. As long as we complete this mission, we will immediately leave Fenghai. This place is already outside the city. In the next 2 days, we will cross 10,000 miles and hide our identities. I have already prepared a new identity for all of us. After that, we just need to wait for the money to be transferred to our account. 1 billion. Brothers, this time I won't take much. We 5 brothers will take 200 million each. For the sake of our harmony for the rest of our lives, we will split it equally. The boss smiled and said, I don't want to quarrel with all of you for a little money in the future. How could we? The 5 brothers were all smiles. Since everything was ready, then let's do this mission and fight for a lifetime of support. Let's find a clean place and wait for the target. Zhuxiaoduo, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing each did their own thing and walked forward, maintaining the same pace. In this way, Zhuxiaoduo's harvest speed slowed down. In the monitoring room of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, seeing that this guy had finally slowed down, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. He stopped for 7 to 8 hours and started again. But the speed of gaining points is much slower. Yes, he should be injured. He doesn't dare to act recklessly like before. I think he must have encountered a high-level primordial core realm star beast. I think so too. Even if he is injured, with the resources on him, he should be able to recover, right? Is there a need to inform Teacher Wen? Chapter 429. I don't think it's necessary for the time being. He's starting to kill star beasts again. Even though his speed is slower than before, his growth rate is still about the same as Li Chenglong's, who is ranked 2nd. I feel that his speed is already very fast. That's true. Let's wait for a while. If his speed continues to decrease, we'll have to inform Teacher Wen Xingtian to go over and take a look. If he's really injured and we don't report it in time, it'll delay our plan. That's right. We still have to pay close attention to this Zhuxiaoduo. The sky was getting darker, and Zhuxiaoduo and the other 2 were getting deeper and deeper into the forest. The star beasts that appeared now were already very difficult to deal with compared to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Their strength was basically at the late stage of the early stage origin core realm. Occasionally there would be mid-stage origin core realm beasts. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing had already been injured several times. There was even one time when they were surrounded by a group of star beasts. It wasn't easy for them to break out of the encirclement. Zhuxiaoduo didn't dare to ask for too much help. Even though the star beasts weren't difficult for him to deal with, he still pretended to be very tired and embarrassed. From time to time he would cry out, "Ah!" in a miserable voice. Fuck. He was very angry. So many. He was very frightened. Run. Come and help. Hence Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing really did come over. Then the 3 of them shouted together, rising and falling one after another. Too many. Too fierce. Come and help. It had to be said that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's acting skills were at least a galaxy away from Zhuxiaoduo's. Not to mention outstanding voice and emotion, they didn't even have the slightest bit of style. They were completely lifeless. However, the three of them continued to kill and kill along the way. They used real swords and spears, killing and chopping. They didn't care about acting, and they were completely immersed in the battle. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing felt that this trial was going very smoothly. They kept pressing the harvesting points on the trial communicator, almost forgetting that there were still enemies coveting them. Zhuxiaoduo was really impressed by the brother and sister's careless temperament. Fortunately, you two grew up in a big family. Otherwise, the grass on your grave would have grown into a towering tree by now. What time is it? It was Xiang Chong's voice. 10:30 p.m., Xiang Bing replied. I'm a little tired, said Xiang Chong. Hold on a little longer. Otherwise, we might not be able to get into the top 3. Xiang Bing was also very tired, but she still encouraged Xiang Chong. How dare the two of you covet the top 3? Zhuxiaoduo snorted. Between the two of you, at most, only one of you can go in. Meng Zhongjun might not necessarily be inferior to Xiang Chong. The second place would definitely be Li Chenglong. Zhuxiaoduo knew Li Chenglong's ability better than anyone else. That guy was very meticulous. He could guess what kind of star beast was here just by looking at a blade of grass. Who could compare with such a talent? If not for Zhuxiaoduo's cultivation and combat strength being much stronger than Li Chenglong's, even Zhuxiaoduo wouldn't have the confidence to defeat Li Chenglong. There were many new students in Hidden Dragon High School. There were 24 classes with a minimum of 36 people in each class. 700 to 800 people were scattered in this area, but there was basically no one to be seen. The trial area was really too big. As time passed, the gap between each class would only widen. All the students were trying their best to harvest their credits. The more the better. Even if they couldn't get into the rankings, it was still a harvest. It was also a resource for the future. No matter what, they couldn't be left too far behind. At the very least, they had to have enough credits. If they were left behind once, they would be left behind again and again. Others would never stop and wait for you. The same batch of students who entered the school had the same background. Some of them had become generals in the Sun Moon Pass, but some of them weren't even squadron leaders. This kind of thing could be found everywhere. Most of the students who were promoted to Hidden Dragon High School were outstanding in the martial arts schools they came from. Naturally, no one wanted to be left behind. They persisted until after midnight. Zhuxiaoduo felt that it was about time. He began to consciously move closer to the center. If it were me, how would I do it? If I were to do this, I would definitely do it on the first night because I still need time to escape. My own life is more valuable than other people's. So I would prepare everything for my escape, including identity, money, route, and possible supply points. If it were me, when would I choose to do it on the first night? After midnight and before 3 o'clock in the morning. Before midnight is too early and after 3 o'clock is too late. If I do it after 3 o'clock, the darkest time before 4:30 is not enough for me to run too far. Once dawn comes, it will be too easy for me to be discovered. And the most tiring time for a human's body is between midnight and 3 o'clock. It is also during this time that one's vigilance is the lowest. Zhuxiaoduo had already thought about all of this countless times. Every possibility, every hypothesis, they had all been calculated. He put himself in this state of mind, put himself in that state of mind, and calculated everything, no matter how big or small. He had already determined countless variables and had countermeasures for all of them. He didn't miss anything. Now, Zhuxiaoduo was on Xiang Bing's left, about 200 meters away. Xiang Chong, who was on Xiang Bing's right, was also about 200 meters away. Time passed little by little. There were more and more meteors in the sky. However, other than the sound of meteors hitting the ground, there were fewer and fewer movements on the ground. It was already 1:30. Zhuxiaoduo faintly felt that something was wrong. The small insects that were flying behind him suddenly became disorderly. This meant that someone was coming. Had they finally started to act? Zhuxiaoduo was stunned. He snorted in his heart and pretended that he didn't know anything. He scolded, "Where are the star beasts in this broken place? We've been walking for more than 10 minutes. Why can't I even smell the stench?" At this moment, there was a slight sound of wind breaking behind him. At the same time, an aura instantly locked on to Zhuxiaoduo. As a martial artist, Zhuxiaoduo was naturally alert. He immediately turned around and said, "Why are you two here? I don't need your help here. He looked indifferent. It seemed that he thought that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing had come. Suddenly, two black shadows appeared simultaneously. Two sharp swords flickered with cold light as they ruthlessly stabbed towards Wuxiaoduo's body. At this moment they were very close to each other. In addition, it happened so suddenly. Wuxiaoduo, who was only in the innate stage, had no chance of surviving against two mid-stage inner core stage martial artists. Wuxiaoduo was definitely going to die. The two sharp swords pierced toward him like poisonous snakes. They were going to kill him in one hit. But at this moment, two soft clangs rang out, and the two sharp swords simultaneously pierced a large iron hammer that had appeared out of nowhere. Then, there was a rumbling sound. Hammer. Hammer technique. At this moment, Wuxiaoduo, who had been preparing for a long time, unleashed his acting skills. He smashed the two hammers that he had been accumulating power for a long time while he screamed in pain, "Ah!" His scream stopped halfway. It was as if someone had cut his throat with a sword and stopped abruptly. As for the two hammers, they had already turned into a whirlwind. One of them was sent flying along with his sword without making a sound. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. The moment his body was sent flying into the air, Wuxiaoduo kept him back into the Tower of Annihilation. The sword of the other man was instantly broken. While he was still in shock, he tried his best to dodge. Unfortunately, the heavy hammer came again and smashed onto his shoulder. Even though he was in the middle stage of the inner core realm, he could not block it. With a light cracking sound, his shoulder immediately shattered. Before he could even scream, the tip of a sword had already pierced through his back. Then a fist hit his face. What followed was a soft and gentle hit on the head with a hammer. He fainted immediately. They thought that they had caught their opponents off guard and that victory was in their hands. However, they did not expect that they were not the ones who were caught off guard. Wuxiaoduo used all his strength in the first strike. The one who was sent flying did not even think of capturing him alive. If he was lucky, he would live. If he was unlucky, he would be sent to the other world. If he was not killed by the hammer. It was hard to say who was lucky. After throwing the unconscious one into the Tower of Annihilation, Wuxiaoduo took the time to look. He realized that the first one was not dead and was struggling for his life inside. Wuxiaoduo rushed in and hit him on the head, knocking him out successfully. He could not let them commit suicide. After more than 20 years, he had only caught two of them alive. They were too precious and hard to come by. Then he quickly rushed to the other side as if he was flying. When he passed by Xiang Bing, he saw a man in black carrying her out. It was obvious that even though this girl was on full alert, she had still been successfully ambushed. Damn, this was too useless. If it wasn't for Wuxiaoduo, this operation would have been a guaranteed success. Another horrifying tragedy. However, Wuxiaoduo did not attack directly. Instead, he quietly went around and moved to Xiang Chong. At the same time, he crushed the jade of astral souls given to him by Wen Xingtian. Xiang Bing's life was not in danger for the time being. That guy definitely wanted to have some fun, and having fun was the goal of their trip. Wuxiaoduo was very sure of this from the beginning. However, if this guy really wanted to have fun, he would need some time to prepare. However, after assessing the strength of the two people with him, Wuxiaoduo realized that if he delayed for even a second, Xiang Chong might die on the spot. With the brother and sister's vigilance, Wuxiaoduo did not dare to have any hope. Sure enough, on the other side, Xiang Chong was roaring angrily. Blood was spurting out of his body. He was obviously seriously injured. Two black figures surrounded Xiang Chong. Their hands were shining coldly and their movements were as agile as ghosts. At the border, Wen Xingtian's body, which had been accumulating energy for a long time, soared into the sky. With a single leap, he soared 1,000 meters into the air, bringing with him an extremely sharp whistling sound. His movement speed was even faster than the speed of sound. The air behind him started to burn. It actually created a long fire dragon in the night sky. This was a sign of air fire that could only appear when one's speed reached a certain level. When Xingtian's speed was already shocking at this moment, that the overwhelming aura of the imperial spirit was like the blue sky suddenly collapsing. It instantly suppressed the whole place. Isn't it awesome? Monthly votes? Chapter 430. Xiang Chong roared angrily. Even though he was on full alert just now, the gap between their cultivation levels was too wide. Moreover, he lacked experience in Jianghu. His shoulder was injured by the sneak attack at the beginning of the fight. After that, he fell into a state of being beaten up. In less than 10 seconds, There were more than 30 wounds on his body. His vision darkened, his movements became sluggish, his energy was weak, and many negative conditions were worsening. He was holding on with only his spirit. He believed that Zhuo would definitely come to his rescue. He could not give up, he must not give up. At this moment, a white shadow rushed over. Who else could it be other than Zhuo? Xiang Chong groaned and muttered, "Go save Lil Bing." Then he fainted. "What the fuck?" Zhuo cursed. "You fainted when you saw me coming over. You're so fucking relieved. Why don't you talk about your vigilance? I've already told you so clearly, but the situation still turned out like this. My sister is like this and so is my brother." However, this was not the time to reflect on the current situation. The two enemies were already close to him, their swords flashing as they attacked. Zhuo waved his hands and two sledgehammers appeared out of thin air, one on the left and one on the right. Without moving, they blocked all the attacks. The sledgehammers were too big. Then the two sledgehammers turned into a dark tide. Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer, sledgehammer. Sledgehammer, sledgehammer. Zhuo used all his strength right from the start. This battle was different from the previous one. Previously he had planned a sneak attack, but this time it was a head-on battle. Naturally he would use his strongest trump card right from the start. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. He still needed to save Xiang Bing. With a whoosh, Zhuo turned into a violent whirlwind. With a roar, the sledgehammers smashed toward them. Seeing the ferocious momentum, the two of them hurriedly blocked it. With their combined strength, they actually managed to withstand Zhuo's first sledgehammer. Their strength was impressive. A muffled sound rang out, and even the entire forest trembled. The two of them staggered backwards. The webbing between their thumb and forefinger had already ruptured, dripping with blood. They looked at each other in shock. However, Zhuo's second and third hammer strikes had already landed without any hesitation, forcefully attacking their defensive line. At this time, taking care of these two people was the most important thing. He didn't have the mood to care about keeping them alive. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies were like weeds in the wind, swaying left and right. By the fourth hammer strike, their weapons had been completely broken. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their eyes were filled with fear. How could the other party be so strong? Wu. Zhuo then smashed the fifth hammer, which was even more powerful. The next 7 or 8 hammers smashed down like a mountain. According to Yi Changqing's calculations, the power of this attack was enough to kill a high-level primal core cultivator. While Yi Changqing was calculating, Zhuo had yet to compress the pinnacle of the innate realm. Now he had already suppressed it 9 times. Therefore, the power of this attack had already far exceeded his previous estimation. The combined defense of the two of them was no match for this hammer strike. Their weapons were already completely broken. The two of them roared in despair, desperately using the remaining half of their weapons to block. Boom. The two hammers did not differentiate between first and second, directly sweeping away the enemy like a mountain. The last half of the weapon instantly turned into powder, and the huge hammer smashed heavily onto the two of them. With a pew sound, they were sent flying. Their bodies were actually changing shape in the air like fairies. All the bones in their bodies had been smashed to pieces, and their bodies rapidly changed from long to round. Blood spurted out from their bodies. Zhuo did not even bother to check on the two of them, nor did he care about the unconscious Xiang Chong on the ground. He immediately put away his hammers and rushed towards the center like lightning. Xiang Bing was still in the hands of the last person on the other side. In the blink of an eye, he had covered more than 700 meters. He saw that the black-clothed man had already chosen a flat area and put Xiang Bing down. At this moment he was standing there looking at Xiang Chong with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Obviously he had heard the commotion just now. He already knew that there was a change in the situation. Zhuo did not hesitate at all. Like a mad tiger, he rushed out and shouted, "Who are you?" His voice shook the air and spread far and wide. Previously he could not shout. Once he did, he would alert the enemy. If this guy sent a message to the mastermind before he died, it would definitely mess up the follow-up plan. But now he could. Zhuo was confident that he could control the situation. Even if when Xingtian did not come, he could still smash this guy until he could not free himself. The man in black's expression changed. He took out a long sword and was about to attack. His strength was obviously a level higher than the previous 4 people. He was vaguely above the high level of inner core. However, there was a sharp sound in the sky. The biting cold aura was like the sky falling down. "Leave it to me." when Xingtian descended from the sky with the fire dragon. In a flash he was in front of Zuo. His voice was as cold as ice. When Xingtian was afraid that Zuo would not be able to control himself and would not be able to withstand the power and kill this person. With a shout, he reached out and grabbed Xiang Bing. First, the enemy would have no hostage to rely on. Although he was not afraid, he did not want that kind of change to happen. Bang! The man in black had just stabbed out with his long sword when Xingtian's palm hit his chest. His chest felt heavy as if it was pressed down by a mountain, and he was about to retreat. But, slap! With a backhand he slapped the man in the face again and knocked him out. With a poof, Xingtian grabbed him by the chest and pulled him over. Xingtian did not dare to use any strength. He was afraid that he would hurt this treasure by slapping him to vent his anger. Now that he was sure that he had captured him alive, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His fingers moved like the wind and sealed all the meridians in the man's body in an instant. Then he pinched the man's chin and exerted some force. With a crack, the man's lower jaw was dislocated. Then he started to check from head to toe. He even checked every inch of the man's meridians. He was afraid that there was something that could immediately trigger suicide. He searched every inch of the man's body. Even his intestines were almost checked. How is Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Xiang Bing is here. He should have just fainted. Xiang Chong is a little further away. He is seriously injured, but it should not be fatal. I killed the two people who surrounded him, but I was worried about Xiang Bing. I did not have time to check on his injuries and rushed here directly, Zuo said. Well done. With Xingtian's experience, he naturally knew the severity of the matter. He praised him and stepped in front of Xiang Bing. He used his hand to feel the pulse on his wrist. Vigorous vitality rushed into his body and instantly woke Xiang Bing up. However, when Xiang Bing opened his eyes, Xingtian had already disappeared and went to Xiang Chong's side. In the blink of an eye he came back with Xiang Chong. He looked at Zuo and shook his head. The other two men were dead under Zuo's full-strength sledgehammer. Xingtian's gaze was a little regretful. It would have been better if they were all captured alive. However, one look at their injuries and he knew that Zuo did not hold back. There was not a single complete bone that was bigger than a fingernail in their bodies. How could they still be alive? What happened to my brother? Xiang Bing was shocked. She thought that something had happened to Xiang Chong. He's fine. It's just that I didn't stop the person who attacked him and killed him. Xingtian said lightly, Xiang Chong's injuries are not light. However, most of them are flesh wounds. At most, some of his muscles and bones are damaged. It's not a big deal. I'll give him some medicine later and he'll be fine. Zuo wanted to hide his trump card. Xingtian naturally would not let his hammer be exposed. Otherwise, what was the point of entering the Tower of Annihilation to practice martial arts every night? Of course, he had to take responsibility for everything. Xiang Bing was relieved. Immediately, her face flushed red with embarrassment. It was not because of anything else. Zuo had already warned her, but she still fell into his trap. She was knocked unconscious without any strength to fight back. She did not even realize that the enemy was coming. However, after thinking deeper, her face became more and more unpredictable. Sometimes it was pale, sometimes it was red. The former was due to fear, while the latter was due to embarrassment and embarrassment. She was really too useless. Xingtian did not say anything more. Even if he wanted to say something, it would not be now. After waking Xiang Chong up, he applied medicine and took the medicine. Finally, he drank a whole bottle of spring water. Only then did he let him sit on the ground to regulate his breathing and take care of his body. It's all right. Xingtian said, you and Xiang Bing withdraw from this trial immediately and wait here. Xiang Chong gasped and said, thank you for your help, Teacher Wen. However, we don't want to withdraw from the trial just like that. Thank me for my help. You should thank Zuo directly. If it wasn't for him, what would have happened to you two today? It's really... Xingtian pointed out calmly. The brother and sister's faces flushed red with shame. This matter was really embarrassing. As for why you withdrew from the trial, is there any need to explain? Do you want to keep the two of you alive and let everyone know that you're not dead? Isn't that telling the enemy that the plan has failed? Are all the brains of the Xiang family made of muscles? You can't even think of such a simple thing? Xingtian said, remember, from the beginning to the end of this matter, you'd better keep it to yourselves. The two of you stay here and don't move a single step. Wait for me to come back. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing pondered for a moment. How could they not know the severity of the matter? They could only agree. Before Zhou Xiaoduo could say anything when Xingtian said, "Come with me," he directly lifted Zhou Xiaoduo into the air and went to a place far away. When Xingtian opened his mouth and asked, "Only these 3? You killed 2? Fuck. I still have 2 unconscious ones here. I've already thought of keeping them alive." When Xingtian replied with a grunt, feeling a sense of relief. With 3 survivors, it would be much easier to deal with than with 1. He said, "The 2 dead ones are with me. Give me the 2 you have." "Okay, but, teacher, when there are hammer wounds on their bodies. The marks." Zhou Xiaoduo coughed. When Xingtian looked at him strangely. "I've already taken over. Are you still worried about this?" Ahem. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. He carried the 2 unconscious guys out of the Tower of Destruction. He handed them over to Wen Xingtian. When Xingtian checked them, their injuries were very serious, but it didn't matter. When Xingtian was confident that they wouldn't die and could even ensure that they lived healthily until they were worthless. "You have to promise me that you'll stay calm and not act rashly. Can't you just say it? Are you crazy?" Xiang Quangren was about to die from anxiety. These people want to do to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing what they did to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. What they did to Vice Principal Cheng's family. When Xingtian said vaguely with a dark face. Xiang Quangren exploded when he heard this. Fuck their mothers. When Xingtian covered Xiang Quangren's mouth with one hand and used the highest power of the royal god tier. Xiang Quangren whimpered and looked at Wen Xingtian angrily, but in the end he did not act rashly. When Xingtian lowered his voice and said sternly, "I know you're angry. But old Xiang, let me tell you. You understand. You have to calm down and not be impulsive. These are the only 3 people we've caught alive in the past 20 years. If you dare to act rashly, I'll fight you to the death. The only 3 people alive. Do you understand? Nod if you do. If you don't, I'll say it again. If you don't calm down, I'll attack you." When Xingtian looked at Xiang Quangren sternly. The anger in Xiang Quangren's eyes receded like the tide, and what followed was an icy calmness. This matter was too big. The only 3 people alive. If you old Xiang dare to kill them, I will definitely kill you. When Xingtian's eyes were bloodshot, he finally let go of Xiang Quangren. Xiang Quangren stood for a moment and calmed down. "What do we do now?" When Xingtian's eyes flickered like will-the-wisps. "Now only the 2 of us know about this. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing and Zhou Xiaoduo. There's no one else who knows. You know better than me what to do in the aftermath of this matter. You must act quickly." When Xingtian's face darkened. "Think about it. Now, are you going to go back to boss or should I go back?" Xiang Quangren said, "I'll go back. You still have to take care of the students. If you leave rashly, you'll be a bigger target than me. There's a day of buffer time tomorrow, so it'll be a good opportunity for me to go back and report to boss. It'll be reasonable for me to come back and preside over the situation. I believe no one will notice anything amiss." Wen Xingtian said, "Okay, then you'll use the Annihilation Pagoda to bring these people back and hand them to boss. But you have to hurry up and send the Annihilation Pagoda back to me. I still have to go back and bring Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing back. Do you understand what I mean? Now they're both dead. This is the only way to buy more buffer time." When Xingtian said slowly, "I understand, I completely understand." Xiang Quangren suddenly perked up. "What do you understand?" When Xingtian asked. "Well, it's to spread the news that Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong have been killed." Xiang Quangren said cleverly, "To confuse the enemy. You understand my ass?" When Xingtian couldn't help but curse. He suppressed his voice and said angrily, "What you should do is to send people to monitor all the banks from now on. It'll be fine if you can get the names of these people, but if you can't get anything out of them, you'll have to look in that direction. Even if everything goes smoothly here, the other party who sent the money is our next target. That's what you should understand. Idiot. Even if they want to silence them, if they can't find them, they can only send the money. Do you understand?" When Xingtian scolded without holding back. Xiang Quangren lowered his head in shame. He really didn't think of that. If you don't have the ability to monitor all the banks, ask the boss to find someone. When Xingtian pointed at Xiang Quangren's nose and said, Only the three of us know this. If you dare to say it out loud, I'll kill you. I'll definitely shut up and stop talking, okay? I mean, you can't say anything to the Shi and Cheng sisters either. They've been suppressed for too long, so it's easy for them to change their attitude. Wen Xingqian said directly. Understood. If you understand, then hurry up and go. Wen Xingqian put them into the Tower of Annihilation and said angrily, remember to send the Tower of Annihilation back to me as soon as possible. Xiang Quangren took it, but he was still a little unhappy. He said, I'm older than you, my position is higher than yours, and I'm your elder brother. You scold me every day. Can't you show me some respect? Do you have a brain? Wen Xingqian rolled his eyes. Are you that free? Do you have a lot of time? Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to hear me scold you more? Xiang Quangren did not dare to say another word and ran away. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing waited in the dense forest where they were. The brother and sister could not help but tremble. If Swishaoduo was not here today, it was easy to imagine what kind of tragic fate would have awaited them. This had nothing to do with courage. Even though they were both martial artists and had participated in many battles, this was the first time they had faced such a life-and-death battle. Not to mention the meaning behind this operation, the danger involved, and the tragic fate they would face if it came to fruition. The two of them could not help but shudder with fear. The brother and sister looked at each other and saw each other's pale faces. Swishaoduo pattered over and sat down. He said, look at your expressions, martial artists. With this kind of courage? Haven't you killed anyone before? Xiang Bing's face was pale. She said, of course we've killed people before, but the people we killed were the kind of people who committed all kinds of evil. It felt good to kill them. You've never experienced such a conspiracy? Swishaoduo snorted. I really don't know how a big family like yours educates their children. You throw them out one by one like by Hua Hua? They look smooth and elegant, but they're just embroidered pillows in their bones. They look good, but they're useless. As a disciple of a big family, even if they're not more sinister and cunning, they should at least be more stable and have more control, right? Swishaoduo said, just like the way you two are now. Not only are you embarrassing, but you're also very disappointing. We've also received education in this area. We've memorized the books by heart. The more Xiang Chong spoke, the less confident he felt. He muttered, I understand the principles, but when it's my turn, I forget everything. Swishaoduo could not help but be speechless. But when he thought about it carefully, this was indeed the case. He had learned thousands of principles and tens of thousands of things he should have done. He was clear in his heart. But when it was his turn, he did not know anything. He could not even remember. Chapter 432. For children of his age, no matter what kind of big family they were born into, they would not have much experience. Especially for a family like the Xiang family, which had parents and family backing them up, they would always be well protected. Although it seemed like they knew everything, it was indeed difficult for them to not know how to use it since they had never experienced it personally. Even for himself, if it were not for those 5 years of perseverance, sharpening his desire for improvement, and if it were not for the constant messages from his father, Zhuchanglu, teaching him how to do things, he might not have been able to do so. Many things can be read once, read again, read again. Read 3 times and you will have different insights. Then, when you personally see other people's experiences, you will have different insights. He still remembered that his father's only request was that when he encountered these things, or when he had new insights, he did not care whether it was right or wrong. Send it to me for me to see. And even if he really sent it, his father would not make any comments. But as he sent it over and over again, these things that he had seen, heard, and experienced became his own miraculously. It went deep into his heart and became his own experience. Take Li Chenglong as an example. Li Chenglong's fate was not necessarily better than Zhuxiaoduo's at the beginning. He was always at the bottom of the warrior class, and because of his abnormalities, he had long positioned himself as the leader. But it was also because of such fate that his temperament matured early. He judged the situation and had his own methods. He planned everything before taking action. His foresight was even better than Zhuxiaoduo's. Once the wind and clouds turned into a dragon, he stood in front of others. Without great wisdom and perseverance, it was difficult to achieve. Education was indeed different. Zhuxiaoduo was thinking about this problem, and coincidentally, Wen Xingqian was also thinking about this problem. The way Zhuxiaoduo, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing handled today's matter could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. One was gold, and the other was not even comparable to dung. There was no comparison at all. The difference between heaven and earth was not enough to describe it. What the children lack is the world of martial arts and crisis. Now, each and every one of them is like a seedling that has not experienced wind and rain, unable to be destroyed. When Xingtian sighed. With Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's strength as well as their preparations, they should have been able to react better. At the very least, they should have been able to stall for a few minutes. Just a little bit of the previous unforeseen event was enough to change the situation and tilt the situation in favor of the other side. However, their inaction and even negative actions almost caused the situation to lose balance. What if the last black-clothed man didn't maintain his original intention and directly slapped Xiang Bing to death? At that time, Xiang Bing had fallen into his hands for a short period of time. Although it was not as shocking as the original plan, the goal was still achieved. Even if when Xingtian rushed over, it would still be useless. It was a foregone conclusion. It seems that there is a need to strengthen this aspect. When Xingtian couldn't help but think of Zhang Xiaofei's suggestion when he came back, the students lack society's vicious beatings. Now, when Xingtian really agreed with this sentence and even wanted to put it into action as soon as possible, a group of well-protected fledglings, once released, was bound to suffer heavy losses. Also, although those who are above the nascent soul stage are unable to enter, those who enter will be able to sense it. However, these 5 people sneaked in just like that and they were placed in at the last minute. This means in the school among the 24 form teachers there is a traitor. At least one. When Xingtian's eyes flashed with extreme pain. Among the 24 form teachers, which one of them didn't have a life and death experience with him? If there was really a problem with one of them. Brothers, we have all broken through the life and death obstacles on the battlefield, which is equivalent to crawling out from a pile of dead people. How can we still fall at this time? Can it still be changed? When Xingtian couldn't figure out the key point. However, the previous point was still certain. There must be a traitor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 5 of them to appear in the training grounds without making a sound. Even if the venue was twice as big, with the joint efforts of the 24 form teachers, they would be able to guard it flawlessly. Now, I can only hope that there is a problem with the locally recruited form teachers and not you guys. When Xingtian closed his eyes and prayed in his heart. An hour later, Xiang Quangren's figure appeared in front of Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian didn't waste any time. After receiving the space-destroying pagoda, his body turned into an invisible smoke and rushed in the direction of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Only after successfully putting the siblings into the space-destroying pagoda did Wen Xingtian feel slightly relieved. Then he waved his hand and called Zhuo Duo over. When Xingtian began to calculate and formulate a follow-up plan step by step, but he intended to let Zhuo Duo be the advisor to perfect the plan. This was because when Xingtian found that Zhuo Duo's degree of experience in this kind of thing was at least further than Xiang Quangren's. As for the problem of the traitor, after when Xingtian finished speaking, Zhuo Duo immediately gave a different direction of reference. The traitor problem may not necessarily lie with one of the 24 form teachers, because the news of this trial has been leaked long ago. As long as we arrange an ambush in the trial area in advance, it will be fine to make sure that no one finds out beforehand. Even if it is a last-minute idea, this method can still be implemented in time. You should know that there is a gap of half an hour between us leaving the school and coming here. This doesn't include the 10-minute speech by Vice Principal Xiang. After that, the teachers and students will enter the trial area, and then you guys will start to set up the control. During this time, there is at least an hour of buffer time to carry out this plan. Zhuo Duo said, based on this reason there is no need to doubt yourself first, predetermine your position and predetermine your identity. At present, everything should be based on the confession. After the interrogation we can come to a conclusion. When Xingtian deeply agreed with Zhuo Duo's words. As for the problem of beating Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing at their own game, Zhuo Duo on the other hand didn't think so. When it comes to acting, I don't think you can act better than them. Instead of acting, it's better to directly tell the Xiang family that the brother and sister are dead. It's best to let the Xiang family think so. It's best if Vice Principal Xiang comes out and makes a big scene. Only then will it be real and trigger the other party's follow-up actions. The other party's intention is to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They are looking forward to Vice Principal Xiang making a scene. When Xingtian's facial muscles twitched. If they did this The Xiang family's domineering temper could really make a big scene. This matter still needs to be considered at length. We can't take it for granted. When Xingtian planned to go back and discuss the follow-up after that, Zhou Xiaoduo was just saying that. He didn't want the school to completely accept his plan immediately. He wasn't that arrogant. Besides, he wasn't confident that his judgment would be accurate. When Xingtian mentioned checking Fenghai Bank, Zhou Xiaoduo objected again. How do you know that they must be from Fenghai? Can't they be remotely controlled from Shangjing or other places? Zhou Xiaoduo said, for this matter, if these 5 people are men of sacrifice, then all the big banks in the country need to be monitored. When Xingtian was horrified. Yes. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. This cognitive oversight was really not small. It could easily completely mess up his judgment. Without saying anything, he immediately took out his phone and planned to inform Xiang Quangren. Use my phone for the time being. Zhou Xiaoduo handed over his phone. Teacher Wen, have you ever thought that your phones are already monitored? Well, only Vice Principal Xiang's phone is safer. After all, he just reconnected. His number might not have been leaked, but it might not be. When Xingtian. He realized that if it was someone like Zhou Xiaoduo who was dealing with him and the others, then there were really loopholes everywhere. He could target them however he wanted. He originally thought that the plan was flawless. At this moment, from Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth, there were so many loopholes. As expected of the old silver coin. When Xingtian sighed. When Zhang Xiaofei came back and said that you were the old silver coin. I didn't think so. Now it seems that there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. I'm racking my brains to help you guys, okay? Why did you suddenly throw such a black pot at me? You're questioning my character and slandering my reputation, aren't you? Teacher Wen, in fact, it's not that your thinking is not thorough enough. It's just that what you face every day is the beauty of the world. And what you're working to spread is also the beauty of the world. Even on the battlefield, there are real swords and spears, and there are few tricks. You really don't have many ways to deal with those dark sides. It's normal that you can't deal with them. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, but as a martial arts school, it's a mistake to avoid these dark sides too well. Yes. When Xingtian's face was heavy. When I go back this time, I'll specifically mention it at the school meeting. You can continue the trial. When Xingtian said, I'll go back first. I'll borrow the air-exterminating pagoda for 2 days. Don't worry, it won't swallow you. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of righteousness. Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of stingy person? If the school wants to use it, just use it. He was forthright and generous. When Xingtian was stunned and said, why don't the school requisition it for half a year and we'll talk about the follow-up after half a year? Zhou Xiaoduo was suddenly dumbfounded. He looked at Wen Xingtian with a twisted face. Ha ha ha. When Xingtian pointed at this guy and made him stagger. You dare to play this game in front of me? You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but your methods are still immature. You're just a kid. Get lost. Okay. I'll get lost. Zhou Xiaoduo ran away like a wisp of smoke. He was afraid that if he stayed for a second, the requisition for half a year would become reality. Chapter 433. When Xingtian smiled. His body flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. There was nothing for him to do. All that was left was the first place that was waiting for him. Thus, Zhou Xiaoduo started his slaughter again. He never thought that he would not be the first place. That was a joke. Among all the new students in the Hidden Dragon High School, who would dare to have more than him? Grandpas would kill him. He even had a choice. Those ugly and tasty ones were exchanged for contribution points. After being slashed by the dragon blood flying dagger, he pressed the button again and again. As for the delicious food and the beautiful furs, they were naturally all intercepted and kept. He kept the contribution points for himself into the ring given by his godfather, and the contribution points to the school were put into the ring given by Zhou Xianyan. With a single sword he swept through the entire training ground. All the Origin Core Realm Star Beasts were no match for him. Yes, there were only 2 golden armored Star Soul Lions that appeared out of nowhere that forced Zhou Xiaoduo into a sorry state. Left with no choice, he was forced to use his sledgehammer to deal with them, turning them into 2 piles of minced meat. Zhou Xiaoduo smacked his lips in heartache. Those were all money. They were all academic credits. Why did you two have to be so fierce? You could have just left me a piece of skin. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart ached, and he turned to plunder horizontally. Wherever he went, not even a blade of grass grew, and not a single living creature remained. He was now 1 meter above the sky, and the distance was not that big anymore. What a pity that the void exterminating tower was taken away by Wen Xingtian. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the nest of baby beasts in front of him. They were all so cute, and they were even Origin Core Realm Star beasts. He did not know where to start. If he caught them, it would be a huge sum of money. In the next 2 days, Zhuoxiaoduo went to all the training grounds of the Origin Core Realm. Without the slightest bit of modesty, he could say, "If I want to organize another training session for the new students next year, I reckon I'll have to change locations. Because this area. With only a year's time, it was impossible to produce so many Origin Core Realm Star beasts. Too many students only saw a flash of white, and the primal Core Realm Astral beast that had been right in front of them a moment ago disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. The unluckiest one was Shimin Daqing, who had not been seen for a long time. Ever since Zhuoxiaoduo found him, Shimin Daqing, who had led the team to fight against Zhuoxiaoduo, had not seen a single star beast. Everywhere he passed, it was a smooth, clean, and unobstructed path. Shimin Daqing could be said to be extremely depressed. What was going on? Why was the trial even more enjoyable than the usual sightseeing trips? He really didn't encounter anything. But he was not here to enjoy the scenery. Shimin Daqing's greatest gain was that he saw a tuft of hair in a shrub that had been smashed by a meteor. This proved that there were indeed star beasts here, and there were quite a few of them. But now, where were the star beasts? Where did they go? Shimin Daqing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was only worried about how he was going to survive the next month. Who did I offend? My luck is really incurable. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was walking further and further away, did not feel satisfied with his harvest. Because the ring that Zhuoxiaoyan gave him was almost full. This meant that his plan to get more points would be blocked. This would not do. Zhuoxiaoduo looked into the distance. That was the territory of the Soul Transformation Realm Star Beasts, which was very far away from here. Zhuoxiaoduo sneaked a little and suddenly turned into a ray of light, rushing toward the territory of the Soul Transformation Realm Star Beasts. Damn. A head teacher who was stationed here felt the abnormal movement, but he did not expect that there would be such a daring person who dared to take such a big risk. He hurriedly gave an order and chased after him. As a result, after chasing for hundreds of miles, he saw Zhuoxiaoduo rushing out desperately with 7 or 8 fluffy snow-white little guys in his arms. His face was full of urgency and his whole body was in a mess. He was as busy as a stray dog, as anxious as a fish that escaped the net, as a weasel that succeeded in stealing a chicken, fleeing in panic. "Teacher, run." No, can you help to block them?" Before he finished speaking, he passed by with a whoosh. "Damn." The teacher cursed. "Which class are you from, you bastard?" But Zhuoxiaoduo was already gone. Immediately he saw thousands of huge white tigers rushing out from inside. Each of them had a pair of wings on their ribs, a striking word "king" on their heads, and 2 sharp golden horns. They were twice the size of an ordinary elephant, and there were faint flashes of thunder and lightning on their golden horns. Surging, flashing, and crazily rushing over. The moment they saw this teacher, they attacked together. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts blasted over in unison. Son of a bitch. This teacher had teleported several thousand feet away in a flash. He felt speechless in his heart. He had already reached the extreme. How long had this bastard been in there, and he had already caused such a big trouble? This group of lightning white tigers had obviously been driven crazy by him. And they had even pushed the blame onto him. The taste of being a scapegoat was not good. At this moment, even if they saw the teacher running away, the group of lightning white tigers still ignored the previous boundary, and crazily chased after him, turning out in full force. This formed a situation of one person running in front, and thousands of lightning white tigers chasing behind, like a huge wave rolling over. The scene was simply spectacular to the extreme. As the head teacher ran, he roared to the sky. "Come quickly, help me chase this group of tigers back." The head teacher was very sullen, very sullen. How could there be no reason for these tigers to be here? Although the training area outside Fenghai City seemed to be an ungoverned area, but if there were no divisions, how could it become the training ground of the Hidden Dragon High School? That year, it took a lot of effort to divide it layer by layer, and then various visible and invisible disturbances were applied, little by little influencing the star beasts to occupy their own territories, and divide them clearly. These were all treasures, renewable and sustainable resources. With his cultivation, of course he could kill them and even kill all of these lightning white tigers. But these were all star beasts for the students to train. What was the point of killing them? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? In fact, the training area that the Hidden Dragon High School had created with his own strength, even the adventurers of Fenghai City were not allowed to enter. What? It was to keep these fellows to continue to develop, and to be used for the students to train. But now, that kid who had just entered had stolen several nests of their cubs. The reason why it was several nests was because these lightning white tigers would never give birth to more than 3 cubs each time. And in that guy's arms there were at least 7 or 8 cubs. Damn it. The teacher was completely speechless. Which class is this bastard from? Does he have any manners? It was already the 3rd day, and the student's stamina had basically reached its limit. This was especially true for the area around them. After a few freaks had swept through the area like a plow, and with the combined efforts of 800 to 900 students, almost all of the adult star beasts had been captured. Many students had already stopped trying to catch them, and had instead gathered together to chat. As for the remaining ones that had escaped the net, even if they caught all of them, it would not change the current ranking. In such a big environment, the teachers naturally had some time to calm down. When they heard the long howls, they immediately rushed over, and when they looked over, they were all shocked. Some of the smarter ones instantly knew the whole story. It must be that these lightning white tigers' nests had been stolen. Otherwise they would not be so crazy. When Xingtian also came. When he saw such a scene, there was almost no hesitation, and he did not need to use his brain to know who did this good deed. Other people, besides not having such big guts, also did not have such big methods. It must be that troublemaker. He did not have time to explain in detail, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, crashing down on the tiger pack. The group of lightning white tigers instantly felt an irresistible and terrifying aura, as if life and death were at stake. They suddenly stopped in their tracks, and some of them rubbed their front paws on the ground, and rubbed them far away before they could regain their footing. After a short while, thousands of white tigers roared towards the sky. Howl when Xingtian shouted sternly, "Go back!" Thousands of white sword auras suddenly appeared in his hands, and they were filled with murderous intent. Under the extreme pressure of the threat of death, the lightning white tigers turned around unwillingly and retreated. Many of them roared at the sky, but after a short while, they all lowered their heads and looked back every few steps. Their cubs were lost, but they did not want to lose their lives too. This two-legged beast in front of them was too scary, and they could not afford to offend it. At most, they could go back and work harder. The situation was stronger than the beast, so what could they do? Facing this scene, the other 20 or so teachers were all shocked and inexplicably shocked. It was not difficult to make a tiger retreat, and there were many people in the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School who could do it. However, what was surprising was that the one who made the move today was Wen Xingtian. Wasn't this guy the head of the Martial Arts Department Civil Affairs Department who rarely made a move personally and always placed himself in the commanding position? What was going on today? Did the sun rise from the west? You actually took the initiative to make a move. A few teachers gathered around. Head of the Civil Affairs Department. Brother Wen. They were slightly closer. Old One. They were comrades in the past. Brother 13. They were sworn brothers. They all addressed each other differently. It's okay, take care of your students and don't let them be eaten by the tigers. When Xingtian snorted and left in a flash. All the teachers, Something is wrong with this guy. One of the teachers frowned. Not only did he come too suddenly, but he also took the initiative to make a move. Even when he left in a panic. This is not like his usual self. It's indeed a little strange. Another teacher touched his chin. I don't think he has a guilty conscience. The teacher called when Xingtian 13th brother snorted and said firmly, it must be one of the students in his class who stole the tiger cub. This guy is here to clean up his mess. Do you think I don't know him? That's right. That must be what happened. Let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. The teachers had a simple discussion, and then they all rushed into the distance and chased after him. This time, Zhuoxiaoduo rushed back as if he was on fire. A total of 9 tiger cubs were brought out by him. Chapter 434. Zhuoxiaoduo called out to the girls along the way, but no one paid any attention to him. He swept past them like a hurricane. He could already see the male students in his class. Was he in the vicinity of Class 1? Girls? At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo saw a slim figure and shouted subconsciously, "Zhen Pia Piao." It's class monitor Zhua. Zhen Pia Piao, who was about to pass by, stopped killing her star beast and looked towards the direction of the voice. She was stunned for a moment before she chased after him as if she did not care about her life. Class monitor Zhua. Zhua Xiaoduo. Stop right there. Yu Yin'er, who was on the other side, also rushed over with her eyes shining. Class monitor Zhua. Stop right there. What's that in your arms? When the two girls shouted, the students in Class 1 nearby stood up immediately. Class monitor Zhua? Yu Yin'er and Zhen Pia Piao were usually not very enthusiastic towards Zhua Xiaoduo. Why were they calling him so affectionately today? They surrounded him subconsciously, obviously wanting to see what was going on. What's the matter? Wow. A girl had already pounced over with stars in her eyes. What a cute little white cat. Just as Zhua Xiaoduo thought, girls had zero resistance towards these cute Xiao cats. Boomed. The whole class, more than 10 girls, rushed over and surrounded Zhua Xiaoduo. In an instant, Zhua Xiaoduo was immersed in a sea of cosmetics that he had never enjoyed before. Left and right, he was surrounded by his classmate who was as beautiful as flowers and jade. Each and every one of them was looking at him with fervent eyes, drooling with desire that their faces were full of I want. Zhua Xiaoduo, who sensed great danger, immediately hugged the little tigers in his arms and asked cautiously, "What are you doing?" "What's this?" Yu Yin'er could not move her eyes away. She was completely captivated by the cute little tigers. Cat? This is the white lightning tiger. Zhua Xiaoduo snorted with a face full of disdain. This is a lightning white tiger that can grow to the cloud transformation realm. I had to go through untold hardships and went through a life and death crisis to get my hands on this white tiger cub. Move aside, move aside. I'm going to sell it. Don't push and touch it. Move aside, move aside. This is good stuff. When it grows up, it will be able to fly. It will be the overlord of the sky among the star beasts. Zhua Xiaoduo hugged Bai Hu and dodged left and right. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Where are you touching? White lightning tiger. The girls cried out in surprise, but they liked it even more. It was a high-grade star beast. She was actually so cute. Look at how furry it is. When it just opened its eyes, its watery little eyes, its wet little nose, its tender little claws, and its petite and exquisite little body. Wow, that I was melted by her cuteness. That this little guy, when he grew up, was actually the overlord of the sky. Wow. I was melted by her cuteness again. Let me touch it. Let me touch it too. Move aside, let me touch it. As the circle grew bigger and bigger, many girls from other classes also gathered over after hearing the news. For a moment there were too many girls to take in. Their eyes were filled with stars as they focused on Zhua Xiaoduo. Yes, it was the white tiger cub in Zhua Xiaoduo's arms. Some of them didn't know what a white lightning tiger was, but those who were more knowledgeable were drooling as they explained to them excitedly. In particular, they explained how rare the cub of a white lightning tiger was and how obedient it would be when raised well. Most importantly, it was too beautiful and too cute. When it grew up, it would be able to gather thunder and lightning. When it spread its wings, it would be able to cross thousands of rivers and mountains. Super combat power. Super beautiful. Super cute. Most loyal when it grew up. Overlord of the sky. Although it was a little exaggerated, its speed was indeed comparable to an eagle's. It was definitely good stuff. For a moment, the eyes of the girls were filled with stars. The little stars almost incinerated the tiger cub in Zhua Xiaoduo's arms. More and more beautiful young girls gathered, and the sounds of wow and oh rose one after another. At this moment, when Xingtian, who had just arrived, sighed. It was over. Don't even think about returning these little tigers. Just by looking at these girls' appearance, one could tell. If these girls saw these little cuties, it would be a trap. With Zhua Xiaoduo's intelligence, how could he not know the principle of not revealing wealth to outsiders? However, at this moment, these tiger cubs were exposed. It was obvious that he planned to directly make a move here and then withdraw his huge sum of money. After that, everything would have nothing to do with him and he would be safe. As for wanting to get the cubs back from these girls? That was something he didn't even need to think about. Just tears alone could drown you. Move aside, I still want to sell them. Don't spoil them. Zhua Xiaoduo shouted anxiously. Sell? He was actually selling them? Hearing such good news, the girls' eyes widened. They immediately swarmed forward, no longer as reserved as they usually were. I want one. I want one. I don't care how much it costs, I'll reserve one. You must save one for me. I'll pay you big money. Here, one had to mention a sentence that Jianghu once taught Zhuo Duo: women's money is the easiest to earn. However, it's too difficult to make women willingly pay. The art of using it lies in the heart. You must start with a cheap price. Now, at this moment, Zhuo Duo was using the unique skill that his father taught him. How can I do this? Zhuo Duo looked embarrassed. I'm planning to sell these tiger cubs to the first grade of the firmament. They'll buy them at a high price. How can I sell them to you? We're all classmates, I don't want to ask you for a high price. Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? First grade of the firmament? Why would you sell them? What a joke, who said that we can't afford it? Why would we ask you for a cheap price? They'll still sell them at a higher price. Just tell me your price. How much is it? I'll buy them. It seemed that the person who spoke was definitely not short of money. What's with the money? Are you kidding me? Zhuo Duo snorted and said, anyone with a bit of insight would know that this thing is the best companion when it grows up. In the future, it can bring you across thousands of mountains and rivers, fly all over the world, not to mention help you in battle. The most important thing is that it looks good. I don't need to tell you how much face it will bring out, right? This is a thunder tiger that can grow huge wings when it grows up. It has horns. One horn gathers wind and clouds, the other gathers thunder and lightning. It's like bringing a fighter jet with you. Wherever it goes, the wind and clouds will gather, thunder and lightning will flash. The more Zhuo Duo spoke, the brighter the girl's eyes became. Zhuo Duo lectured, is this something that can be bought with money? You have to use the jade of astral souls to appraise it. Astral souls jade, then astral souls jade. Just tell me how much you want. What do you mean by just saying without a price? That's right, that's right. I have jade of astral souls too. Zhuo Duo shook his head like a rattle drum and said, no. My family is in trouble. My sister has cerebral palsy since she was young. I want to sell it at a high price to aid my cultivation. Move aside, move aside. You guys only have a little bit of wealth. How can you compare with a first-grade heaven? Zhuo Duo was obviously trying to change the concept. The girls in front of him could not be compared with a first-grade heaven. However, a first-grade heaven would not rashly pay a high price for a tiger cub. But the girls did not know about this. Furthermore, a few of them came from families that might not be any weaker than a first-grade heaven. Therefore, the 100 girls who had gathered there all had a fierce look in their eyes. Go, where are you going? Do you think you can still leave? If you don't sell it to me, you're not allowed to leave. Sell it to me, I can pay a high price. The girls were all excited by Zhuo Duo's words. That's right. It's so cute, so beautiful, so cute. When it was young, it was a pet. When it grew up, it was a mount. When it grew up, it was a battle partner. Its overall combat power was not low. With this by tiger, it was like carrying a plane with them. They could go wherever they wanted without needing to queue for tickets. Just thinking about it made them feel great. Zhuo Duo rushed to the left. The left side immediately blocked him. To the right, there was a wall of people on his right. Countless girls stuck out their chests and resolutely did not retreat a single step. Moreover, they were approaching aggressively. To the back. I can't turn around. There's a dangerous aura behind me. It should be the teachers. Oh my god, my scalp is numb. Zhuo Duo made a prompt decision and said, how about this, these little guys are not even a month old. If I don't sell them quickly, I'm afraid I can't raise them. Since you guys are so sincere, I'll auction them off. I also know that I can't afford to offend you girls. If I don't give them to anyone, I'll offend you even more. Let's just auction it off. I don't want much. I'll start with a piece of high-grade jade of astral souls. The highest bidder wins. How about it? I'm not cheating, right? Zhuo Duo immediately made a decision. In Zhuo's heart, what was cute? Was it useful? They were so young and still needed to raise them. Where would he find the time? Money? Cultivation resources? This was the real deal. Starting with a piece of high-grade jade of astral souls? So cheap? I'm determined to get it. 10 pieces. 10 times the starting price. Who else? Go away, I'll pay 100 pieces. 100 times the starting price. Forget it, I'll pay 500. 5,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. Jin Piapiao shouted. She actually increased the price tenfold. 5,500. 7,000. 10,000. 14,000. In the blink of an eye, the price had already exceeded 10,000. The highest bidder was Yu Yen Air. She had already bid 17,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. Everyone! Yu Yen Air shouted, there are still 9 of them left. I don't have much left. I've already used up all I have. Everyone, please let me go. I'm deeply grateful. I'll definitely repay you in the future. There are still so many left. Sisters, if we fight too hard, Class Monitor Zhua will only take advantage of us. Class Monitor Zhua is an unscrupulous businessman. Don't be fooled. Spend wisely. As she spoke, she bowed and thanked them. Zhua Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. He wanted to kick this girl 30,000 meters away. I'll send you 1,000 miles away. But after thinking about it, he decided to bear with it. If he wanted to teach her a lesson, he would have plenty of chances. The key now was to sell the goods. After today, he would make Swollen challenge her 100 times a day. Chapter 435. After hearing Yu Yen Air's words, the girls pondered for a while and agreed with her. Especially the 17,000 upper-grade jade of astral souls, it was indeed a rather high price tag. Most of them could not afford to pay so many jade of astral souls. If the sisters continued to argue, Zhua Xiaoduo would be rich. Didn't they see that he was smiling so widely that his teeth were exposed? His back was almost visible. Tisk. Bah. Shut up. Profiteer. Bitch. In an instant, the girls were united against a common enemy. Thus, the first Bai Tiger was bought by Yu Yen Air for 17,000 upper-grade jade of astral souls. Immediately after, the second Bai Tiger was bought by Zhen Piapiao for 17,000. For the third Bai Tiger, a girl from Class 2 had already bid 17,000. She wanted to buy it in one go, but she was a little too hasty, causing the others to feel a sense of crisis. They only felt that 17,000 had already become the final price. Why did it become a mess? She wanted to buy it at a fixed price. She was the early bird that got it first. Was she bullying them because they had no money? Suddenly, there was another round of shouting. It was still the girl who had bid 17,000 at the beginning who finally bought it at 24,000. The imposing manner of facing a common enemy suddenly melted away like ice. They were once again in a competitive relationship. When it came to the fourth Bai Tiger, it set a new record and was sold at 25,000. The fifth one was sold at 30,000. In the blink of an eye, 5 white tiger cubs were sold. Only 4 were left. The 5 girls who had already bought the Bai Tiger hugged their Bai Tiger and smiled like a flower. Who cared if they were sisters or not? They just hid in a corner and teased them. The Bai Tiger whimpered and the girls were all beaming with joy. Their hearts melted. Sisters. What was that? I don't care. The other girls could not help but be envious and jealous. Some were even envious. The few who were hesitant at first, after licking their faces and touching the Bai Tiger's hand, their mentality suddenly exploded. So comfortable, so cute, so obedient, so cute. I want it, I want it, I want it. As a result, the price shot up like a rocket. Many people looked at Yu Yener and Zhen Piapiao with strange expressions. These 2 girls were the ones who instigated us to resist the high price, but in the end, when they got their hands on it, they immediately withdrew. Fuck this little bitch. Tonic billion. Little bitches, I've been fooled by you. In a fit of anger, he sold the 6th one for 32,000. The 7th one, 36,000. On the 8th head, the 3 girls didn't give in and competed with each other. The price kept going up until it broke through the 40,000 mark. Finally, it was sold at 42,000. As for the few girls who didn't make a move earlier, they were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Soon there was only one left. In the beginning, everyone had the same idea. Let the rich ones take it first. Maybe in the end, those who couldn't afford it would take advantage of me. Who would have thought that the price would soar all the way to the top? Not only did they not gain any advantage, they even soared to the top of the clouds. As a result, those who were able to get one in the beginning were now unable to afford the price themselves. What the fuck? There were only 2 girls left who were relatively wealthy. When it came to the last one, it was a complete hand-to-hand battle. The 2 girls bid with red eyes. This time it broke through the 50,000 mark. After a fierce battle, a local girl from Fenghai finally bid 68,888 pieces of high-grade astral souls jade. As for the one who lost, her eyes were blue and her face was full of unwillingness. With her net worth, if she had made a move earlier, she would have been able to get it. She was hoping for a fluke, but unfortunately she was one step behind. In the end, it was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. It was all for naught. Looking at the Bai tiger in someone's arms, her eyes turned red and she was about to cry. Others got one for 17,000, but I bid 67,000, and it was all for naught. This feeling was as depressing as a dog. However, the winner's face didn't look good either. After all, it was bought at a high price. Just thinking about it made her want to vomit blood. Looking back at Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yener who got one for 17,000, they were so envious that their eyes turned blue. This was a surefire way to save both money and face. Both sides of the coin were covered. If they had known, they would have been the first to bid. They definitely wouldn't have spent so much money. It was a pity that money couldn't buy things. It was an ancient truth. At this point, the 9 baby tigers each had their own owner. Zhuo Duo smiled and took out a few pieces of paper. Junior sisters, come. If you haven't paid the money, give me an IOU. You just have to pay within a month. We're blood brothers. If one of us can't pay the balance within a month, it's okay. I'll spread the news and look for another buyer at this price. I believe the new owner will be happy to take the IOU to your place to take the little tiger. Who will owe you money? I'll give it to you when we get back. The girls were all arrogant and haughty. Since they dared to bid, how could they not be able to pay? If it's a little more expensive, I can afford it. Zhuo Duo smiled and handed out the paper to collect the IOU. Zhuo Duo sold the 9 Bai tigers for a total of 286,888 pieces of top-grade Astral Souls jade. This profit was really beyond Zhuo Duo's expectations. This group of girls is really rich. That I'll definitely come out again next time. Zhuo Duo held the 9 IOU, his face convulsing with laughter. The 9 girls also became the center of attention. They hugged their little babies and were very happy. The other girls were jealous and came over to touch them again and again. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Wow, so cute. One of them screamed, it's licking me. Wah wah wah. Begging voices came from the girls' group. A few of them came to Zhuo Duo with red eyes. Class monitors would get a few more. Zhuo's head was big. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Get a few more? I won't go even if you beat me to death. With just these few, I'm already standing at the mouth of the volcano. If I go in and get more, I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Behind them, not far away, the dozen or so head teachers looked at each other. To be honest, these baby astral beasts were of high quality. They were at the nascent soul stage, but they were still in the infancy stage and needed a long period of growth. If they were really sold, the average price of 20,000 top-grade astral souls was already a sky-high price. However, in such a special environment, Zhuo Duo sold them at twice the price, and no one said that he was black-hearted. The starting price was a stone of astral souls, and the subsequent prices were all raised by themselves. No one could say that he was black-hearted, right? This little bastard. Is he in your class? A teacher looked at Wen Xingtian with a dark face. Ahem, he's our class monitor. Is he the Sword King? Kicking the crotch? Ahem. What? He's really a bastard. Several teachers said in unison. This guy is really a bastard. He's too cunning. Several teachers sighed again and again. They were sure that even if they didn't ask for the baby astral beasts back and let Zhuo Duo take them away, Zhuo Duo would never be able to get them out and pass the inspection. They would definitely be confiscated. In the training area, no one was allowed to hunt or hurt the baby astral beasts. This was a rule. Otherwise, how could there be more astral beasts? What Zhuo Duo did was taboo. However, the baby astral beasts that Zhuo Duo got were indeed obtained by crossing the boundary into the territory of the nascent soul stage astral beasts with his own strength. It was not an opportunistic move. He had the strength to cross the boundary, but they could only let him do whatever he wanted. Even if he did that, the school would still confiscate half of the baby astral beasts. It was absolutely impossible to let him take all of them away. However, this guy was treacherous. He actually held an auction in the training area. He broke up the 9 baby astral beasts into 9 girls and each of them carried one out. This was much more difficult to deal with than Zhuo Duo himself. They bought the baby astral beasts with money and they were all sold at sky-high prices. You want to confiscate them? How could there be such a logic in this world? If the school really dared to do that, wouldn't it be a case of robbery? If Zhuo Duo did that, it would be fine. Even if he was beaten up, it would be fine. If he was a boy, it would be fine. Besides, it was a business without any capital. It was still the usual practice to leave 3 or 4 baby astral beasts for him to buy or use. However, now that the baby astral beasts were in the hands of multiple girls, what could he do? Not only would they cry in front of him and fight him to the death, but their respective families would also immediately come to him. How could you bully my Nan? Oh, it's just a bye-bye tiger. Could it be that your hidden dragon high school is so poor that you've gone mad? Everyone could already imagine such strange words and the feelings of various big shots. Therefore, these bye-bye tigers could no longer be touched. They were already private property. No matter how unwilling the hidden dragon high school was, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. From the beginning to the end, there was only one winner left in this matter. Zhuoxiao Duo. This kid had earned enough cultivation resources for the 4 years of the Hidden Dragon High School in just one trial. Even more than that. In Fenghai, the significance and value of more than 200,000 to 300,000 high-grade jade of astral souls was too great. What kind of student is this? The teacher who had to bear the brunt of the lightning white tiger's attack had a depressed look on his face. This bastard went in for a stroll for less than 3 minutes and came out with a bunch of bye tigers. Then he happened to meet me. I could only help him block it. Could it be that I had to watch him get swallowed by the lightning white tiger? As a result, I became his free labor. Could it be that this kid had already calculated all the consequences? This is simply outrageous. Thinking of himself being chased by a bunch of lightning white tigers, the teacher felt that it was too unfair. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence, ha. When Xingtian laughed, but in his heart he thought, it would be strange if it wasn't calculated. Who asked you to stand so close? If that kid didn't have the confidence to let you take the blame, how could he do that? He cherishes his life more than anyone else. Do you think the nickname of Sword King is just for show? This kid is already despicable to the point where despicable is written on his face and his butt is stuffed with despicable. When Xingtian felt that this student of his had a bright future. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a sword emperor, or even a sword saint in the future. His potential in swordsmanship was enormous. Compared to his future in martial arts, there was still a future. Chapter 436. However, when Xingtian couldn't say that out loud. I can call my students cheap, but you guys. Hee. No way. The other teachers were speechless. To be honest, these teachers were jealous. Look at his students. They were full of tricks. After a while they got a lot of top-grade jade of astral souls. Then they looked at their own students, who were rushing to be slaughtered as she had been ruthlessly ripped off, yet she still had a face full of excitement and happiness. Her face was full of motherly love as she hugged that little meatball and endlessly cherished it. Sigh. This was the gap between them. He watched as the girls each obtained their own little white tigers. Regardless of whether they obtained them or not, they actually stopped catching star beasts and gathered together in groups, chattering non-stop. They were all discussing what this little thing would eat and drink. How to find a place to live. How to train it. How to recognize it as its master. Discussions like this were endless. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Li Chenglong finally arrived. At this moment, Swollen's clothes had become tattered. Or rather, they had become pendants. However, he looked excited. Obviously, this guy had also gained a lot. Otherwise, he would not be so complacent. Zhuoxiao Duo's mind raced. With such a powerful character beside him, how could he not make use of him? I have to follow up with the after-sales service. He shouted in a deep voice, junior sisters and students who bought the bye tigers just now. Please come over again. Let our handsome Li, knowledgeable Li, explain to you the temperament of the lightning white tiger, how to raise it, what to feed it, and how to train it. Li Chenglong was confused. What? However, a few of the girls had already gathered around, each of them carrying an adorable and snow-white little white tiger in their arms. Their faces were filled with concentration, and their exquisite little ears were all perked up. Zhuoxiao Duo quickly explained everything. Then he said, knowledgeable Li, please start your performance. This is your highlight moment. Li Chenglong's mind was in a knot. He was speechless for a long time. I'm working hard over there and you're doing business here? From the looks of it, he must have earned quite a bit. Otherwise he wouldn't be so attentive. Was this considered after-sales service? However, the beauties below were already filled with curiosity. Li Chenglong wouldn't drop the ball at this time. He quickly flipped through the information of the white lightning tiger in his mind and raised a finger to Zhuoxiao Duo. Zhuoxiao Duo shook his head firmly. He stretched out a finger and cut it down the middle. Li Chenglong quickly gestured, Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo was all smiles as he held up 2 fingers. Victory. Li Chenglong was instantly filled with motivation. After deliberating over his words, he began to speak with fervor and assurance. This matter was really not difficult for Zhong. He was extremely familiar with it. Even if there was some exaggeration, it would still be reasonable. When the white lightning tiger grows up, its 2 horns belong to the cloud attribute. The place where the white lightning tiger usually lives is often filled with clouds and mist. It's like a fairyland. When the white lightning tiger grows up, its 2 horns derive the ability to gather the wind and cloud. Then it collides with each other to produce thunder and lightning. The adult white lightning tiger can control this thunder and lightning to strike where it wants to strike. In fact, this is the most important attack method of the white lightning tiger. Whenever the white lightning tiger starts to emit thunder and lightning, it's as spectacular as going through a tribulation. In the clouds and mist, a winged tiger flips up and down. There's thunder and lightning below, and the wind and rain are dark. The white lightning tiger's attack power includes biting, crashing, and even its tail and wings. These are all places where it can attack. Yes, you have to pay attention here. When it's about to reach adulthood, the white lightning tiger will grow a pair of very large wings. When it reaches adulthood, this pair of wings will be completely formed. It can carry 5 or 6 people to and fro tens of thousands of miles in a day. It's exceptionally handsome. The white lightning tiger at this stage will become very large, but it's still very beautiful. The white lightning tiger's innate talent is extremely outstanding. Even if it doesn't receive good cultivation resources in its infancy, it can still grow to the nascent soul realm. But if you provide it with sufficient nutrition and spiritual materials in its infancy, it has a very high chance of advancing to the cloud transformation realm or even higher when it reaches adulthood. The faces of the girls holding the white tiger below were all glowing. It could be cultivated to the cloud transformation realm, or even higher. It could carry several people to and fro tens of thousands of miles in a day. When the girls who had participated in the bidding heard this information, their intestines swelled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have bought it even if they had to go bankrupt. Next, I'll talk about how to distinguish the current state of the white lightning tiger cub, what to eat and drink before the full moon, what to eat and drink for 3 months after the full moon, and then what to eat in the future, how to provide them with spiritual materials, how to train them. Teacher Lee started the lesson. His explanation was clear and organized, from the shallow to the deep, and every detail was linked. All the girls listened with sparkling eyes. No matter if they had bought it or not, all of them listened attentively. Now there might be a chance. What if there was someone among the 9 who couldn't afford it? When you're cultivating, you can also carry it in your arms. Cultivating is based on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time you're absorbing, the tiger cub is also absorbing spiritual energy, so you don't have to worry about it causing trouble. In fact, this is the time when they're most obedient and docile. The girls were even more envious. Carrying it in your arms to cultivate, carrying it out to play after cultivation. Why did I really want it? Li Chenglong talked non-stop, all the way until the trial ended. His mouth was dry. He went up to Zhou Xiaoduo excitedly and rubbed his fingers with a wretched look on his face. Zhou Xiaoduo looked confused. Li Chenglong's face turned gloomy. Zhou Xiaoduo, ha ha. Li Chenglong's nose twitched. You want to go back on your word? Your spatial ring. I'll give you another 1% discount. Zhou Xiaoduo reluctantly gave in. Li Chenglong was confused. May I ask if I can repay the debt from my spatial ring in this lifetime? Good luck, Zhou Xiaoduo encouraged him earnestly. Li Chenglong's face twisted. I'm so stupid, really? I actually wanted to take money from Zhou Xiaoduo. I'm so stupid. I've lost my mind. I was wrong. Li Chenglong sighed. The girls were now feeding the little tiger's nutrient solution. They were all very careful and gentle. It was hard to describe their gentleness. Gather. A loud shout suddenly rang out. All the classes gathered and prepared to leave the trial field and return to school. The purpose of this trial was to give credits to the students. And now the experience had been completed perfectly. The large number of star beasts hunted this time could also make up for the deficit of the Hidden Dragon High School. There was even a surplus. They lined up in a line. Li Chenglong looked around and said, Swa, where are Little Worm and Little Ice Egg? Zhou Xiaoduo's face darkened. We'll talk when we get back. Li Chenglong sensed that things were not good and could not help turning pale as he said, "Are the two of them all right? Didn't I say we'll talk when we get back? Why are you being so long-winded?" Li Chenglong's eyes turned red. He said sadly, "Did something really happen? We'll talk about it when we get back." Li Chenglong's aura suddenly changed. A fierce murderous aura burst out. He said sternly, "What happened?" When Xingtian turned his head and said sternly, "Shut up," Li Chenglong did not listen. He looked up and asked, "Where are Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? Why don't I see them?" The other students also reacted. "Yes, where are the siblings?" When Xingtian took a deep breath and said lightly, "We'll talk about it when we get back. This is a serious matter." When the entire class 1 heard this, everyone instantly fell silent. The entrance and exit were checked very strictly. The higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School all looked gloomy. Their eyes were like swords as they looked around. Vice Principal Xiang Quangren was already nowhere to be found. This trip back made everyone feel that the atmosphere was not right. Their hearts were heavy and they were very depressed. Could it be the siblings who were so straightforward actually got into an accident? Li Chenglong did not say a word along the way. His whole body was filled with anger and murderous aura. As he walked, drops of tears quietly fell to the ground. "These few days, I was not very happy when you called me swollen. But now, I really hope that you two will suddenly appear in front of me and call me swollen." As he thought about it, he could not help but feel sad. It was hard to suppress. On the way back to Hidden Dragon High School, the matter of the ranking of all the students in Class 1 had already been thrown out of the window. His heart was filled with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. What exactly happened? At the entrance of Hidden Dragon High School, there was a huge hole. It was said that Vice Principal Xiang Quangren flew directly from afar and landed here in a rage, creating a huge hole. Then he went to look for the principal. Why was Vice Principal Xiang so angry? What exactly happened? Everyone's heart was heavy. As a result, the atmosphere of the entire school was shrouded in a gloomy fog. The students went to hand in their communication devices and their personal gains. The teachers counted very quickly. With more than 20 people counting together, it was naturally very fast. After counting and verifying that there was no mistake, they kept the game in the storage and changed to the next one. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were lined up together. Swollen's mental state was somewhat abnormal, but Zhou Xiaoduo did not say anything. He even hoped that Swollen's current mood could last for a while longer. Because such a mood could make a person grow quickly. Quickly see the ugliness and gloom of this world. Understand that this world was not as beautiful as one imagined. Finally, it was Zhou Xiaoduo's turn. As soon as he took the communication device, the teacher suddenly said, "So it's you, kid." Instantly, all the teachers in charge of statistics turned to look at him. It was as if they had seen a rare and protected animal. Chapter 437. All the teachers in the on-duty room of the Hidden Dragon High School had a deep impression of this demon. He kept pressing buttons as if he was cheating. The teachers even suspected that the buttons of the training communicator had been broken since the beginning. They looked at the record. 45,678. 45678. Such a number. You must be doing this on purpose, right? Do you like a straight so much? Brother, are you playing card stud? This is a straight flush. The other students who had the most didn't even have more than 10,000. This guy actually had so many. Take them out. Hence, Zhou Xiaoduo started to take them out in batches like the Yangtze River. Moreover, he took out 100 at a time. He didn't even need to count them. When it reached 5,000, he took away a batch. When it reached 5,000, he took away another batch. He kept taking them out and taking them away. The other teachers and students in the queue were all stunned. Finally, the embryonic breathing realm star beasts were all taken out. However, just the embryonic breathing realm star beasts alone had taken out more than 40,000. Then he started to take out the origin alchemy realm star beasts again. It was still a batch of 100. The origin alchemy realm star beasts were relatively large in size. They were taken out in batches. When Zhou Xiaoduo finished taking them out, he counted the total number. It really was 45,678. Not one more, not one less. Everyone was stunned by this number. This guy must be one of the legendary big shots, right? If he wanted to reach such a shocking number, he would have to destroy everything in his path. 45678. The calculation is correct. The hair on this teacher's forehead drooped down. He looked very weak. He turned around to take the last batch into the warehouse. However, he faintly felt that something was not right. However, he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. What exactly was wrong? Why couldn't he figure it out? He could only shout, "Next!" Zhuoxiaoduo looked at his warehouse and mixed with everyone's harvest. Only then did he feel relieved and leave immediately. The dragon blood flying dagger on his body had already turned an unprecedented dark red. It was still the same, emitting a faint heat. In the end, why did Zhuoxiaoduo rest? It wasn't that Zhuoxiaoduo wanted to slack off, but the dragon blood flying dagger couldn't be used anymore. For the first time, the energy was fully absorbed. This time he had really earned a lot and was overjoyed. The dragon blood flying dagger was fully charged, and he had earned more than 280,000 high-grade astral souls jades. Apart from that, the credits would also belong to Hai. Being the champion was definitely not a problem. After Zhuoxiaoduo, the next one was Li Chenglong. Swollen's harvest was also very impressive. After harvesting more than 9,700 astral beasts, he was firmly in second place. In third place was Meng Zhangjun, who had a little over 9,100 points. Class 1 had really taken the top 3 places in this experiential learning. Back in the classroom. When Li Chenglong saw that the seat beside him was empty, he could no longer hold it in. He choked with sobs and said, "Did something really happen to them? Are they gone?" Suddenly he burst into tears and wailed. The atmosphere in the class was solemn and heavy. A few girls' faces were red, including Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yener. Even though they were still hugging Bai Hu, they suddenly did not feel happy anymore. When Xingtian was also in a bad mood. When he saw that everyone was present, he said a few words and waved his hand. "School is over. Go back and cultivate. Don't run around if you have nothing to do." Then he went out first. The students' footsteps were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. When they walked to the empty seats of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they could not help but take a few more glances at them. All of them looked sad. Zhuoxiaoduo stood at the side and said gloomily, "What are you looking at? Is it strange that someone is missing? When we gather a year after graduation, even if half of them are missing, it's still considered missing. When we gather 10 years later, it's already a great fortune if 10 of them are still alive. Isn't it just 2 people who died? Can't you see past this kind of thing?" Zhuoxiaoduo said gloomily, "As a martial artist, can't you see past life and death? Today Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing are missing. Who knows who will be missing tomorrow? Isn't it normal to lose one's life because of carelessness?" Zhuoxiaoduo said, "Stop looking. Go back. While you're still alive, sleep more and play more. If you don't want to die, then practice more." His voice was cold, gloomy, and even ruthless. Many students looked up at him angrily. "Class monitor Zhuo, why are you so cold? It's our classmates who are missing. Our classmates who get along with each other day and night. Then what do you want? Cry. If crying can save them, how about I take the lead and cry first?" Zhuoxiaoduo said coldly, "What's the use of your concern? Can you avenge them? You're not even as good as them. How dare you criticize me? Think about your own insignificant cultivation. What's there to cry about? Maybe you'll be the ones dying tomorrow. What's the big deal? Anyway, I won't cry." Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Those who die deserve it." Jia Kuang snorted angrily and strode out. "Zhuoxiaoduo, wait until my cultivation surpasses yours. I'll beat you until you cry." Zhuoxiaoduo laughed and mocked him desperately. "So you don't dare to fight now? You'll feel good if you say something fierce, right? Jia Kuang? Beat me until I cry? Believe it or not, I'll beat you until you cry. I promise I can do it. I can do it now. Come up if you dare." Jia Kuang clenched his fists and glared at Zhuoxiaoduo with fire in his eyes. Zhuoxiaoduo sent him flying with a kick. "With your cultivation, who knows when you'll die in a daze? How dare you make trouble for me in the future? Get lost." Zhuoxiaoduo's words offended all the students in the class. They walked out with fire in their eyes, feeling like their chests were about to explode. However, what Zhuoxiaoduo said was right. With his cultivation base, how could he take revenge for his classmate? Even if they met the murderer, wouldn't they just be giving up their lives? Cultivate. Cultivate. Work hard to defeat Zhuoxiaoduo. Just to defeat this damn Zhuoxiaoduo. If they didn't beat him to death, they would beat his cheap mouth. After everyone left, Li Chenglong still stood there in a daze. However, he didn't cry anymore. His eyes were no longer red. He seemed to be thinking. It's swollen. Let's go. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. I know you're upset. I know you can't bear to part with Xiangbing, but the dead can't come back to life. Let's go back and find a place to drink. Li Chenglong was stunned. Then he suddenly smiled and scolded in a low voice. I was almost fooled by you. You're a fucking bastard. How dare you lie to me? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Then he said, You're a smart bastard. Shut your fucking mouth. We'll talk when we get back. Don't you understand? Li Chenglong was completely relieved. He made a face and then wiped his eyes. However, his tears fell again. Well done. Continue. Zhou Xiaoduo whispered. Li Chenglong suddenly showed a sorrowful look. He opened his mouth and began to cry. Little ice egg. Zhou Xiaoduo almost fell over. Sure enough, anyone could be the best actor. This guy had such a trick up his sleeve. He had underestimated him in the past. He grabbed someone's scalp and left quickly. When Xingqian stepped into the secret room, there were quite a few people in the secret chamber, but only 2 of them were free. One of them was Yi Changqing, and the other was Xiang Quangren. Both of them looked gloomy as if water could drip from their faces. Of the other 5 people, 3 of them were still alive and tied to the pillars, while the other 2 were dead and thrown to the side. How is it? When Xingqian asked as soon as he came in. Did they confess? They did. Yi Changqing said calmly, I believe there are not many people in this world who can insist on not confessing under our methods. Then who did it? They confessed that it was a message from a hall master of the Tao-seeking alliance. Asked the Tao League? It's them? When Xingqian's eyes flashed. He said, but it's easy now that we have a target. Principal, what do you plan to do next? Yi Changqing sucked in a breath of air and said, the Tao-seeking alliance's power is neither big nor small. It's a gang formed by over 1,000 martial artists. Its alliance leader is an early-stage cloud transformation cultivator. However, the key now is the time to act. Just an early-stage cloud transformation cultivator. When Xingqian snorted. I can deal with him alone. But this matter. Do we need to wait one more day for the other party to transfer the money and find out the other party's account number? Or do we act now? When Xingqian asked. Yi Changqing had a headache. He said, now we're struggling with this problem. If we act now, we're afraid of alerting the enemy. Then wait. When Xingqian made a prompt decision. He said, it wasn't easy to find a clue. Let's not target it. After asking the Tao League, the clue was cut off. Asking the Tao League is just a gang with a cloud transformation cultivator as its leader. What qualifications does it have to instigate such a disturbance? It definitely has nothing to do with the core. Yi Changqing paced 2 steps and said, that's right. So for this operation we must capture everyone related to the Tao League in one fell swoop. We can't miss a single person and we can't kill a single person. We must capture them all alive. We must not let them go unpunished. Interrogate them one by one. We must pry open a gap from this side. Xiang Quangren said, since the target has been confirmed, I'll apply for Sister Shi, Sister Lu, and Old Cheng's family to participate in this operation as well. Even if we can't take revenge from the root, it's good to see the light at the end of the tunnel. When Xingqian and Yi Changqing fell silent at the same time. After a long time Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. All right. However, the others must not know. Then they should not make a move if they can. For the time being, it's better to hide in the dark. Otherwise, manpower for the operation? The entire school's upper management, all the teachers in the school. When Xingqian frowned. Quangren, Xingqian, the 2 of you are in charge of the operation. I'll hold the line in midair and confirm if there are any unusual movements among the people dispatched. Yi Changqing's expression was solemn. Okay. This was undoubtedly a major breakthrough. The few unsolved cases of more than 20 years had finally revealed the tip of the iceberg today. The 3 of them felt their blood boiling. Monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 438. However, Yi Changqing and the other 2 were also indescribably angry. Because this Tao League had always had a good relationship with the Hidden Dragon High School for decades before this. Almost every year they would donate a lot of money. Before this, the 3 of them had never thought that this matter would actually be related to the Tao League. No wonder Yi Changqing's face was so gloomy. The reason why they were all captured alive and not killed on the spot was just in case. What if it was just a hall master of the Dao League who was stirring up trouble, and the others were innocent and didn't know anything? They couldn't kill the wrong person. The cries of the Xiang family shook the sky. The roars of the Xiang family men resounded throughout the entire Fenghai city. Revenge! Revenge! The roars of the Xiang family. Countless experts of the Xiang family spread out their powerful divine senses and enveloped the entire Fenghai city. Something big had happened to the Xiang family. Countless rumors and guesses spread rapidly throughout the entire Fenghai city. What happened to the Xiang family? I don't know. Something big must have happened. Maybe someone died. I think so too. Otherwise they wouldn't have such a big reaction. Maybe it's an important person who died. Look. Someone discovered that the younger generation who came in and out of the Xiang family were all dressed in mourning clothes. Although the older generation didn't change their clothes, they were also dressed in plain clothes, either green, blue or black. In short, all the bright clothes were gone. So it's the younger generation who died? It can't be the most outstanding of the younger generation, Xiang Chong or Xiang Bing, right? Hiss. It's really possible. It said that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing participated in the trial of the Hidden Dragon High School. But I didn't see them come back. Yes. Then this matter is serious. It's more than that. I heard that the person in charge of this training is Vice Principal Xiang Quangren, who has just returned. The first time he returned, his great-grandchildren got into an accident. It's inexcusable whether it's for public or private reasons. As the turmoil grew bigger and bigger, the Xiang family outside hurriedly returned. In the villa, Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo were constantly reviewing the game. After knowing that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were fine, Li Chenglong's spirit returned. In this trial you are first and I am second. The top 3 are all ours. Our class has taken up more than half of the top 30 spots. We have about 25 spots, right? Li Chenglong sighed. But compared to the liveliness of the previous years, this year's trial, which has always been regarded as the #1 honor among the freshmen, has actually been washed away to the point where there isn't even the slightest bit of atmosphere. I don't know what to say. Zhou Xiaoduo squinted. What kind of atmosphere do you want? If Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong were not fine, don't you know how you would feel? What's more, the grand meeting will be held 3 days later to celebrate and summarize the results of this trial. It's not time yet, so how do you know what will happen then? That's true. Li Chenglong asked, what exactly happened? Zhou Xiaoduo recounted everything in detail. He did not leave out even the slightest bit of detail. This included the first time he attacked, when the other party resisted or was caught off guard and was sent flying. He described everything in detail. Then Li Chenglong recorded it down. Not only did he record the details of this incident, but he also pieced together the past of the few principals who had resigned. Li Chenglong began to gather, disperse, analyze individually, combine, analyze, exchange and blend that a few pieces of jade of astral souls were played around by Li Chenglong like props. Something's not right. This incident. Most likely has nothing to do with the rape and murder case at Vice Principal Cheng's house. Li Chenglong said with certainty, there's another scheme behind this. It should be another faction's attempt to shift the blame to Jiangdong. The inclination of this method is too obvious. They probably want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No matter what happens, it will be beneficial to the person who set the trap. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone? It's not just about Vice Principal Xiang himself, but also killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and pondered. There's still too little information about this incident. I can't analyze more and it's hard to come to a conclusion. But so far the clues point to a third-party scheme. Li Chenglong pasted a large piece of paper on the wall and began to draw a relationship diagram. First, it's related to Principal Yi Changqing's damaged heart meridian. Then it's Vice Principal Xiang's incident at the River of Forgetfulness. Then it's Vice Principal Shi's past. After that, it's Vice Principal Lu's incident, and Vice Principal Cheng's incident. Then the following are related. In the middle is Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Everything extends from here. The replacement vice principals are here. They can be roughly divided into 4 points. Around here are the big families and gangs of Fenghai City. I'm still collecting information about this. Now there must be a lot missing. It's still far from being perfect. Here is the prince's mansion of the Central Plains, which can't be avoided in Fenghai City. And here in the distant Shangjing. The big cities around here. And even the big cities that radiate the whole country might not be from there. It might not be only Fenghai and Shangjing that can operate. There are too many possibilities. Also, there's the factor of the river of forgetfulness. Only the Umno Alliance has the river of forgetfulness, but it appeared in Fenghai. It's almost certain that there must be a stronghold of the Umno Alliance in Fenghai. And there must be a special treasure like the River of Forgetfulness, which only the Umno Alliance has. At least some of the core stargates of the Umno Alliance must exist. It might not be the doing of these things by the Umno Alliance. These are all clues. Li Chenglong's face was serious. He connected the lines to each other as if he was playing with the right answer. It didn't take long for the lines to be densely drawn. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they would definitely not be able to stand it. However, Li Chenglong's face was full of enjoyment. Finding out what he needed from these complicated clues was what he liked to do the most. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with disgust. Looking at the dense lines gave him a headache. You do it slowly. I'm going back to practice. Oh. Li Chenglong was absent-minded. Then he was suddenly shocked. What about the two of them? They're safe. Zhou Xiaoduo disappeared with a whoosh. Safe. Li Chenglong shook his head and drew another line. Connect from here. This piece of paper is still too small. There are too few empty spaces left. In the future, if I want to deduce everything, I need to add too many things. When Li Chenglong was done, it was already an hour later. He went up and called Zhou Xiaoduo down to take a look. This is what I've just deduced. Look at the top. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a headache. It's not even 1/3 yet. I can't understand it even if I look at it. There aren't any clear clues. Let's talk about it after you analyze it clearly. Li Chenglong's face immediately turned bitter. He had spent so much effort and so much time. How could he be like this? Humph. Let's go. Follow me to sell things. Let's go to the first grade of the firmament. That's where you need to work. Show off your knowledge and your eloquence. First grade of the firmament? What good things do you have to sell? I have a lot of good things. They can blind your eyes. Just watch. Zhou Xiaoduo pulled Li Chenglong out of the door. On the other side, in the warehouse of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, a few teachers were staying up late to check their gains. The more they checked, the more they felt that something was wrong. Come over and take a look. Why do I feel that the color of these Starfire Fox skins is too dull? The skins of these bears are also dull. And these. Damn, why are there so many things wrong? There are also some here. I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong with these gains. But I couldn't tell what the problem was. So it's like this. What's going on? Check the inner core. The condition of the inner core is also not right. A teacher frowned. This seems to be caused by the lack of energy in these star beasts. Compared to other beasts of the same species, they are missing at least 1/3 of their vitality. I have the same feeling too. It's about 1/3. Not only their skins, even their bones, inner core, blood, and spiritual energy. They are all weakened by 1/3. But this shouldn't happen. Could it be that these star beasts are all malnourished? Oh, to hell with malnourishment. Can they still be used? They can still be used and it doesn't affect them much. But it feels like there's a fly in a perfectly good meal. It's really disgusting. Will these hinder the sale? It definitely will. We can only sell them at a discount. If we don't sell them at a discount, it will definitely affect our reputation. It won't be good for the future. Let's talk to the finance department and the school's affairs department. Let them send people over to take a look. Don't think that we are. That's true. These two departments are so troublesome every day. They are always blocking people. I don't like them. You go. Sigh. Actually, we don't have to tell them. The affairs department is Vice Principal Wu's people. We can just let them take it over and sell it. As for the problems, what does it have to do with us? The ones the students handed in are all fine. Damn Zhang Xiaofei. You're so cunning now. Where did you learn this from? Hee. They almost blocked me to death. Besides, I'm not scheming against them. This is wisdom. I'm judging the situation. Hee. Good idea. Let's do that. Judge the situation. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong walked leisurely and arrived at Common Sky Grade 1. Li Chenglong's eyes wandered around. He wanted to look for the decorative puppy again. He was still thinking about the puppy. Zhou Xiaoduo entered first with his head held high. Where's your manager Kai? I have a big deal and plan to talk to him about it. Zhou Xiaoduo had his hands behind his back. His temperament was unusually cold. Sorry for the late update. When I woke up in the morning, my wrist was very swollen. So I went to the hospital for the whole morning. The ointment that I kept on was out of stock. After the swelling subsided, I took a few normal ones from the hospital. Chapter 439. This. Young master, may I know what kind of business it is? You should at least tell me so that I can report to the manager. Otherwise the manager will scold me, ha. The rank 1 firmament receptionist had obviously undergone strict training. His words were neither servile nor overbearing. His words were meaningful and amiable. It was easy for him to get close to people. I have a large number of live star beasts that I want to sell. Zhou Xiaoduo said, roughly there should be at least a few 100,000 kilograms. The problem now is whether you can eat them. More than a few 100,000 kilograms? The receptionist did not say anything and immediately left in a hurry. There were not many people who dared to joke around with rank 1 firmament, even though Wuxia's cultivation was very low. After a while, a middle-aged man came out with a smile. Ah, isn't this young Master Zhua? Young Master Zhua, young Master Li, hello, long time no see, please. You still remember us? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little confused by Manager Kai's attitude. Customers who come to rank 1 firmament are all our gods. Remembering the names of gods is naturally our basic professional quality. Every customer who has taken care of our shop within this year must be remembered by every receptionist. If we can't remember or call them wrongly, our salary and bonus for this month will be gone. Manager Kai laughed. Fortunately, the two of you are so outstanding that I have a deep impression of you. Ah. Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo looked at each other. There were really talents in all walks of life. This matter looked simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. Rank 1 firmament was full of people. It was unimaginable to remember all the customers who came and call out their names. However, Manager Kai had done it. Both of them had only come here once, but they were able to accurately call out their names after so many days. It could be seen that this manager was really something. Manager Kai directly brought the two of them to a large open space behind the shop and said apologetically, I'm sorry, young Master Zhua. The star beast corpses can only be placed here. It's a little rude. Please don't leave later. I'll set up a table to apologize to you. You're welcome. Zhou Xiaoduo said, we're also quite busy. He wanted to finish the job quickly, earn some extra money and leave. Otherwise you'll be scolded if you're late. Manager Kai chuckled along with him. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand. Hundreds of pythons appeared first. Apart from the origin core realm pythons, there was also a soul transformation realm python king. Their snow-white skin was still flickering with fluorescent light. The outer skin of each python was intact. Manager Kai's expression immediately changed. After throwing out so many giant snakes at once, there was no blood at all. It was obvious that the wounds on the snakes were very small. In other words, all the flesh and blood essence was still in the best condition. Judging from the color, these pythons had all just died, so their freshness was also extremely high. Just these snakeskins alone were enough to make tens of thousands of high-end clothes. Not to mention that there were at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms of snake meat inside. Young Master Zhua is truly generous. These are all goods from the Hidden Dragon Trial area. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy has long agreed that cultivators who aren't from the academy are not allowed to go in to hunt. It's been a long time since there were so many goods. Manager Kai expressed his deep admiration. Can you eat all these? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Ah. Young Master Zhua, you're joking. Although the goods given by young Master Zhua are excellent and there are a lot of them, even if it's 100 times more, we'll still be able to eat all of them. As long as it's something given by young Master Zhua, no matter how many there are, we'll take it. We'll definitely be happy to see it. Manager Kai's tone was very arrogant, but it didn't make people feel disgusted. That's good. I'm really afraid that you won't be able to eat them. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand. Suddenly, countless star beast corpses filled the backyard of a few thousand square meters like hailstones. They were piled up more than 10 meters high. This is all I have. No problem, right? Eat all of them? The muscles on Manager Kai's face kept twitching. Damn, I was too full of myself just now. Young Master's space ring was like a bottomless pit. How could it be so big? The interspatial ring itself was already a rare treasure. Manager Kai, do the math. Zhuo said calmly, I've selected the best quality of meat according to your menu. It's best to gather spiritual energy, has the best texture, and can even make use of the fur. I've selected and kept them. Li Chenglong smiled and said, Manager Kai, your purchase price is very clear. This kind of white jade python, regardless of its fur, blood, flesh, or inner core, as long as it's in good condition, you'll buy them all at the price of 1 mid-grade astral souls jade per kilogram. Moreover, the fur and inner core are calculated separately. And this starlight badger, your price is? And this star-piercing deer and this? Manager Kai stared at the other person who had just opened his mouth, dumbfounded. This fellow had actually recited the acquisition manual from his side. As his mind raced, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Do you guys have to put in so much effort? The rarer something is, the more expensive it is? You guys have so many astral beasts. No matter how good the quality is, it's easy to cause oversupply and inflation. Manager Kai's mouth twitched and he muttered, Young Master Zhua, do you want to pay with astral souls jade? Or do you want to pay with star yuan coins? Half star yuan coins, half astral souls jade. But the astral souls jade only needs high-grade ones. Of course, if there's a top-grade astral souls jade, it's best to pay with a top-grade one. Manager Kai smiled bitterly. Looks like young Master Zhua is really new here. Where would you find top-grade astral souls jade in the world now? In Fenghai, all the top-grade astral souls jade have been taken away by your hidden dragon high school to treat your principal Ye's illness. Otherwise, why would the astral souls jade market be so chaotic in Fenghai? Zhuo Duo was stunned. Principal Yi? What illness? Why does he need top-grade astral souls jade for treatment? It's said that there's a problem with your principal Ye's heart. I don't know the details. Manager Kai spoke carefully. Zhuo Duo was deep in thought. The old man is sick? And it's an illness that's related to his heart? But why didn't I see it the last time? But top-grade astral souls jade. Sigh, I wonder how much I need. I really owe Hidden Dragon High School. If I didn't know, it's fine. Now that I know, I can't pretend that I don't know. I'm going to lose money again. That's where Xiao Duo suddenly felt his heart ache. Although he hadn't taken it out, his heart was in so much pain that it was spasming that he calculated the details. Manager Kai went to ask the supervisor. Zhuo's bank account had an extra 5 billion star coins in reserve. At that moment he felt that he had financial freedom in this life. His sleeves were filled with gold and it was just an ordinary life. And with this transfer, the cash flow of the first-grade firmament was emptied. After all, the first-grade firmament had always paid with astral souls jade. They didn't have a lot of star coins on hand. As for the other two-thirds, they were all paid with high-grade star coins. In an instant, another 130,000 high-grade astral souls jade was in his hands. Zhuo Duo was very generous. He shook his hand and gave Swollen 10,000. Your commission. Swollen flattered. Thank you, boss. Boss is so generous. I wish you to be the groom every day and enter the bridal chamber every night, getting harder and harder. Zhuo Duo said lightly, you have to return what you borrowed. After all, your commission has already been repaid. These 10,000 high-grade star coins will be returned to you at 90%. Li Chenglong was very open-minded. I don't care. You can calculate as you wish. Here are 2 VIP cards, Qin Feng said. Before they left, Manager Kai asked the supervisor to give them 2 high-grade astral souls jade VIP cards. Young Master Zhua and Young Master Li, please accept them. With these cards you can eat at our restaurant anytime. All your expenses will be at a 30% discount. This is our restaurant's best offer. It's just a small token of our appreciation. The boss said that he will come to Fenghai as soon as possible and specially treat Young Master Zhua and Young Master Li to a meal. When the time comes, please give us some face. Okay, you're too polite. Thank you, boss. Zhuo Duo was a little emotional. He patted Manager Kai's shoulder. Old Kai, you're a talent. Li Chenglong agreed with this sentence. This Manager Kai was truly a genius in the workplace. He was smooth and slick and the way he spoke was extremely appropriate. Every word he said made people feel comfortable and at ease. He gave people the greatest respect and the highest treatment, but he did not make people feel flattered. This kind of person was really rare in this world. At least, the two of them had never seen him before. You're flattering me. Manager Kai smiled pleasantly. I hope to work with Young Master Zhua and Young Master Li in the future. When I have the time, I will definitely give you some face and let this Kai have a chance to offer a cup of wine to the two of you. After leaving rank one of the firmaments for a while, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were still talking about Manager Kai. This way of dealing with people and dealing with people, he's really good at dealing with people. He's impeccable. Li Chenglong praised. His cultivation doesn't seem to be very high, but his brain is really good. He's a super talent in dealing with people and dealing with people. It's true that there's always a master in every profession. That's right. If we want to do anything in the future, we can consider poaching him. Zhou Xiaoduo was thinking about another thing. This kind of talent is not easy to poach, right? Li Chenglong shook his head. Zhou Xiaoduo, ha ha. Suddenly someone shouted. Zhou Xiaoduo? Li Chenglong? The two of them looked in the direction of the voice and saw two people walking side by side in the crowd. Their faces were full of surprise. They were the two brothers, Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qingyun. Behind them there was a beautiful girl with a slim figure. She was dressed in red and under the neon lights she was like a dazzling flame. What a coincidence. Gao Qingxiang laughed and asked, "Where did the two of you go?" Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, "We're just walking around. It's our first time here and we rarely have time. We wanted to see the legendary ancient capital." "What are you?" "Sai, don't mention it. This girl insisted on buying clothes today. Her family was worried so they kicked us out to be bodyguards." Gao Qingxiang looked miserable. "We've been walking around for hours. My legs are about to break." Li Chenglong looked sympathetic. "That's what it's like to walk around with a girl." Ah. Chapter 440. The girl in red looked at Zhou Xiaoduo curiously. "This is Zhou Xiaoduo? The champion of the Longhu list?" Gao Qingxiang smiled awkwardly and said, "This is my sister, Gao Qiao." "Yes, this is Zhou Xiaoduo, class monitor Zhua. This is Li Chenglong, vice class monitor Li. Qiao, you can't be rude." Gao Qiao, looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's face and smiled. "How can I be rude? Those two bully me every day at home." "Ah. Hello, brother Zhua. Although we're in the same grade, this is the first time I've seen you in person. I'm from class 9, grade 1. Zhou Xiaoduo said enthusiastically, "So you're classmates? That's nice." Gao Qiao, stretched out her slender hand. Zhou Xiaoduo shook it and said, "Then you can go ahead and have fun. Li Chenglong and I are almost done. We're going back." "What's the hurry?" Gao Qingxiang pulled Zhou Xiaoduo and said, "You said it yourself that we have some free time today. It's still early so we'll just be sitting around if we go back. Junior brothers will do us a favor and chat with us." Shopping. Gao Qingyun also had an eager look on his face. Zhou Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. "This." Li Chenglong said, "Zhua, it's rare for Senior Gao to be so enthusiastic. We haven't had a good time in Fenghai City. We said we were going to walk around today but we haven't been to many places. It's rare to have two local bullies." Zhou Xiaoduo was a little tempted. "This." Gao Qingyun said, "Let's find a place to drink later. There's a show to watch." Zhou Xiaoduo was interested. "What show?" "The Wu family is going too." Gao Qingyun chuckled coldly. "Junior brothers don't think that we're enemies. Everyone in the country knows about the real enemies. Do you think it's so easy to get over the trouble caused by the Wu family?" Zhou Xiaoduo, "Don't worry, we don't have any problems now." Gao Qingyun put his arm around Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder and sneered in a low voice, "We have no way to resist the pressure from the family. Besides, we have never thought of going against you. In this world, who would be willing to go against a genius who has the potential to soar to the sky? He is either a madman or a fool. You are the kind of genius that can soar to the heavens. Either we kill him with a single blow, or our clan will be destroyed in the future." Gao Qingyun said sincerely, "So we chose not to be your enemy. After all, you were forced to do that. If you had a choice, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to be our enemy. The Wu clan must have the same idea as us. However, our two families still need to discuss the principles of the past. Someone from his family died and so did someone from my family. Since I can't find trouble with you, I have to find trouble with another target. I have to vent my anger, don't I?" It had to be said that Gao Qingyun's words were quite sincere and reasonable. That was the reason. No one could swallow this anger. After all, they needed a place to vent their anger. However, if they couldn't find trouble with Zhou Xiaoduo, How could they vent their anger? Besides Zhou Xiaoduo, who else was qualified to be their target? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and said with the same sincerity, Senior Gao, to be honest, I didn't want to come to Hidden Dragon Academy. If it wasn't for that incident, I would have been very happy to come. However, that incident happened. I really didn't want to come. What? The hatred between our two families. How can a mere junior like me withstand it? However, who would have thought that it would suddenly become like this because of the hatred between the elders? That Wu Yuntian didn't want to let it go as if he had been wronged. I still don't understand. Didn't they benefit from the incident that year? It was our Phoenix City's second high who suffered, okay? They didn't suffer at all. How could it be like this? Shouldn't there be a reason for this? Zhou Xiaoduo said with confusion, why is right and wrong reversed like this? Gao Qingyun, Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qiao were all startled and looked confused. What do you mean by reversed? What hatred between us? Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless as he looked at the three siblings. He gritted his teeth and said, you guys don't know where the root of this is? Gao Qingxiang said, what is it? Can you just say it? Zhou Xiaoduo was completely convinced. Oh my god, I really admire you. You don't know anything, then what are you doing? Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all this time you still don't know anything. You didn't even do the most basic thing. Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qingyun looked at each other. Junior brothers, will please explain. Please. Li Chenglong said, how can we not know about this matter? Who doesn't know about the hatred between us back then? However, he was interrupted by Zhou Xiaoduo. It would be unfair for us to talk about the past and who was right and who was wrong. Even if we said it, not only would you not believe us, you would even think that we were stirring up trouble. Today we did say a few more words, but that was not our intention. I really didn't expect that your so-called grudges were just to find trouble with each other for fun. Of course, I won't shirk the responsibility. I killed them and I can't deny it even if I want to. However, most of the older generation knows about the hatred between us back then and the root of what happened back then. For example, how the life and death arena was decided back then, the confrontation on the stage was just a minor detail. The several encounters at the hotel entrance and the verbal conflict were all monitored and recorded. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless and smiled bitterly. I thought you knew everything and understood everything. Now it seems that I thought too much. Gao Qingxiang took a step forward. Junior brothers, will please explain. Zhou Xiaoduo stopped and said helplessly, Senior Gao, I don't believe that you still don't understand. The current situation is that I can't say anything. If I say it, everyone will think that I'm trying to drive a wedge between you. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is something that everyone already knows. Why must I, the one who shouldn't say it? You can ask a few of your own people and you'll get the answer. It's much more credible than what I say, right? Besides, I'm afraid that I can't avoid the matter between your two big families. I really don't want to get involved, I don't dare to. Senior Gao, please let me pass. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and saluted with his hands folded. Both of you are straightforward men. I sincerely hope to be friends with both of you. These are my heartfelt words. But don't look for the so-called truth from me. I'm just a tool being used by others. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and pulled Li Chenglong with him. They turned around and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. The three Gao siblings looked in the direction that Zhou Xiaoduo left, deep in thought. Hatred between us back then? Why is there still hatred between us back then? How is it confusing right and wrong? Gao Qingxiang scratched his head. Zhou Xiaoduo's words made me blush. So we don't know anything and the two families are just playing with each other. Is it a self-directed entertainment show? Then let's go back and ask. Gao Qingyun said, since Zhou Xiaoduo said so, there must be someone who knows. But isn't it too late tonight? They've already made an appointment. If we don't go, I'm afraid our family will be at a disadvantage. Gao Qiao frowned and said, we still have to go. Gao Qingxiang said, and tonight it said that Wu Qing, Wu Yi and the other outstanding members of the Wu family will also be there. We might as well ask them. I think it's not just us who don't know about Zhou Xiaoduo's so-called hatred between us back then. Wu Qing and the others probably don't know either. Let's go. I wanted to drag Zhou Xiaoduo with me, but that guy looked like he had something to hide. It's no wonder. He offended two big families before coming to Fenghai City. If it were me, it's normal that I wouldn't dare to come. Let's go. That night. 11 o'clock. In the biggest Sky Fortune Hall of the Eight Dragons nightclub, the most famous money-squandering establishment in Fenghai City. More than 10 young disciples of the Wu family and more than 10 young disciples of the Gao family were confronting each other. They were ready to fight at any moment. Gao Qingxiang stepped forward and said, "I really don't think it's interesting to fight every day. It's just us and no one dares to kill each other. It's just a fight like a bullfight. What's the point of going back to the nutrition cabin? No, not even the slightest bit. But since everyone is here today, don't mind me asking a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Why did Wu Yuntian propose the life and death battle? This matter has actually been mentioned several times, but every time I asked about it, it would end up in a fight. But today I want to understand it. If I don't understand it, at least I won't participate in the battle." Gao Qingxiang said, "Wu Yuntian is the top genius of Fenghai 13, there's no doubt about it. But why did he suddenly propose the life and death battle? Doesn't he know the danger of the life and death battle? Is it Zuo Duo or someone else who provoked him? Who made him make such an unwise decision?" As soon as this sentence was asked, the faces of the young leaders of the Wu and Gao families instantly darkened. He's already dead. What's the point of saying this now? Can't we get to the bottom of the matter when he's dead? There's always a reason for everything. Water has a source and a tree has a root. It's impossible for two strangers to meet without saying a word and directly engage in the life and death battle, right? Gao Qingxiang sneered. On the opposite side, a young man in his 30s from the Wu family said mockingly, "You don't know about this? Then do you know why our two families fight every day?" Gao Qingxiang said, "Our two families have a tacit understanding that we can't target Zuo Duo, the murderer, so we can only vent our anger on each other. It's nothing more than that." The young man on the opposite side laughed. "That's right. We're venting our anger on each other. Since you understand, why are you asking? Are you scared or are you scared?" Gao Qingxiang narrowed his eyes. "I still want to understand the reason behind it. Only then can we have a clear goal. Even if we continue to fight, we can understand it." Chapter 441. A 30-something-year-old youth from the Gao family said in a low voice, "Qingxiang, don't say any more." Gao Qingxiang was stunned. He looked at the 7 or 8 Gao family youths who were as confused as him. He turned his head and said, "Big brother, you also know the cause of this matter?" On the opposite side, the Wu family youths were also confused. On both sides, the young leaders looked at their respective brothers who were at a loss. They looked at each other and said, "Explain clearly?" "That's fine too." The Wu family youth took out his phone and said indifferently, "I have all the recordings here. I'll show you later. Let's talk about the cause first." The cause was more than 20 years ago. The Wu family youth said indifferently, "That's not right. Because of this, during the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition, the Phoenix City teacher was called Hu Ruoyun, and the Fenghai 13 high school teacher was called Li Qingqiu. And the so-called grudge between the two schools started from these two people. More than 20 years ago, Hu Ruoyun's Dantian was destroyed by Li Qingqiu. That's all. Then, whenever the two schools get together, they will fight to the death. The root cause is also because of this. But this time the people leading the teams were all involved. And they just had to meet in the hotel. So, the conflict started from here." As he said that, he took out a cable and connected his phone to the big screen. A slightly blurry image appeared on the big screen. In the image, Li Qingqiu was leading Wu Yuntian and the others forward. Then the elevator suddenly opened. A group of people walked out. The one in the lead was a beautiful woman, and behind her was Zuo Duo. Everyone recognized him. Then Li Qingqiu quickly walked over and said with a playful smile, "Yo, isn't this Phoenix City's second high school teacher who?" Patter. The image paused. The Wu family youth said indifferently, "Let me introduce you. This female teacher is Fenghai 13 high school teacher. She is from the Li family and is called Li Qingqiu. More than 20 years ago, he was the one who personally crippled the female teacher who led the team on the opposite side. So, the grudge between the two sides has continued to this day." Most of the 30-something youths from the two families heard about this for the first time. They all stared at the screen. Then the scene started again. All the way until Wu Yuntian suddenly rushed out and asked about the dead principal of the opposing team, which infuriated the other team members. The video ended. It stopped at Umo Yan's angry face. The leading youth from the Wu clan said indifferently, "This is the first round." Everyone from the Gao family looked at Wu Yuntian with disdain. Wu Yuntian rushing out to humiliate them, wasn't he just looking for trouble? Knowing the outcome, they only had one thought in their minds: they were courting death. Next is the second scene. The leading young man from the Wu family operated it again. Then another video appeared on the big screen. At the entrance of the hotel, the two teams bumped into each other again. They were both walking out and then they stopped to talk. After the teacher finished speaking, Gao Yener, who was standing behind Li Qingqiu, took a step forward and asked the insulting words to Hu Ruoyun. Then the teacher and the students continued to mock and ridicule him. Gao Yener and her sister took turns to insult him, and Wu Yuntian continued to insult the dead principal of the opposing team. Finally, Zhou Xiaoduo started to fight back. The insults from both sides escalated. Finally, Wu Yuntian's words were heard. "Zhou Xiaoduo, do you dare to fight to the death?" Gao Yener's words. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you're dead." The two sides separated. The video stopped at Wu Yuntian's words. "See you in the arena." They looked at each other with murderous intent. The video ended there. The youths from the two families were speechless. In the first video, Wu Yuntian provoked him. In the second video, Gao Yener cursed. Both of them were role models, causing the situation to escalate and worsen. After that, it's on the arena. You've all seen the live broadcast. The Wu clan youth said indifferently, "That's what happened." One of the Gao family's youths stepped forward and said, "Rewind the video." Then he pointed at Li Qingqiu's arrogant and mocking face and said through gritted teeth, "That bastard, where is he now?" That guy is from the Li clan. Although he's not much, he's still a direct descendant of the Li clan. Also, after the Longhu list, he was killed halfway. Now his meridians are shattered, his bones are broken, and his dantian is destroyed. Not only can he not recover his cultivation, but he's also only conscious. He's destined to be paralyzed for the rest of his life. Are you sure you want to find trouble with him? The young man leading the Wu clan laughed coldly. If we could find trouble with him, why would our two clans waste time here? All the youths from the two families who didn't know what was going on suddenly felt that this matter had become boring. What was this? You insulted him like this, then forced him to fight to the death, and in the end, you gave your life to him. Your entire family is still here fighting to the death for you. This is really... Why bother? I really have to hand it to you. Wu Qing stepped forward. His face was twisted, and his usually handsome face was full of sadness. He said, "No wonder our families don't want us to find trouble with Zhou Xiaoduo. From the beginning to the end, what does this have to do with Zhou Xiaoduo? Do you want him to swallow his anger and not stand up for his school's reputation? Do you want him to just wait for death? He's so eager to die, putting a noose around his neck step by step. I'm speechless." Wu Qing waved his hand and left with his younger twin brother, Wu Yi. From now on, this matter has nothing to do with us brothers. We won't participate in the battle with the Gao family again. Wu Qing left with his younger brother. Gao Qingxiang's face was also twisted, and he didn't know what to say. After a long time he sighed. No wonder when I met Zhou Xiaoduo and invited him to come, he refused. When I asked him the reason, he only told me to come back and find the answer. Sigh. So our families don't dare to find trouble with the Li family, and only dare to fight among ourselves. At most we'll take our anger out on Zhou Xiaoduo. This matter is really well handled. In any case, we can't afford to lose face like this. With a wave of his hand, the three siblings left as well. Soon after, a few young people from each family turned around and left. Wu Yunhai stood there and hesitated for a moment. Finally he sighed and said, "I'm just a side branch of our family. I've always been insignificant. I can't interfere with the big picture. I'm leaving too." Wu Yunhai left as well. In the end, the Gao family and Wu family were left with 3 or 4 leaders each. They looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. The leader of the Gao family said calmly, "Boss Wu, you're really well prepared." The leader of the Wu family said calmly, "Boss Gao, don't tell me you didn't prepare these videos today? Today's the first time the young people from both families have gathered together." Both of them smiled sinisterly. Then they turned around and shouted, "Wine." Boss Gao said, "You still want to compete after drinking?" "Same to you." They walked all the way back. "Zhou, are you trying to drag the Li family into this?" Li Chenglong asked. "Don't worry, it's not your Li family," Zhou Xiaoduo said casually. Li Chenglong said impatiently, "Of course I know it's not my Li family. But why did you suddenly come up with this idea? What's the point of all these twists and turns?" Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, "Didn't we discuss it a few days ago? The Wu family and the Gao family are treating me like this not only because of external pressure but also because of their own reasons. We still don't know what the root cause is. Through today's meeting we've seen them. We should be able to sense that the younger generation of these two families is hostile to us, but it's not strong. So what the real reason is? It's up for debate. Maybe I'm just a raft." Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly. There's no so. I just feel that it was a matter of three families. Why are there only two of them fighting each other? Is the Li family of Fenghai City a big family that we can't afford to offend? Zhou Xiaoduo said, "That's why I went through so much trouble to let them go back and find out for themselves." Li Chenglong nodded silently. "But as far as we know, that Li Qingqiu isn't from a big family. He seems to only have two brothers. But that's even more strange." Zhou Xiaoduo sneered. "Li Qingqiu is the real cause of all these changes. He's the chief culprit. Why should he be able to live a peaceful life? Just because he's crippled and has lost all his cultivation? Whether they're looking for trouble or making friends with us. There are only two families. The matter isn't perfect. There's always something missing." Li Chenglong smacked his lips. "You bad. Don't mention it. Through today's meeting, I'm sure that the young people of the Gao family don't know the real reason and the ins and outs of this matter. At least they don't know the whole truth. This also makes me even more certain that the higher-ups of the Gao family and the Wu family are still harboring ill intentions towards me." Zhou Xiaoduo's face showed a strange smile. "Do you know why the higher-ups of these two families never let the young people know the real cause of this matter?" Li Chenglong frowned as he thought. "Because these two families want to take back the hearts of the young people after this matter?" Li Chenglong asked. "I don't know. I'm not sure." Zhou Xiaoduo said faintly, "But the more they don't want the young people to know, the more I have to let them know. Among the young people in these big families, how many of them are completely unambitious? The more outstanding the young people are, the more arrogant they are and the more they think that they have the right to speak." He rolled his eyes. "Swollen this matter. There will be a lot of things that can be exploited." Li Chenglong pursed his lips and said, "I think you're thinking too much. You want to drive a wedge between the two families? Isn't that a bit whimsical?" Chapter 442. Zhou Xiaoduo said indifferently, "We're still at the stage where we have to take one step at a time. I don't intend to drive a wedge between them. Let's see how their mentality changes after this matter is exposed. Let's play slowly. It won't do any harm to us." Zhou Xiaoduo stopped talking about this topic. However, in Li Chenglong's opinion he couldn't just stop there. He had to push the matter further and make a plan. He had to let the subsequent matters develop according to his own wishes. It would be best if everything went according to his and Zhou Xiaoduo's plan. That would be even better. However, it wasn't easy to achieve this. Don't think about it. Let's put the Li family on the table first. Don't think that everything will be fine. So what if Li Qingqiu is disabled? Zhou Xiaoduo sneered, "I'm not the one who crippled him. He hasn't paid back the debt he owes Teacher Hu. He's been in the limelight for more than 20 years and he's been arrogant for more than 20 years. He still has to take revenge for insulting old Principal He. The price he needs to pay for this is far from enough. Do you think you can stay out of this and pretend that nothing happened? Dream on." "I agree with you. However, there must be a reason why the Wu family and the Gao family didn't make trouble for the Li family. I don't care what the reason is." Zhou Xiaoduo said rudely, "A life for a life. A debt must be paid with money. I can owe people but I won't allow others to owe me." Li Chenglong was speechless. This guy's brain circuit is still as strange as ever. "You're talking as if you're not the murderer." That night, Li Chenglong completed the first compression of the thorny road. Although he tried his best to reduce the swelling, his dantian was still much smaller than Zhou Xiaoduo's. This time he could only compress half of his dantian before he couldn't compress it anymore. However, Li Chenglong did not force it because he felt that if he continued to press down, the feeling of his dantian and meridians exploding and boiling would be too intense. Compared to forcing it, the possibility of his Jinqi going astray due to the sharp increase in pain was very high. It was still acceptable for him to stop for the time being. At this point, it was the limit of the swelling. After completing this round of suppression, the two of them practiced back-to-back in the training room as usual. Li Chenglong suddenly realized that the popularity of Zhuoxiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra had increased by a lot. It had increased by more than double. This huge change made Li Chenglong, who was practicing close to Zhuoxiaoduo, feel as if he was in a furnace. Li Chenglong was sweating profusely and almost suspected that Zhuoxiaoduo had cooked him alive. However, Swollen still clenched his teeth and held on. This was because he could clearly feel that the cold energy hidden in his meridians was completely steamed out by this sharp increase in heat. Instead, it was swimming in his meridians. This was an innate cold energy. For a long time, it had been entrenched in Li Chenglong's meridians and had become one with his meridians. There was no way to get rid of it. However, under the nourishment of the Flaming Sun Sutra for a long time, it suddenly reached its limit today. After 3 hours of being steamed in the furnace, it was completely steamed out by Zhuoxiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra. Finally, Li Chenglong let out a muffled groan. A blue cold energy suddenly rushed out of his mouth like a long dragon. In an instant, it sprayed onto the basin opposite him. Half of the water in the basin instantly froze. Not only that, even the clothes on the clothes rack and the towel on top of the basin all froze. This cold energy was no small matter. Even with the continuous eruption of Zhuoxiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra, it still persisted for more than a minute before it completely melted. After the cold energy was completely melted, it was transformed into extremely pure spiritual qi. As the two of them cultivated, it was absorbed back into their bodies and transformed into extremely pure spiritual qi. Zhuoxiaoduo only felt that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have become much denser. With a single breath, the spiritual energy in his dantian was suddenly filled to the brim. In an instant, it reached the point where it needed to be suppressed again. The moment Li Chenglong spat out that cold energy, all his meridians were opened and his condition changed greatly. The spiritual energy in the surroundings gushed endlessly like a tidal wave, madly pouring into Li Chenglong's dantian. The high-tier star soul jade in his hand had been used for cultivation. Previously he had only been able to absorb 2 of them in an hour. But now, there was at least a third of the energy left in the jade, and it had been completely absorbed by him in just 5 minutes, turning into dust. After that, the cold energy was completely melted and refined. At the right time, more than a third of the energy rushed back into Li Chenglong's dantian like a tidal wave. Li Chenglong only felt that his dantian had suddenly become a round and bulging balloon, bursting to the limit. In an instant, it had reached the point where it needed to be suppressed again. Li Chenglong didn't feel good about such a sudden turn of events. Well, to be more precise, he was stunned. What's going on? Didn't I just complete a round of spiritual energy suppression? What? Is it suddenly full again? But at this moment, there was no time to think about anything else. He had to face this sudden burst of spiritual energy suppression. Zhuoxiaoduo did not have time to think about anything because the energy in his dantian was about to rush out and forcefully break through. He made a prompt decision and immediately circulated his energy to suppress it, and took the opportunity to suppress it for the 10th time. Li Chenglong was in the same situation. He circulated his energy and began his second round of suppression. The next moment, ow 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 ow. Ah! Zhuoxiaoduo straightened his neck and howled. Ow 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 ow. Ah! Li Chenglong straightened his neck and howled. Their voices rose and fell like a tenor duet. One was louder than the other and one was more tragic than the other. He really could not hold it in and had to scream. It was too painful. In the neighboring villa, the pitiful headmaster Yi Changqing had just fallen asleep. He had been working non-stop for the entire day, causing him to be quite tired. It was as if he had been trampled by an elephant. But just as he fell asleep, he was immediately awakened by this tragic cry. It would be fine if there was only one. But now there were 2 people screaming at the same time. Could it be that there was an accident? Yi Changqing was shocked. He did not even bother to change his clothes and rushed out in his pajamas. In a flash, he arrived at the window of Zhuoxiaoduo's villa. He opened the window and peered in. In the middle of the training room, the 2 guys were sitting back to back with their legs crossed. Their veins were bulging, their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Yi Changqing's head was full of black lines. It was too late for regrets. Damn, this was too tragic. Even if the path of thorns was not easy to walk and the process must be very painful, There was no need for the two of them to scream so exaggeratedly, right? This was simply a demonic sound that filled the brain. Ow 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 ow. The two of them howled together again. Their voices rose and fell in an endless stream, accompanied by their ferocious faces and bulging veins. % yen hashtag percent at percent. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. Forget it, I'm not going to sleep. I'll just stand here for a while and act as a guard. They were screaming so miserably. Those who knew would think that they were training. Those who did not know would think that the two of them had some strange interests and were communicating. The two of them screamed for a full 2 hours. Li Chenglong felt that he was hovering between life and death several times. It was not because of anything else, but because this time, when he was compressing, he realized that he could compress more. Especially when he borrowed the heat of Zhuoxiaoduo's flaming sun scripture, and used his own strength to suppress his own Dantian strength. With such help, how could Swollen Man let go of such a great opportunity? Although the pain increased sharply, Swollen Man knew that this was a rare opportunity. It was related to how far he could go in his cultivation journey. He suppressed it without hesitation. Like a hot knife through butter, he compressed it to 1/4 of his Dantian. Yes, the amount of energy in his Dantian was only 1/4 of his Dantian. At this point he could no longer compress it. After the second round of compression, it was more than twice as much as the first round. Li Chenglong was very satisfied with this result and was overjoyed. After a while, the two of them opened their eyes at almost the same time and groaned at the same time, "Damn, it hurts so much." Then they said at the same time, "Damn, why is it so smelly? Must be you. Hurry up and get lost." Then they kicked at the same time. With a boom, the two of them were hit at the same time and were sent flying. Then, in mid-air, the two of them twisted their waists and jumped into their own bathrooms to take a shower. Then the two of them did the same thing again. While taking a shower, they took out a bottle from their spatial rings and gulped down the spiritual liquid. Yi Changqing, who was outside the window, opened his eyes wide. This spiritual liquid seemed a little familiar. This is. At the moment of realization, Yi Changqing flew into a rage. This was clearly the nutrient liquid in the nourishment cabin? These two little bastards. Not only did you drink such a dirty thing, you even poured it out from inside. Don't you find it dirty to drink bottles after bottles of it like water? Don't you find it disgusting? No. This spiritual liquid. Why is it so clear? Seems to be new. Could it be that when they were the first batch to enter the nourishment cabin at that time? How dare you? This was a blatant act of theft. Unforgivable. No wonder the freshman's nutrient liquid was consumed so quickly this year. In the past, the nutrient liquid could last for half a year after being filled to the brim once. But now, a few of them had already been replenished 3 or 4 times. It turned out that they had all been drunk by these two things. Yi Changqing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. These two bastards really didn't hold back. Begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. 5 updates. Chapter 443. Zhuoxiaoduo drank a bottle of spirit liquid and turned to the bathroom to apply body wash on his naked body. He raised his legs, raised his hands, and posed in all kinds of positions. It had to be said that a martial artist's flexibility was good. He only needed to use his right hand to rub his entire body. As he cleaned himself, he sang a song, "Invincible. How lonely. Invincible. How empty." As he sang, he suddenly stopped between his legs. Then he smiled wretchedly, "Second brother, this song of mine is about you. Look at how valiant and majestic you are. You are also a person who is above the clouds in second brother's mind. You are above the clouds looking down from above. How much scenery can you see?" With a whoosh, Yi Changqing, who could no longer listen to him, went home in a flash. He was angry and amused at the same time. This was a proper shameless person. Despicable. That night, Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Chenglong slept very soundly. It was probably because they were too tired from shouting. In the morning, the two of them went to school energetically. That night, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and the others did not sleep at all. In the computer room of the Hidden Dragon High School, they asked professionals to keep an eye on the country's banking system. Until 9 o'clock in the morning. There's a situation. A teacher's fingers formed a phantom and moved quickly on the computer keyboard, beginning to lock on to the other party. Just now, a large amount of money was suddenly transferred to this account. It's a total of 300 million. The source of the transfer is Shangjing. Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian Yi Changqing, Grandma Shi, Vice Principal Cheng's wife, and a gloomy person who had never appeared in the school. It was Vice Principal Cheng. Vice Principal Liu sat in his wheelchair and watched all of this quietly, as well as the backbone of their families. They stood up at the same time. Even Vice Principal Liu, who was sitting in his wheelchair, could not help but straighten his body by grabbing the armrest. Everyone's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Shangjing. 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 The black hand was actually in Shangjing. Another one. This one's direction is even more obvious. It's from Fenghai Wendao League. This one's 500 million. As the Dao League. 9:20. Another 200 million was transferred to this card from another account in Shangjing. Yi Changqing's voice was urgent. Let's not investigate the Dao League for now. Investigate the two accounts in Shangjing immediately. I want to know all of his information, name, affiliation, phone number, everything. The previous account belonged to a foreign trade company called Guangjin in Shangjing. The other account belonged to a foreign trade company called Fenghai. The company's registered addresses are all in Dongqing district. Yi Changqing grabbed his phone and dialed a number. The call was instantly connected. Chief of the South. How is it? Yes, two foreign trade companies. They are respectively. All right. Do what you need to do. If anyone in Fenghai City tries to stop you, just say that it's my order and you're carrying out my mission. As long as there's anyone who disagrees, there's no need for him to look for me. I'll naturally look for him. Understood. Thank you for your support, Chief Nan. There's no time to lose. Minister Nan's voice was full of majesty. I've codenamed this operation Clear Sky. Act immediately. I'll immediately call the Star Shield General Administration in the Central Plains and fully cooperate with you. Yes, Chief Nan, but there's one thing I have to report to you. The target we've confirmed is the Dao League. It's said that it's a gang run by the prince's brother-in-law in the Central Plains. The indifferent voice on the other side said, if it's confirmed that the Prince of the Central Plains is involved in this matter, I assure you that from now on, Jianghu will no longer have a Prince of the Central Plains. Thank you, Minister Nan. The call was hung up. Yi Changqing's gaze was like lightning. Under the command of the Hidden Dragon High School, all nascent soul cultivators above the Hidden Dragon High School are to gather within 1 minute. Wen Xingtian. Yes. Distribute the Dao Seeking Alliance's roster. Have you marked everyone's home addresses? Everything is ready. 1,753 people. Including their families, not a single one of them can be missing, and not a single one of them can die. Don't let them down. Yes. If anyone goes easy on them in this event, their entire family will be exterminated. Xiang Quangren said coldly. Yes. From now on, the computer room will monitor all teachers' phones and all means of contacting the outside world. Yes. Move out. They've only started transferring money after such a long time. It's obvious that they've discovered that there's no hope of silencing them. They can only fulfill their promise and spend money. Yi Changqing's face was as heavy as water. The impassioned assembly whistle suddenly sounded in the sky above Hidden Dragon High School. Immediately, a thunderous voice sounded in the sky. All nascent soul cultivators above, gather in 1 minute. Merely 40 seconds later, no less than 1,000 people all soared into the sky. Mixed with an imposing aura that could suppress heaven and earth, they flew out in all directions. The most tyrannical force in the middle crushed toward the center of the city. A thunderous strike accomplished in one fell swoop. In the face of such a movement, the entire Fenghai city was completely silent. No force dared to act rashly. The surging murderous aura surged through the wind for tens of thousands of miles, copious and irresistible. The peak forces of the Hidden Dragon High School came out in full force. This force was absolutely crushing and irresistible within the boundaries of Fenghai City. The leader of the Fenghai Dao League was only at the cloud transformation realm. If a comparison had to be made in this operation, it would be like lifting a mountain to smash a mosquito. In less than half an hour, all the members of the Fenghai Dao League who were completely unguarded were captured. No one was left out. At this time, not to mention the other party's backstage movements, even the combat power of the Star Shield General Administration arranged by the Southern Chief had not yet arrived. All the members of the Fenghai Dao League from top to bottom, 1,753 people, plus their respective families, totaled more than 7,400 people. All of them were captured and brought back. There were even some families who had dogs. Even the dogs were captured. Of course, most of them still had to be released. What if their dogs starved to death? It had to be said that they were really thoughtful. When everyone was brought to the martial arts plaza of the Hidden Dragon High School, the people from the Star Shield General Administration finally arrived. After that, the wind and clouds surged in the sky again. A troop of soldiers came from afar. The leading general shouted, "May I ask why the Hidden Dragon High School suddenly took action? What's the reason?" "We're following orders. No forces have the right to interfere." Yi Changqing's voice and expression did not change. He spoke frankly and with assurance, full of a condescending attitude. At this time, a vigorous figure rushed over. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. He was spirited and handsome. Beside him, there was an old man in his 50s accompanying him. He was full of vigor like a deep pool in a high mountain. This person was the housekeeper of the prince's mansion of the Central Plains. "Principal Yi." The middle-aged man in his 30s shouted anxiously, "Why is this? How did the Fenghai Dao League offend the Hidden Dragon High School? For the sake of this little brother, please." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "Brother Chiu, are you saying that you're willing to take responsibility for any mistakes made by the Dao League? You must know that the Hidden Dragon High School is following orders from the Southern Chief to eliminate the Dao League. If you want to bring people back, you can contact the Southern Chief directly. The Hidden Dragon High School does not have the right to do so." Brother Chiu's expression changed instantly. It was worse than eating feces. "Southern Chief? Which Southern Chief? In Jianghu, there's only one Southern Chief who can command the Hidden Dragon High School." Yi Changqing's voice was indifferent. Brother Chiu's expression changed instantly. He then cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "I don't know what Brother Chiu said just now. It seems like the Fenghai Dao League's actions have Brother Chiu's face. I will inform the Southern Chief about this. Please don't blame me for saying this first." Brother Chiu's expression became more and more ugly. He looked at the old housekeeper beside him. The old housekeeper cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Principal Yi, this old man was ordered by the prince to take a look at the situation. I didn't know it involved so much. Please don't blame me. Also, the prince asked me to pass a message to Principal Yi. The prince's residence has good wine that is difficult to taste. If Principal Yi has the time, the prince will welcome you. Please tell the prince that after Yi Changqing is done with his work, if he has the time, he will naturally find the prince to drink wine." Yi Changqing smiled and cupped his hands. The two people in the air instantly retreated. As for Brother Chiu, when he left, his face had already turned deathly pale. On the side of the Hidden Dragon High School, several people looked at that person's back thoughtfully. Their eyes were deep. No one knew what they were thinking. The army that had spoken earlier also retreated. The 3 words Southern Chief were enough to intimidate the entire Fenghai city. On the other hand, the Star Shield Department was constantly contacted by phone. The entire Star Shield Department was mobilized and started the interrogation immediately. Starting from the lower level, one by one, family by family was taken away for interrogation. Some people who had done all kinds of evil were directly killed on the spot. With so many people interrogating and testifying against each other, it was a mess. Many people knew that they were not good people, but they also knew a lot of things about the people around them. They exposed each other, trying to make up for their crimes. They really did everything they could and sold everything they could. The words expose and reduce their crimes immediately caused the entire Dao League to be in chaos. Before the morning arrived, more than 3,000 people had already been released. These were all lower-level clan members. Although they were in the wrong, their crimes did not warrant death. They would only be given a small beating as a warning, and then they would be allowed to leave with their families. If it was not necessary, the Hidden Dragon High School would not kill more people. However, the Dao League's chief, 2 deputy chiefs, 4 elders, and 4 hall masters did not receive such treatment. They were not even interrogated. People just kept coming over with files in their hands. They read the things related to these people that had just been recorded and asked, "This matter, did it happen?" He nodded and made a tick. He shook his head and made a question mark. Under separate interrogation, more than 3 people said that the question mark was true. When they came over, they would be slapped and a tooth would be slapped. Then they would make a tick again. More and more people were released. However, the crimes of those who stayed were also proven to be more and more serious. However, the upper echelons of the Tao-seeking alliance still did not know what they had done wrong to cause the situation to turn so bad. What was the reason? A few people lowered their heads, their faces pale. That matter should not be found out, right? They had succeeded, and the money had been transferred. Would there be any problems? Chapter 444. The only thing the sect members knew was that someone in the sect had offended the higher-ups and was investigated thoroughly by the other party. All of them felt that they were unlucky and their faces were ashen. After a while, people started to be dragged out continuously. They were pressed to the ground in front of the 11 higher-ups of the Tao League. Their hands were raised and their heads fell to the ground. Blood flowed like a river. The 11 higher-ups of the Tao League were ashen. Killing was done. This matter proved that it was serious. The higher-ups of the Tao League realized that the people they interrogated were getting closer and closer to the core. The questions they asked also started to make people shudder in fear. These were things that the 10 or so higher-ups outside would not know. The questions that they prayed that they would not be asked were now being interrogated bit by bit, one by one, in each of the interrogation rooms. Those who were being interrogated now were the confidants of the higher-ups of the Tao League. Dozens of people were being interrogated at once. There was bound to be someone who could not take it. As long as one of them could not take it and spit out, there would be a second one. Then, as they exposed each other, the third one would be dragged in. Then one by one they would be put on the same rope. I confess, Hall Master Zhu should know about what happened to Vice Principal Cheng's family back then. One of the Hall Master's confidants suddenly said, I only beg for you to spare my life. I'll tell you, I'm willing to tell you everything I know. This sentence came out of nowhere and was even more shocking. Even Zhang Xiaofei, who was in charge of the interrogation, was stunned. Then his eyes widened. Hall Master Huang. He was not the same person as the Hall Master who dealt with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing in the trial this time. The one who set the target was surnamed Fu, Hall Master Fu. There was finally a breakthrough, and it was an unexpected breakthrough. It was an unexpected joy. The people from Hidden Dragon High School were invigorated when they heard this. They stopped beating around the bush and started to interrogate directly. As time went on, more and more things happened. There were also more and more useful clues. However, there were almost no clues related to the other principals back then. As the interrogation records were sent out one by one, the faces of Yi Changqing and the others outside became gloomier and gloomier. Vice Principal Cheng, who had been masked all this time, did not have much hope when he returned. However, at this moment his body trembled slightly. Old Cheng, don't be impatient. Yi Changqing gently placed his hand on Vice Principal Cheng's shoulder. This matter has serious implications. It's not something that a small Xiao Dao League can do. We have to get to the bottom of this and take our revenge thoroughly. Otherwise, how can we let the dead rest in peace? Understood. Vice Principal Cheng's voice was hoarse. The teachers were all busy while the students were cultivating by themselves. At noon, Zhou Xiaoduo still didn't go to the cafeteria. Instead, he bought some food and went to Grandma Shi's house. But this time he pounced on empty air. Grandma Shi, who usually lived alone at home, was not at home today. What a surprise. That the interrogation had gone on for an entire day. Finally it came to an end. The sequence of events was indeed clear. However, what disappointed the higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School was that the higher-ups of the Tao League were indeed rotten to the core. They also had something to do with the tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family. However, this little bit of connection was insignificant. This time, dealing with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing was indeed handled by the Tao League. There was indeed someone behind the scenes. However, this was the biggest problem. The person behind the scenes left no traces behind. There was almost no trace left behind. Back then, the Tao League was picked in the middle of the night. The 11 higher-ups, including their families, were all fed a poison pill. From then on, they were controlled by someone. However, the deeper problem was that they did not know who was controlling them. They were just puppets that floated to the surface. The higher-ups of the Tao League were indeed poisoned. They took their blood samples and confirmed that it was the 7-year spring that was said to be incurable. When Xingtian frowned. There's no need for a test. The people of the Tao League are not fools. How could they not test it themselves to confirm the situation? Being controlled by someone else, they must be restricted by it. The 7-year spring was an extremely special poison pill. After taking this medicine, one would feel refreshed and energetic. They would also be full of enthusiasm and perseverance when doing things. If this was the only effect, this was simply a miracle medicine that had hundreds of advantages and no disadvantages. In fact, this 7-year spring was a health product developed by a research institute that researched health products. Once this health product was released, its clinical effects were so good that it became a commercial legend. At that time, this medicine was called the Eternal Spring Pill. However, this commercial legend lasted until 7 years later, when rotting corpses began to appear on a large scale in the mainland. After a strict investigation by the government, it was revealed that the miracle medicine was actually poison. And all the higher-ups and research labs of this company disappeared overnight. When the Eternal Spring Pill reappeared, it was already called the 7-year spring. Its effects were even better and more obvious than before. Because there were many more things added to it, it was also effective on high-level martial artists. However, its effects were two-sided. There were both benefits and harm. At the end of the 7 years, the harm would erupt and there would be no cure. Within 7 days, the body would rot and die without a doubt. This new Eternal Spring Pill was named the 7-year spring, also known as the 7-day ghost. It was actually very simple to not become a 7-day ghost. At the end of the 7 years, one just had to take another 7-year spring and it would last for another 7 years. However, this also meant that after taking the first pill, one could only continue to take it. They could not leave it for life. However, the number of years one could take this medicine for was still a secret. The originally developed health product became a miracle medicine that could control people. This matter was also full of irony. However, they don't know who the person who gave them the 7-year spring was. The other party has never shown his true face. At the end of the day, this Tao-seeking alliance is just a puppet they control from below. It's dispensable and they can give it up at any time. It won't hurt them at all. They can even use the existence of this puppet to gain insight into how much information we currently have. Yi Changqing frowned. When Xingtian said lightly, however, there's still one thing that we can be sure of. The person back then must have come from Shangjing. As for the Eternal Spring Pill back then, it caused a huge uproar in the world and disappeared overnight. It must have been controlled by someone. However, there are not many clans that can do this. If we start the investigation from this direction, it should be much easier to find out, right? Xiang Quangren added on. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing both rolled their eyes. Easy to find out? You sound like you have a brain, but who wouldn't have thought of this? The Eternal Spring Pill back then was much more important than the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts incident. However, after so many years of investigation, have they found anything? Easy to find should be followed by 2 words, bullshit. Now we can only hope. To interrogate the higher-ups of the Tao League. We'll see if it has anything to do with the brother-in-law of the king of Zhongyuan, Qiu Shaoqian. If Qiu Shaoqian also knows about it, then we can still dig deeper into this matter. If Qiu Shaoqian doesn't know about it, then this clue is as good as dead. That might not be the case. I can still check the emails that are sent to and fro. It won't be of any use. I've checked just now. These email addresses are all useless. They'll be discarded after they're used. The only useful piece of information is that the person who instructed them to deal with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing recently sent us an email. In the end, we were able to find out that the address was actually from the Tao Alliance. When Xingtian sighed, the Tao League mainland, Xiang Quangren became more and more confused. He said, "Is there a need to make it so complicated to deal with Zhao's Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts?" Zhao's Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts? Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. These words were really awesome. However, compared to the Umno Alliance mainland and the Tao League mainland, Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts was indeed nothing. Continue the interrogation. See if we can dig out any more useful information. As they were talking, Yi Changqing's phone suddenly rang. Chief Nan's voice sounded from the phone. Guangjin and Fenghe have been controlled immediately. All their personnel have also been arrested immediately. However, there was still a problem in the process. When they were arrested and interrogated, the higher-ups of these 2 companies, including a few financial personnel, died together. After confirmation, it was caused by the Soul Guider poison. Now, this matter is no longer just about Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Although all the clues in this matter were cut off immediately, more clues have been exposed because of this. Many of the email addresses are from the Tao League mainland. There's something fishy about this. Chief Nan said, you guys focus on your side first. I'll personally keep an eye on this side. Chief Nan's voice was overflowing with uncontrollable anger. He probably didn't expect that under the circumstances where he had personally taken action, the people who had already been captured alive would be killed in such a way. Chief Nan was really angry this time. Just you wait. I'll tear this huge net apart. I don't believe it. Chief Nan hung up the phone. Soul Guider. Yi Changqing sighed softly. As the name suggested, this was also a slow-acting poison that existed in a person's body. However, it was controlled by a person. As long as the person was found to be uncontrollable or captured, the poison in the target's body would immediately activate with a thought, and the target would die suddenly. However, this drug. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. It was definitely not something that a small gang or family could control or use. Continue the interrogation. As for the interrogation of the higher-ups of the Dao League, it was as expected. It was just that someone remotely commanded and sent the mission over. The only 2 email addresses that could be checked were from the Dao League mainland. They were also disguised by many springboards. Moreover, they were 2 personal email addresses. As for the registered identities of these 2 people, they had actually been dead for many years. The meticulousness of the plan was simply outrageous. Chapter 445. As for the Prince of Zhongyuan's brother-in-law, Qiu Shaoqin, he could only ask the Dao League's leader and say something ambiguous. Young Master Qiu probably doesn't know about it. We rarely talk about it when we're together. Young Master Qiu also rarely asks about the Dao League. Young Master Qiu doesn't care about how we earn money. He only collects money. When there's trouble that we can't handle, he'll come out and solve it. It's always been like this. In the end, most of the people who asked about the Dao League were released, but the 130 people who were identified as the core members were still detained. They were handed over to Grandma Shi, Vice Principal Lu, and a few other families to deal with. These people were guilty of heinous crimes and deserved to die. It meant that so many things had happened in the Hidden Dragon High School these years, but they couldn't find the real culprit. Although these people weren't the real culprit, they didn't have much to do with what happened in the past. However, they couldn't be separated from the recent events. If the Hidden Dragon High School wanted to vent their anger, they could do whatever they wanted. After that, Star Shield would be in charge of cleaning up. However, Granny Shi only laughed mockingly at this punishment before flying away. Kill. If Yu Jiaren wanted to kill, would I have to wait until now? If I wanted to kill a few people to vent my anger, would I have to wait until now? In the end, it was Vice Principal Cheng's youngest son, the head teacher of the 3rd grade class, Cheng Xiaosong, who personally killed these 130 people on the spot. However, the Dao League's leader, 2 vice leaders, 4 elders, and 4 hall masters were held back by Wen Xingtian and Xiang Quangren. Let's interrogate them for a while more. At least a week. Squeeze as much information out of them as possible. As for the few survivors who carried out the mission against Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they were directly smashed into minced meat by Xiang Quangren. Xiang Quangren turned around and glanced at the faces of the people behind him. He suddenly laughed strangely and said gloomily, Vice Principal Gao, why is your face so ugly? You must be in a high position and have lived like a prince in the Gao family. You rarely see such a bloody scene, right? When Xingtian only felt a rush of anger. He angrily rebuked, Vice Principal Xiang, why do you always cause trouble in this school? What does Vice Principal Gao's expression have to do with you? Can't you fucking shut your shitty mouth? When Xingtian really wanted to vomit blood. Although Vice Principal Gao had been trying his best to control himself, his face was still slightly pale. But who couldn't see this? Is Xiang Quangren the only one with sharp eyes? What kind of problem can your words solve? It will only alert the enemy, that's all. This idiot is simply incapable of accomplishing anything but good at spoiling everything. When Xingtian wished he could stuff Xiang Quangren's mouth with feces, Yi Changqing transmitted his voice, calm down. The current plan was simply too complicated and confusing. There wasn't a single good way to solve it. Let Xiang Quangren do as he pleases. It may not be a bad thing to alert the enemy. When Xingtian angrily tilted his head, but at this moment he suddenly remembered something. He transmitted his voice, Vice Principal, I want to let 2 of my students try to interrogate them. Yi Changqing frowned, Zhou Xiaoduo? Li Qinglong? When Xingtian said, yes. Yi Changqing frowned tightly and said worriedly, these 2 children each have their own mysteries. They can be the best choice for now. Maybe they can get out of this deadlock. But I'm afraid that if we drag them into this big whirlpool too early, they will attract the attention of others. They can't resist such a huge wave at all. Act in secret. Only you and I know about this, Wen Xingtian said. Yi Changqing pondered for a moment and said, when you go over tonight, tell them about the risks involved. Ask them if they are willing. If they are not, don't force them. This is a very dangerous matter. If you can avoid involving these two children, it's better not to. If only we had the Umno Alliance's mental cultivation method and the Heavenly Wizard soul search. When Xingtian expressed his deep regret, Yi Changqing grinned and said, that's the Umno Alliance's secret method. Even in the Umno Alliance, only a few important people in the Stargate sector are qualified to cultivate it. Once it appears in the astral souls, they will immediately become targets to be killed. How can anyone on our side be able to master it? Even if they do, who would dare to expose it? When Xingtian's thoughts were purely whimsical. Let's just say it and be done with it. Old Cheng, what do you think? Yi Changqing looked behind him at Vice Principal Cheng, who was still standing there quietly with his face covered. He was just standing there, but no one could feel him. It was as if he no longer had any sense of existence. There was no vitality, no aura, and no anger or sorrow. No one would notice if he came, and no one would notice if he left. After years of living in hiding, he was used to this state, and so were others. I have nothing to say. Keep looking. Vice Principal Cheng's voice was light as he said, I'll go find Snake King. The Dao League was related to Vice Principal Cheng's family, but it was only a plan. The specific matters were handled by someone else. And the person who was related to this specific matter was a person with the nickname Snake King. This Snake King was his new target. When Xingtian suddenly had an idea and said, Old Cheng, don't be impatient. I'll find someone to read your fortune and ask about your future. Vice Principal Cheng looked at Wen Xingtian with eyes full of surprise. Xingtian, when did you start to believe in swindlers? I'm not a swindler. Wen Xingtian said angrily, what can you do if you wait for an entire night? Vice Principal Cheng snorted and still didn't think much of it. Old Cheng, just wait for one night. Hidden Dragon High can't afford to lose, and neither can we. Yi Changqing pressed on Vice Principal Cheng's shoulder with his hand. Vice Principal Cheng was stunned and said calmly, okay. I've waited for more than 10 years. One night won't make a difference. Grandma Sure went home. Although she was investigating what had happened in the past, Grandma Sure's heart was as calm as an ancient well. She had only gone over this time because she was holding on to the slightest bit of hope. Now that it was over, she could go home. The old man was still waiting for her to have lunch. Nothing else was more important than accompanying the old man. Just as she reached the door, she saw a piece of white paper stuck in the crack of the door. Grandma Sure was startled. Was this a messenger? She opened it and saw a line of words written on it. Grandma Sure, I'm here again. Haha, I got first place in the trial this time. Waha, I wanted to have lunch with you, but you weren't here. I put the food at the door for you. I'm leaving. I still have classes in the afternoon. There was a big smiley face drawn below. It was a smiley face with a crooked mouth. Then there was the signature, Xiao Duo. Grandma Sure looked at this piece of paper for a long time. She couldn't help but smile. There was a trace of warmth in her eyes. She muttered, this little monkey. For a moment her eyes curved. Her heart, which had been calm for a long time, seemed to ripple slightly. She opened the door and went in. There was a big food box at the door. It was placed neatly, and there were 2 bottles of wine beside it. Grandma Sure opened the door and took the food box in. She also took the 2 bottles of wine in. She took out the dishes and placed them neatly on the table. She opened the wine and poured 2 cups. She smiled gently. Old man, you saw it, right? Do you like this little monkey? She picked up the wine cup and drank it. She smiled faintly. I want to take care of this child for a few years. While waiting for our matter to come to an end, I want to see this child more. What do you think? Don't worry. The fetters of the world can no longer hold me back. It's just that these few years. It's good to have something to do. Grandma Sure rambled on and on. She drank 1 cup and 1 cup, and the 2 bottles of wine were drunk just like that. Her skinny body sighed softly and muttered, Old man, looking at this, it involves a lot. I'm so tired. Old man, I'm so tired. If it goes according to the current situation, I might not be able to wait until that day. Grandma Sure sighed softly and was in a daze. After a long time, she slowly leaned on the table and fell asleep quietly. The wind came in from the door. The portrait fluttered gently. A corner of it floated and rested on Grandma Sher's shoulder. It was as if the principal Sher in the portrait was reaching out a hand and patting his beloved wife's shoulder, comforting her silently. Zhou Xiaoduo had already returned to the villa. Li Qinglong had also returned. The school was in a mess. It was better to cultivate at home. The commotion today was really big. If not for the fact that the martial arts Hidden Dragon School is one of the top 3 martial arts masters in the continent, this person's combat power is shocking. Li Qinglong said, Zhua, why do you think Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing haven't appeared yet? I think it's almost done by tomorrow. The two of them can be considered as the key figures in this incident. If they appeared earlier, some things would be hard to say. Zhou Xiaoduo was also very nervous this time. My Tower of Annihilation. Sai, why isn't it back yet? Sai, it can't really be swallowed by me, right? Li Qinglong was operating in front of the computer. Suddenly he was stunned and said, Zhua, you're very popular now. Zhou Xiaoduo never paid attention to the news on the internet. Basically, he did not go online. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Li Qinglong's expression was very strange. I should say that both of us are very popular. Leader's high martial arts career. Damn. This is. Zhou Xiaoduo came over to take a look. It was a high-definition photo of Li Qinglong holding down Xiang Bing and beating her up. Next to it was a photo of Xiang Bing's beautiful life, followed by a photo of her beautiful face being punched by Li Qinglong. Blood splattered everywhere and her facial features were distorted. Damn. Zhou Xiaoduo grimaced. Teacher Wen doesn't allow us to watch our classes, right? Where did these come from? Li Qinglong coughed. This is not class. You two are secretly doing it? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of gossip. What do you mean by secretly doing it? Li Qinglong was a little dissatisfied. Looking at the leader's high martial arts career, one photo after another in the cafeteria, on the road, and that many of them were photos of Zhou Xiaoduo's upper body or half of his face. Therefore, a group of people below posted, King of Swords is here too. King of Swords? I think I saw King of Swords. What do you mean by think? Be bold. Remove these 2 words. Then there was a photo of Zhou Xiaoduo fighting in the cafeteria. Beside him, Wu Yunhai looked anxious. Chapter 446. Then Zhou Xiaoduo and Wu Yunhai were talking. It was actually a video. Although it was not high definition, it was the kind that could be heard. Below, a group of people commented, I thought that when the Sword King went to Fenghai he would definitely fight with the Wu family. After all, he killed their genius clansmen. Someone below snorted, Child, you are still too naive. How many years has the Wu family been a big family? Can't you understand this kind of powerful relationship? If something happens to the Sword King now, can they get away with it? What's more, how do you know that the Sword King has no one to support him? You are really too stupid and naive. Are we just going to let bygones be bygones? Tisk, to be on good terms with a genius like the Sword King, there will only be benefits in the future, okay? The person above is a genius. +1, +2. Then there were scenes after scenes. Zhou Xiaoduo and Wu Yunhai, Zhou Xiaoduo and Wu Qin, Zhou Xiaoduo and Gao Qingxiang, Zhou Xiaoduo and Gao Qingyun, that they were all chatting happily with sincere expressions. In a few pairs of eyes, one could even see the changes in the eyes of the people in this photo. Below there were also countless people interpreting. Li Qinglong was full of confusion. Is this the life of the sect leader or the life of the Sword King? How is it that you have more content than me in this high martial arts student post? This is like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. Zhangguan Li Li no Li Guanzhua. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly and flipped down page by page. Until that night. The photo of the two of them meeting Gao Qingxiang and his sister. Gao Qiao looked at him with a charming smile. Her beautiful face, pure temperament and beautiful figure were vividly set off under the neon lights, like a dream. In the comment section below, there was a wolf howl. I love it. So beautiful. Already. Sword King, you are so lucky. This is a delicate flower of the Gao family, one of the 4 great beauties of Fenghai City. Obviously Miss Qiao has taken a fancy to the Sword King. Woo Miss Qiao, look at me. Sigh, the Wu clan is still not good enough. Look at the Gao clan, they're even using the beauty trap. It seems like they're really going to be a family with the Sword King. But why do I still feel that it's very strange? Do these big families and big corporations all do things like this? Brother, let me tell you, what is a human life worth? Benefits were paramount. As long as there were long-term benefits, what was a momentary grudge? Haggling over a dead person to the end? The people in charge of big clans always know how to choose. You're right. The Sword King is truly blessed. A group of geniuses making friends and great beauties using honey traps left and right. I'm so jealous. That's right. The life of a genius like the Sword King is so dull and dull. Fuck off. I also want such an ordinary life. +1 +2. Looking at the comments, there were already tens of thousands of comments. Basically, there were tens of thousands of comments under every post and countless reposts and reposts. There were also some busybodies who simply created a post titled, "The Sword King's High Martial Arts Life is so dull and boring," and it actually became very popular. Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong huddled in front of the computer, and both of them had a curious look on their faces. TSK. How did he become popular? They casually searched for the Sword King, and instantly, more than 70 million search results were displayed. The first few thousand pages were all about Zhuo Duo. This isn't normal. Zhuo Duo was perplexed and scratched his head. Li Chenglong also scratched his head. Even if the entire Central Plains tournament was broadcasted live, it might not be able to get so many views and searches. There are simply too many. There are traces of manipulation and space in this. What's the purpose? What's the point of doing this? Maybe it's to make money? With such a large number of views, the profits must be considerable. Li Chenglong said, but it's also possible that it's the Gao family and the Wu family. Currently, we don't have much contact with the Gao family and the Wu family, but we already have so much relevant information. More importantly, there are quite a number of people who are faintly leading the charge in the comments. Li Chenglong pointed and said, this. If we analyze it in detail, we can see it. It's just that it's not so obvious. Of course, as long as it's not continuously leading the charge, then there's no problem. In other words, this is a type of very clever tactic. Zhuo Duo said, even if that's the case, what benefits can leading the charge bring? By controlling the direction of public opinion, we can turn it in a way that benefits us. Then, who benefits from leading the charge now? Li Chenglong sighed and said, as far as I'm concerned, these current tactics are still somewhat low level. But this is just the beginning. With the abilities, wisdom, and tactics of the big families, there should still be a reversal. But if everything goes smoothly, it won't be credible. Zhuo Duo was about to speak when the phone rang. Zhuo Duo glanced at the caller and instantly dashed to his room on the second floor. He slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. Then he pressed the call button. Miss Nian Mao. You miss me? Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice came from the phone. She sounded a little coquettish. Dog, if I don't call you, don't you know how to call me? Zhuo Duo said, feeling wronged. In all honesty, how would I dare to call you? What if you were on a mission and my phone rang? Wouldn't I be harming you? Miss Nian Mao. Call me big sister. Okay, Miss Nian Mao. Zhuo Duo lay on the bed with the phone in her hand. She felt exceptionally good, infinitely good. She said, why did you suddenly call me? What's the matter? Just by hearing this snort, Zhuo Duo could guess that Zhuo Xiaoyan must be pouting. I see that you're very popular now. Your cereal is everywhere on the internet. King of Swords, is that Gao Qiao are very beautiful? The head of the four beauties in Fenghai? Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice was full of displeasure. The head of the four beauties, that girl you don't know. She's really unsightly. Sigh, Miss Nian, you don't know my difficulties. That girl's perfume almost made me fall when we met. I used all my strength to control myself and barely didn't run away. Ayaya, I'm so pitiful. Zhuo Duo hurriedly expressed her loyalty. I saw the two of you looking at each other. It was really beautiful. Say, I didn't see your difficulties? Zhuo Xiaoyan was obviously jealous because of the pictures on the internet. That was why she called to criticize him. How could she be fooled by Zhuo Duo with just a few words? Miss Nian, you don't know. That Gao family obviously saw my talent and made a decision on the spur of the moment. They clearly want to harm me. I'm in the middle of the situation now and have to deal with them. The most important thing is that Gao Qiao, most likely has body odor. That smell is really unpleasant. It's hard to stand up to. Zhou Xiaoduo's tongue was glib. After degrading Gao Qiao, he began to degrade the girls in the class. In short, in the entire Hidden Dragon High School and even the entire Feng Hai, there wasn't a single beauty. They were all ugly melons and cracked dates. Zhou Xiaoduo directly used Xiang Bing and the others' disfigurement as an excuse. The implication was self-evident. Yin Cat, don't worry. I'm full of ugly girls. They're all useless. They're not a threat to you at all. That even though Zhou Xiaoyan had already seen the pictures of many of Feng Hai's enemies, she didn't really believe such nonsense. She felt comfortable listening to it. She didn't harp on this topic anymore. Instead, she began to talk about what she had seen and heard. She talked about how her work was going smoothly, how easy the tasks were, how fast she progressed, and how all the members treated her. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't believe a single word of this nonsense. However, he said that he believed it without a doubt. After a full 20 minutes, Zhou Xiaoyan reluctantly hung up. Her last sentence was, "I'm telling you, dog. You better be honest. Otherwise..." Finally, the phone was hung up amidst a series of hums. Zhou Xiaoduo held the phone and laughed foolishly for a while. Although he didn't believe it, he could hear that Yin Cat was living a happy life. However, this was enough. He could do it. During this period of time, they had been contacting each other via text messages. It felt good to suddenly receive a phone call and hear a real voice. When I break through, I'll rush straight to Shangjing and give Yin Cat a big surprise. Yes, give her a big gift. I'll give her a living person like me. Yin Cat will definitely be very happy and excited to accept it. On the other side, Shangjing. Zhou Xiaoyan hung up the phone and walked out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Her face was cold again. As she walked out, it was as if a 10,000-year-old ice and snow had appeared. The temperature of the entire hall dropped instantly. Captain? There were 7 people outside. All of them stood straight and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded slightly and said coldly, "Let's go." She flew out in a cloud of frost. The 7 people didn't dare to delay and followed her with all their might. They went to carry out their mission. Along the way, everyone felt that winter was coming. The 7 of them were speechless. Their captain was beautiful and fairy-like, but her personality was really too cold. It was as if she didn't know how to smile. A few young experts from the Nine Heavens Pavilion were originally interested in Zhou Xiaoyan. However, within a few days they all turned into popsicles and almost froze to death. With such a captain, it was easy to complete the mission. As long as the informant reported it, the mission would be assigned. The captain would go out and scatter a cloud of frost. The mission would be completed. However, the captain's strength was too strong. The team members didn't have a chance to perform at all. Although the 7 of them were team members, what they actually did was to follow Zhou Xiaoyan and do odd jobs. After she finished, everyone would go to clean up the mess. Collect the heads, identification, wealth, and other information. There was nothing else to do. Take action? You're thinking too much. It won't be your turn no matter what. Monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Give me some. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.